I mean, we had a team that was the 15th seed actually play very competitive. We saw the Fika Knights very closely play upset there against Polish Mountain going straight to the wire. I thought it was actually a very excellent day of competition, and it kind of proves just how unpredictable the TGP can be. And I have some replays from yesterday as well, as you can see on screen here. Polish Mountain in that 20 necrotic wake, barely depleting at the last possible moment, and they end up getting heavily punished for it. We saw StreamerZone.gg, formerly known as Miscount as well, basically play as well as we thought that they were going to play, taking down a very quick work on the day. They're the number 2 seed coming into the entire tournament, and they looked like the number 2 seed. And as you can see on screen here, the Fika Knights, they did have a death there. However, they, you can afford one death in Necrotic Wake. They were able to put up the 20 Necrotic Wake. Polish Mountain were not, and the Fika Knights were able to advance to Championship Sunday with just a 16 Grim Batol, which was a little bit surprising, but I think that this format creates a lot of tension. It requires you to have this combination of efficiency and at the exact same time being able to push the highest level of keys, where you see things like the 18 Grim Batol being pushed, but you can't have too many mistakes. Otherwise, you're going to be sent packing. And that kind of sets us up for a great day, too. We're going to be trying to figure out what 2 teams are going to be making it in matching up with the Fika Knights and StreamerZone GG in Championship Sunday. And I'm super excited to see what we have competition-wise today.
Agreed. Honestly, yesterday, some of the teams were going up against dungeons that were some of their most difficult ones. We saw a lot of little mistakes, but like you were saying, those teams that were able to overcome it had some incredible plays, and we got to see some unexpected turns. So I think today's going to have a lot too. And when it comes to our dungeons from yesterday, Nagura, we saw Grim Batol, Necrotic Wake, and Dawnbreaker. So we know that one of them is going to be coming back today, but which one are you kind of hoping we might see again?
Well, I'm personally hoping that we see Necrotic Wake again, because I do think seeing such high keys being pushed and seeing how the difficulty of the strategy as well, I think makes that my favorite dungeon to watch from those 3. But I think the teams would actually rather see a different dungeon, because we've seen how many teams struggled yesterday with the Necrotic Wake, and it's just so technically difficult for them to do. So I think they probably would prefer the Grim Batol, because it caps out at an 18. So you can just, do just a 16 and then one-shot the 18s, easy, fast, and then they can move on. So I do think that the Necrotic Wake would not be preferred by the teams.
Yeah, easy. When I think Grim Batol, I think just easy, one-shot it, let's just go. No, I agree with you. I think a lot of the teams really were coming up against that wall, especially with that plus 20 Necrotic Wake. And Grim Batol seemed more manageable. But you bring up a good point, too, which is the time management game, right? How high can you push them? How much time do those runs cost you? And I think makes, yesterday, Fika Knights, they spent a lot of time trying to get that plus 20 Necrotic Wake, which did get them victory, but versus StreamerZone, who I think played a slightly different game, what did you sort of think about the time management on either team?
So I actually really liked how StreamerZone approached their day yesterday, where they started doing the early dungeons. They tried to not swap as much as possible between the different team comps that they had prepared. And then they had kind of the options open of going for, first that 20 Necrotic Wake or first that 18 Grim Batol. So really having a lot of options to themselves where they didn't need to lock themselves in. And then on the other hand, we had Fika Knights who were like, okay, this is our win condition. We need that 20 Necrotic Wake, and we're going to spend everything in there, and it all hinges on whether or not you're able to then at least get that 16 Grim Batol in the last couple of seconds, because at the very end there was a world where Polish Mountain could have taken it all if they were successful in their 20 Necrotic Wake. So I'm still not a huge fan of overspending time in a dungeon, even if it is the target dungeon, but it worked out thankfully in favor for the Fika Knight fans.
It did work out, but of course, like you said, it comes at a cost a lot of times. In Polish Mountain, they were so close, they just couldn't quite get in there for it. But today's teams are going to have to take these same considerations in as well. And for those of you who might not have seen, we had 16 teams come in here through the time trials who qualified for the TGP. Now, Group A we saw last weekend, Group B is in progress now, and we have 8 teams in Group B weekend, with them all vying for 2 spots that'll be available for the Global Finals. Today, we're going to focus in on Division 2 of our Group B teams, ESC Gaming, Cinema, Nilbus Academy, and Lindormi Fan Club. Now, with ESC Gaming, Mix, I think you actually have some additional insights on them, right?
Yeah, so every single tournament we ask teams questions before, and in their pre-tournament interview, these guys actually said that one of their biggest strengths is that each one of their group likes to consider themselves as one of the best at their class. Now, listen, anyone can say that, that is just a statement, but I was curious. I reached out to some of their guilds and I was like, hey, so what do you think? Is this brazen or is it actually true? And what I heard back was mainly confirmation, so I'm really, really excited to see what these guys can do. Are you
Love
giggling,
the cockiness. Speed,
mean,
well-known
if it's
Moonkin player, top of his game.
True.
Nagura, did you played with one of the members of ESC before, right?
Yeah, actually played with Speed before in the very first MDI, actually. We ended up not making it, so but it just goes to show that Speed has been around for a long time.
Well, okay, Speed is experience.
They did compete in the last TGP and Dragonflight as well, didn't make it to the finals, so here comes redemption for them, hopefully.
Okay, all right, redemption may be on the table, but our next team is Absolute Cinema, and by that we just mean Cinema. Nagura, you have some additional insights on them as well, right?
Yeah, Cinema, of course, the beautiful logo. So apparently they said that apparently Whippy had numerous crash outs, and after that they decided that they're now going to be completely Zen, and so they now found a way on how they can practice and stay Zen, which is really cool to hear. Now, on top of that, we also have lots of very veteran players, of course, on this team that also play live servers a lot. Really high score every season for quite a while now. Stoneface and, of course, Krona as well. Their Moonkin player that has been maining Moonkin, not just switching to it for this tournament as well. So Krona, obviously, a really good Moonkin player. And yeah, one of the interesting things about Cinema, so even though they're the second seed coming in, there's actually some teams. And when I say some teams, it's them and a streamer zone think that Cinema would make it into the globals. So it's, yeah, two people. But streamer zone, I mean, most people think that they're going to make it. And if they think that Cinema is also going to make it, that actually, it says a lot.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it definitely shows a bit of faith in them. So maybe with their Zen zone, they'll be able to really bring this home. But Tettles, our next two, Nilbus Academy and Lindormi Fan Club, what are some of your thoughts about them coming in?
You guys hear that? Brazil mentioned. Niblis Academy is here, baby, and the pride and joy of Brazil. They're gonna bust out some unique picks. I don't want to leak what their composition is, but all the people who are in chat complaining about the same comps over and over again, do not worry, because the Niblis Academy is going to be busting out something very interesting this weekend. And in addition to that, we have the Lindormi Fan Club. These people have been practicing a lot on live, a lot less practicing on the tournament realm because, and I quote, tournament realm sucks. So honestly, I understand where they're coming from with that. We also have Star Manity there on Humanity DH. Very interesting known fact. He's one of the few players who's actually gotten the rank 1 title on his Demon Hunter every single season. One of the very few players who's actually been able to do that on the exact same character each season. Now, Havoc Demon Hunter sucks, so he's playing Moonkin, but, maybe he's going to get the title anyways, so we're back. Havoc Demon Hunter sucks, I'm just going to level with you guys. He's not playing it, so but it'll be okay.
We'll see. I mean, I think it'll be all right. I believe. We do have a little update in the chat as well. Speed came in to just confirm that his Moonkin is sick. So thanks, Speed. Good to know. We'll keep an eye out on all of the players of all the teams. And maybe, some interesting comps out there on the table to keep an eye on today. But, of course, they're going to have to be taking anything that they pick, good, bad, or somewhere in between, into these dungeons. And, I mean, we'll have them revealed here in just a moment. But Tettles... Oh, right now, literally right now, here we are. Okay, Tettles, what do you think about what we see?
Oh, it's the wake, girl.
Necrotic wake.
Wow. Miss and wake.
Ooh. Wow. Wait, this is actually very difficult. I already said that yesterday was a difficult pool, but I think today might even be more difficult. We have Necrotic Wake, which we saw caused lots of difficulties yesterday. And then on top of that, we have Mist of Scythe, which is a dungeon that a lot of teams from Group B actually said that it might be one of the hardest dungeons for them.
Listen, but what if it's so difficult that some of the difficulty declines, right? If nobody goes for two very high caps, then you can go for the one that you are more comfortable in. Only so much time in the day for these teams.
I mean, they are going to have to plan it out. And yeah, it was interesting to me, Mists being one that maybe because of some of the RNG, because of some of the other factors, a lot of the teams were kind of looking at it as a big challenge. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle it. I mean, Makes, we'll be having you off the desk here as we start, but any last quick thoughts before we start up?
Oh, I'm looking forward to this, and it's going to be an absolute splendid time.
All right, great. With that, the splendid time, let it commence. Makes, we'll see you later. Nagura and Tettles will be here starting us off. Nagura, how are these teams coming in for their first dungeons today?
Wow, it looks like there's a lot of people in this. So yesterday I said how nice it was from the teams to go into different dungeons every day. So we actually managed to cast all 3 dungeons from the start. This time around, Division 2 of Group B, not quite doing this for us as they're actually going to miss. One team, Cinema, on the top right is going to the Necrotic Wake, but not going to be seeing Stone Vault for now. Stone Vault, we haven't really talked about that dungeon. What do you think about Stone Vault from a difficulty POV?
I think Stone Vault's a dungeon that caps out at around the 18 mark. Maybe you can do a 19, but I'm thinking like a lot of 18s in that key are going to be happening today. I think it's kind of similar to what we saw with like a Grim Batol yesterday, where you could like 2 chests to 16 and then 1 chest to 18 and then just maybe get out of there. I think a lot of the time should probably be spent in that Necrotic Wake. That's a really good tiebreaker map. You're going to be able to put up a 20 in that dungeon. And so if you're able to down that 20 in pretty quick pace and say you get that 18 in that Stone Vault, that's where you can kind of take away some of that time from that Stone Vault and then apply it to that Wake.
Yeah, we'll see how they're approaching that. As looks like Dilbus Academy taking some time to start their key. Everyone else did start now. The Normie fan club also taking a bit more time as they were probably discussing some things. We also, of course, see that Nilbus Academy is not playing that Moonkin, they're actually playing that Mage. And I think that was that secret extra pick that you were alluding to earlier when you talked about them, as they are playing this Mage in, I think in all dungeons, right?
So they play Frost Mage in pretty much every single key. Now, the only dungeon that I actually think that can come back to bite them in is Necrotic Wake. Unfortunately, Necrotic Wake is a map that's in this pool. I do think the Mage is actually quite good in the Mist of Tyrannus Scythe, for example, though. The 2-target cleave, it's really good for the first boss as well. Actually does a decent amount of single-target damage. And so I think it's actually quite good for being able to push this Mist rather quickly up to a 19.
I mean, one thing to mention as well about the Necrotic Wake, like, not having the Druid to be able to Entangling Roots, Flashcrafter. Yeah, it's a downside, but the Mage would be a good replacement, right? You have the Root as well, you have the Frost Nova, and you have the Sheep to control the ad if you don't need it to keep it in place as well. Exactly. So honestly, I mean, that's how they used to control the Flashcrafter in previous seasons, right? Where they were playing it whenever that dungeon was actually like a live server dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, if you sheep it, you can just like lance it as well to break the polymorph. And I think that that's actually a much easier way of dealing with it than having any other CC on top of it. But I obviously the root, I think the big advantage of the root is like what you're actually seeing from Cinema in the top right-hand corner of the screen. You're able to use multiple flesh crafters at the exact same time. They have 2 of those flesh crafters available because one of them is able to, you're like able to mind control it, you're able to root totem it and keep it off the boss. And then the other one is like rooted off to the side because you have access to multiple forms of CC. And it's just going to accelerate your first boss. You're going to see Blightbone splits of around 4:30 to maybe 5 minutes whenever you're using double flesh crafter, and whenever you're using single, you only end up getting first boss splits that are probably somewhere in the 6-minute mark. I think that's the biggest time difference. But ultimately, you can still put up a 20 in that dungeon, as we saw yesterday from the Fika Knights. I mean, they ran the DK in the Necrotic Wake. Not even as good as the Mage. Like, I think that we would all agree it's not as good as the Mage. So you can absolutely make it happen. It's just going to come down to play and practice and how comfortable they feel playing these dungeons.
Yeah, we'll see how they're going to be doing at the Necrotic Wake. So far, it's only Cinema there on the top right. And they are about to finish off Blightbone. They did have a death, as Whippy did go down, I believe, to a Flashcrafter, to an axe. So, didn't lose too much, though, as they didn't have to commit the Battle Rush. And it was before the boss, before Blightbone. So it was okay. They managed to recover. They did have 2 Flashcrafters on the boss. Eventually, they did cleave off that second one, but they did utilize the 2 flash crafters for the friendly damage. And as the boss is going down, you can also see the mind control from the priest come through. So they're going to be moving that flash crafter along with them.
Yeah. The other teams in Mist of Tyranid Scythe, you commented earlier about how you thought that Mist was a super volatile dungeon. I think we should expand on that a little bit. What do you think makes Mist of Tyranid Scythe a more volatile dungeon?
I don't know. to me, Mist of Tyranid Scythe, I mean, that's what the team said, right? The teams had, we asked them a bunch of questions before the tournament, and a lot of teams did say Mist of Tyranid Scythe would be one of the harder dungeons. I personally don't really know why. They did say that there's some RNG involved, but we do know that on the tournament realm, they actually get the same maze. So it's not the maze that they think is the RNG. It must like be something else that they're thinking could cause some RNG. Maybe with mist color RNG. I'm not sure what they're referring to. I don't know if you know more.
I think it has to do with the maze is really, really obnoxious with how you play it on the tournament realm, and teams have started adopting this strategy on live. You see it on the top left with like ESC Gaming here, how they have this soul cleaver that they're carrying through the maze, and you know it's good. It's like a really good strategy. It applies a debuff to the mobs that make them take it 20% increased damage. But the downside of doing it is like whenever you walk up to these poles with these defenders, they have that ability Expel, and whenever the Expel gets cast onto you, it's really hard for you to like stand in melee. A lot of the Moonkin cleave, a lot of the Enhancement Shaman cleave is stacked AoE cleave, and then you also have this frog on top of the pack where there's just like so much that can go wrong. You can lose thousands or like millions of DPS on accident if you end up having the defender like drop the puddle in a weird spot. If your priest has to move out of melee range because that soul cleaver's walking up to auto attack them as well. It's just a situation where the maze can go wrong at any given moment. And also, because you're dragging that soul cleaver around with you permanently, there's this weird situation where the soul cleaver, sometimes if it goes too far, it can snap all the way back. And then it's done some weird stuff to teams before. And so I think that's another just point of variance that's in this dungeon that teams are not huge fans of.
Interesting, maybe. I mean, none of these things seem like RNG to me, though. Like, you can stack up and they will always charge into the same spot, right? So, yeah, I don't know. So you're basically saying it's the mobs in the maze that is something that they're worried about, rather than the maze itself, of course, as it isn't actually RNG on the tournament realm. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on the team's performance in that Mist of Tyranid Scythe. So far, it looked pretty good for most teams. Nilbus does have this one death on the board. Did manage to get the first boss down. Ingra, their split being quite a bit slower compared to the other teams. They did also extend, like they used to last a little bit late. So after Ingra was already dead, they still had Blast running for quite a while, so not being able to utilize that perfectly there. But yeah, we'll see if they manage to catch up. One thing to note about the dungeons as well is, are they 2-chestable on a 16? Now, of course, we do have the timers from last weekend where Group A was playing, and Mist of Tyranid Scythe was plus 3'd even.
Yeah.
That was the only dungeon that actually we had a 3 chest in on a 16, and it was mandatory that managed to do that. But it was really close for them, and all the other teams only managed to 2 chests. But that means that the 2 chest isn't actually, like, it's not going to be that hard. If this is 3-chestable, then 2 chests should be doable for all of these teams.
I think the 3 chest is on the table for ESC Gaming. I don't actually think it's on the table for Lindormi and Nilbus. The reason is because both of those teams 2-phase the first boss, but Elbro on ESC Gaming, that guy is the greatest to ever lace him up for Enhancement Shaman. That guy plays Enhancement Shaman when it sucks. It's actually insanely good this tier, and so that guy does the most damage I've ever seen. And I mean, 1-phasing that first boss, that's a huge time save, and I think that ESC Gaming might be able to 3-chest this dungeon. That's going to have to be something that we're looking out for moving through the Mist of Tyranid Scythe.
Yeah, definitely going to have to take a look at that. See if they're able to do it. Because if you manage to 3-chest the mists, then you're in an insane spot, because 19 is the highest key we've seen in Mist of Tyranid Scythe. So if they 3-chest this one, they could immediately go to the 19 and then move on and be done with it. While the other teams, of course, would have to do the 18 into the 19. So yeah, getting the 3-chest here, and all of these teams know that it's possible because they saw Mandatory do it last week. Yeah, but again, it's very difficult. And looking at the splits, as you said, Especially for Nilva's Academy, going to be very hard with the 540 ingress split here. And even Lindormi Fan Club, they're also like more than a minute behind on that split. So yeah, I think I tend to agree with you that EC Gaming might be the only team that would be able to do that, if even, as they're now on Mistcaller. Looking at the trash percentage, they're up to 52%, so they still have to do quite a few pulls after Mistcaller.
Yeah.
But if they want to 3-chest, we're probably going to see something crazy onto the boss.
So we talked about variance in this dungeon as well, and depending on your ending sequence of the trash pulls, that's also a point of really high variance. A lot of these teams have started to elect to do some weird double staghorn pull, where you're using all of your group defensives on the double staghorn, and that, I think, is also a huge point of variance, where basically we've seen teams live or die by that pull, and it does open you up to being able to 3-chest the dungeon, but if you make a minor mistake, you're probably not going to deplete, but you actually might only 1-chest the dungeon if you end up wiping that pull. And we see teams do that pull in 19s and 20s, where it completely wipes them. We saw a wipe mandatory at the very end of a 31-minute run, where they probably could have timed the key even without doing it, but it's just so much faster that they felt like they needed to.
Yeah. We'll see if any of these teams can execute those pulls or similar pulls, as it looks like Nilva's Academy and Lindormi are making their way through that maze slowly but surely, as EC Gaming is already on that Mistcaller boss fight, having to go through the guessing games, of course. Cinnamon at top right, though, the only team in Necrotic Wake. They're now on Amarth. Amarth, definitely a boss that has caused issues for teams before.
Yeah.
We did see a really nice setup, though, from the Flashcraft at the very start there, as Whippy did kind of position it there, and we did see the route from Krona coming in. So definitely very controlled, and also committing their second Bloodlust of the dungeon here.
They're super fast, but the one of the things with like bloodlusting this boss is that you're not going to end up getting a bloodlust on Surge and Stitch Flesh, which can cause problems. But teams practice for this in the 16, so they kind of are aware that that's going to be the situation, and they're basically going to have Bloodlust at some point on Nalthor. They're going to be able to spear Nalthor as well. They just really need to make sure that their Amarth split's clean. Having a sub 12-minute Amarth, I think that mandatory in here, whenever they were doing this dungeon on like a 16, also had a sub 12-minute Amarth, and so Cinema is absolutely blasting this dungeon. I remember this was a team that was playing Moonkin. They were one of the earliest adopters of Moonkin in this dungeon, and they spent so much time in here trying to figure out how to make the Fleshcrafter work, how to root the mobs. And so I think that Cinema should be one of the best teams on utilizing this Moonkin in this Necrotic Wake here.
Yeah, I mean, so far they are looking very clean. One thing to mention as well, I guess, about Necrotic Wake, I was thinking, guys, looking at their timer, I mean, I don't think they can make it, but for a second I was thinking, what if they could 3-chest this? But then I guess that there's no point, right? Like, you don't really gain anything from the 3-chest, because we do know that the 18 is 2-chestable, which we've also seen yesterday. So I guess you don't really gain anything from getting the 19 immediately.
I don't think this is 3-chestable, just looking at their timer.
Yeah, I don't think so. They still have to do the whole gauntlet and 2 bosses. Yeah.
So Surge and Stitch Flesh is probably 2 minutes. Nalthor's probably... They're not going to have Lust if they're trying to 3-chest it. So it'd probably be like 2:30. I don't think it's doable, because you have to get through like you said, you have to get through the gauntlet so quickly. But I mean, they're going to be close. They're actually going to be surprisingly close to the 3-chest here, which is funny, because this dungeon is weird, because like 18, 19, 20 are honestly about the same difficulty. It's just like, honestly, tank damage is the main difference between those 3 key levels. But 16, your Fleshcrafter actually isn't doing as much damage, and so you have to do a lot more damage to Surge and Stitch Flesh to Nalthor to actually be able to kill those mobs off.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying, they're just similar difficulty, because the Fleshcrafter is scaling the key level, so the friendly fire damage is going to be higher, which means that the single target fights might actually become a little bit easier. Of course, the AoE pulls don't really get easier from the Fleshcrafters. They will take longer. But the most difficult parts about this dungeon usually are the fights where the Fleshcrafter is helping you out a ton, where you have high HP targets, like the boss fights. So yeah, I think I tend to agree that they're going to be very similar difficulty. And yeah, getting the 3-chest probably not really something that will matter. But still, interesting to see if they would be potentially get close to it. We're going to keep an eye on that as well. as ESC Gaming now, the top left side of the screen, is now down in that last boss area here in Turdova. We'll see if they can 3 chests. They have 5 minutes left. They have Bloodlust available. They have to do maybe like 1 more trash pull and then they can pull into Turdova. So I think they're on pace for a 3 chest, but they have to do this trash quickly.
Yeah. So they have basically 1 more trash pull, and they have the boss itself. They do have Bloodlust available. Ooh, speed going down. This is really bad. Honestly, he's probably the worst death here. The losing Spymaster stacks right before you're going to kill the... Oh, wow. That's... So he got rezzed inside of the larva puddle, instantly took it and died again. That's a brutal one because those larva puddles insta-tick you.
Yeah. I mean, this is brutal. Like, they actually use 2 battle rests here because they're aware of their 3 chest timer, right? Like, they definitely want to 3 assist. That's their plan, for sure. We can tell now, as they did use those 2 battle rests, and they are moving on, gathering up all of this trash, and this is going to be pulled onto Turdova, and they will be using Bloodlust on all cooldowns here. The timer definitely getting a lot closer now, 3 minutes 30 approximately, when they did pull this boss. And this is not going to be enough trash. They're going to have to pull some more from somewhere. So this is going to be really close for them.
So they're going to be able to have a double staghorn pull. But I think that this fight, yeah, like you're saying, I think this fight's just going to be a little bit too long on the 3 chest timer. I think they needed to get here a little bit faster. I think that they might be...
2 deaths.
I think they're going to have the...
seconds?
I think they have the boss killed off under the 3 chest timer. I don't think they're going to have the trash even pulled underneath the 3 chest timer. I don't even know if the deaths ended up mattering. I mean, he lost his Spymaster stacks, which is actually a huge deal. He lost a 40 stack of Spymasters.
You lose Spymaster, you lose 30 seconds from the deaths alone. Then you lose the time for you to like wait and get the rest up, right? Because otherwise they would have pulled the boss earlier too. Could have kept moving.
So what, probably 50 seconds?
I think they lost maybe like a minute 10?
Oh, you're thinking a minute 10? Yeah, maybe.
Something like that. Maybe a minute.
Yeah.
Hard to tell.
So I actually pulled up some numbers on the Fleshcrafter in Necrotic Wake. So in a 16, the average throw cleaver hits for 42 million health. On a 19, it hits for 57 million health per throw cleaver hit. And so, yeah. That's why whenever you get up to that 19 level, that 20 level, you're going to see splits on Blightbone that are very similar between those key levels because the cleaver's doing a lot more so than like what your DPS are gaining in terms of damage.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. We do have Cinema at the top right now, pulling Stitch Flash, so we'll see how much damage those cleavers can do to those bosses. Of course, this is only the 16, so we will have the lower scaled cleavers here. We do see Whippy also making sure he's positioning a cleaver properly. The Fleshcrafter, I mean, to be able to get those cleavers onto the boss rather than the creation. It looks like we definitely missed one here. So we'll see if they can manage to get the other ones into the boss, because this creation is going to die. So if the boss disappears, they're going to have to wait for that second creation to spawn.
This is how Mandatory was actually doing this boss last weekend, where they were actually intentionally letting the Fleshcrafter cleaver down that creation. It might be something on a 16 that they maybe would have an opportunity to one phase if they have just a little bit more damage, maybe better RNG on their lightning dogs or something like that. But yeah, this is the safe strat. You don't really care what mob ends up getting the throw cleaver on them. You actually let the first throw cleaver of the fight go into that creation. It guarantees that the creation is going to be able to die on time. That way your tank has no opportunity to get melee swung on to death by double creation. You also reduce the amount of pulsing AoE damage. Now, the downside is that it's a slower boss fight, but they still killed that boss in was that a minute 19, I think was the timer on that, which is, I mean, that's fantastic. Like, playing the safe strat and killing it in a minute 19, like, you can't really worry too much about that. So yeah, they're going to be a little bit off the 3 chest. They're probably going to be a minute off the 3 chest. But they honestly gave this a pretty good effort.
Yeah, definitely did. ESC Gaming on top left, in the meantime, did finish off Turdova. But as you said, they are going to be missing that 3 chest timer, unfortunately. I definitely think they were planning on it.
Yeah.
As they did Belarus speed twice there. So I definitely think the plan was to 3 chests. Didn't quite make it. Of course, the only team that managed to do this so far is Mandatory. Whippy does actually go down here for Cinema. But they had not pulled the boss yet. Or Ice Shard, actually.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, he died to an Ice Shard, but managed to release?
Did he...
Oh, maybe he
pulled
the boss.
The boss is...
Oh, wait, did they have the Flash Crafter?
Where's the Flesh Crafter? Oh.
Ooh, did they misstep the... Uh-oh.
So the Flesh Crafter can snap back. I've seen this happen before. So in that corner that you normally put the Flesh Crafter in...
Oh, he got it.
Yeah, whenever you drop it in mind control, there's like a...
Mm-hmm.
I would say a 5% chance of it just completely snapping down there and just getting lost into the abyss. And so Whippy walked into the boss. And he walked into the boss, killed himself, had to go get the Flesh Crafter.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And that must have been what happened here.
It's something to do with that corner that they have the mob in. Like, all of the corners have this issue where they could just, like, re-snap the Flesh Crafter back down whenever it comes out of MC.
Yeah, so unfortunate for them, of course, they still will easily be making that 2 chests, and the 3 chests is not really something that they were in pace for anyway. And it also doesn't matter to get the 3 chests for this dungeon, because we do know that 18 is 2 chestable, so yeah, good for Cinema. We also saw Krona not getting the spell warding here, and the Wernstone, like we usually see for teams. So maybe it just wasn't ready, or they just decided to do it differently.
You probably start with the Wernstone on the Enhancement Shaman because they do more damage than the Moonkin. The Moonkin's kind of just like, you know, he's here for the roots, he's here for the vibes. So you'd rather it be on the
I think
Enhance.
you actually put it on Moonkin for the root. Because we've seen the spell warding always on the Moonkin so far. So I think it's maybe like a safety thing to have your root player on the platform. Yeah, maybe for damage it actually does make sense to save it for the
Cinema did it
Shaman.
Cinema did it in reverse. I could honestly buy either way.
Poor Krona just... Oh no, never mind. Krona did skip it now, it looks like. Yeah, the boss is low, so Krona did skip the downstairs phase, which means he has got that bat debuff. And he will die as soon as the debuff runs out, which might or might not happen before the timer runs out, because they still have to finish up that Flashcraft in just a moment. So maybe we do see Krona go down there at the very end, but it doesn't matter. They are going to be in that 2 chest timer easily.
How did he cancel the projectile on himself?
Wild charge?
Maybe. He looked like he just was planted in place and went bear form. I don't know. I didn't see him charge anything.
Yeah, I also didn't see him charge.
I feel like
I know
like
he can dodge to wild charge, but it didn't look like it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Maybe it's going to be something that we're going to have to ask him. There may be some tech there that we don't know about.
Yeah, because if you Shadow Melt, it doesn't go on you at all, right? Like, it stops the ability. Therefore, he can't really be that. Yeah, interesting, yeah. Because I also didn't see him move. Either way, they did finish off that dungeon, and they can go back into that 18 now. In the meantime, ESC Gaming did finish off their 16, got the +2, and are now already back in that 18. While Nilbas Academy and Lindormi Fan Club on the bottom side of the screen, we do see them getting to Tredova. Tredova already dead for Lindormi Fan Club, so they only have a few trash rooms left to do, which means they will also get the +2. Clearly, both of them have been quite a bit slower than ESC Gaming, but they still get the 2 chests, so they're not going to be missing out on that much, right? So as long as they get the 2 chests, they are going to be fine. I guess Cinema could still 3 chests in Mists, but it's something we'll see later.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things is, assuming that you're not missing the 2 chests, you're basically not losing any time over ESC Gaming. And so I think that both of these teams are making good pace to actually be able to 2 chests. Nobis is maybe a little bit under pressure for the 2 chest, but assuming that they don't have any major mistakes on these stack runs, they should be fine. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, so chat is speaking, there was a Evoker rescue that skipped the projectile, but I also didn't see an Evoker fly in. So maybe it was, though.
No, your animation locked on a rescue whenever the boss is casting the Dark Exile on you. You can't actually rescue a target that's getting targeted by it. They changed that a few weeks ago. I don't know what they did.
Oh, interesting. Wait, so you can't, like, the player that is targeted can't be...
You can't life grip them either.
Anymore?
Yeah, they made it so you actually can't press it on the person who's targeted by Dark Exile. It's actually crazy.
Okay.
So apparently we have a replay of it. See if we can deduce what the source of it was.
Nice.
So you see
Love
Krona.
the gameplay replays.
Yeah, you see Krona right here on the back side of the screen. He's gonna be targeted with this Dark Exile in just a couple of seconds. I saw he went bear form, but I didn't. Maybe he wild charges the boss. Because like the only thing I saw is that he went bear form, but I didn't see exactly what happened.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, let me see.
Huh? No, that didn't look like a wild charge. I think that was a caster form wild charge. But
He didn't move.
yeah, that was I think that was a wild charge in caster form to something like close to him. Like, did he place something on the floor? Because in the past, I remember we had some things that he placed on the floor that he charged to, like friendly targets. Did he charge to the Flashcrafter? Was the Flashcrafter next to him? No.
No.
Like mind controlled by the priest, I mean?
No, there's no mob that was even
Interesting.
like. I have no idea. All right. Replay inconclusive. Ruling on the field stands. I don't know what had happened. I don't know what happened. Don't matter. But that's good tech. I don't know what he did though.
Oh well. The mystery continues. ESC Gaming, in the meantime, on that 18 on the top left side of the screen, is about to finish off Ingra. Still with an insane timer here, actually, as they do also manage to one face the boss here at an 18, and they do get a 508 split, which I think that's actually a pretty. It's a faster split than what we've seen from Nilba's Academy in the 16, which means. I'm not trying to shame Nilbas here. I'm just trying to say that since Nilbas managed to two-chest the 16 with a 5-minute 40 split on Ingra, it definitely means that ESC Gaming, in theory, could be two-chesting their 18.
I'm trying to pull up Mandatory's 18 of this. Oh, they ended up. They were 19. Yeah, there was no 18.
Yeah, they three-chested the 16, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, though, does it matter? Like, do you want to do or even attempt 20 mists, right? So maybe two-chesting the 18 is not actually going to be something that they really care about.
We both think that ESC Gaming and Cinema are heavy favorites on today, right? Like,
I think so. From what I've seen, okay, so obviously we have seen lower-seeded teams perform really well, especially like yesterday. But from what I've seen in the mists now, from both Lindormi Fan Club and Nilbas, they definitely seemed. I don't really want to judge their mists here because they just didn't attempt to three-chest the 16, which I don't think that's something that you really should be putting a lot of practice in, because only Mandatory managed to three-chest it, and it was really close, right? So
yeah.
I think it doesn't necessarily say that they're a lot slower than ESC Gaming just because their mist was slower here. Maybe ESC Gaming was just playing for a three-chest, and the other two teams decided, you know what, we're not playing for the three-chest, we just go for the two. And they seemed fine. Oh, but as I say that, Nilva's Academy, in their Stone Vault that they chose to go to, we actually do see their healer go down to Ground Pound to an AoE combo. But yeah, another interesting thing is Nilva's Academy moving on to Stone Vault, not continuing their Mists run.
I like this is similar strat to what we saw from StreamerZone.gg yesterday. I actually like their comp in this dungeon. I actually think the mage in this dungeon is quite good. Obviously, you get, like, more often than not, you end up playing Moonkin here because you get extra dispel coverage and just like the damage it provides. But I think the single target damage from the mage and the priority damage from that mage is actually very valuable in a bunch of different points of this dungeon, particularly that Skarmorak split where the Moonkin really falls off. That mage can actually power through that boss a lot better.
I might see the cheat death proc there for their Aug Evoker. And now they are going down to that ground pound. So already 2 deaths here at the very start for Nilbas, unfortunately. But it also... another death coming in from the ground pound.
Oh.
This is not ideal for Nilbas Academy. Just getting... it looks like double AoEs in, or... I'm not sure what they're dying to, because I don't think the ground pound is actually one-shotting them, right? There must be some other damage coming in.
Yeah, I think it's just the ground pound. It's the fact that the healer wasn't able to actually get the shaman topped off fast enough before the next ground pound hit, because, like, it's triple golem. They have anti-sync on their ground pound cast. So the healer does have some time to get them topped, but you have to be basically 100% HP on that shaman and have a shield on top of it to be able to survive it.
Yeah, okay, so obviously these mobs can be really scary. Let's hope they can manage to finish it off. As the tank actually also goes down. This might be a reset for Nilbus.
town
We don't know
portal.
exactly. Yeah, I do see the town portals, right? Yeah, so Stone Vault is the only dungeon we haven't really talked about yet when it comes to the 2 chest timer from last weekend. And let me look this up. Okay, so 16 plus 2 was done by most teams from Group A. So it seems like the plus 2 should be doable. I remember some of the teams not making it, but they had like disconnects. They weren't able to pull the last boss, if you remember.
Oh yeah, that
So,
was. I forgot about that actually.
yeah. So I think in general, it's definitely a 2-chestable dungeon. And we'll see if they manage to do that here.
I think
Maybe that's also why the town portaled.
I think what they should do is just like, you 2 chests of 16, you 1 chest of 18, you get out of this dungeon. For Mist of Tyrannus Scythe,
Yeah.
we're kind of spitballing the Mist of Tyrannus Scythe earlier, talking about like whether or not the 20 is going to have to actually be done. For Lindormi Fan Club and Nilbus Academy, both of those teams, like basically the 2 dungeons during time trials were City of Threads and Mist of Tyrannus Scythe. Not every team put up a 20 Mist of Tyrannus Scythe. ESC Gaming and Cinema both actually did put up a 20 Mist of Tyrannus Scythe, and Lindormi Fan Club and Nilbus Academy only were able to put up that 19. I don't know if the 20 is going to be like absolutely required for both of those teams, but I think that is a potential dungeon that could lock Lindormi Fan Club and Nilbus Academy out, because you have so much more time to actually time the 20 during time trials than you do in practice and stuff like that. And if they can actually get that +1 in that Mist of Tyrannus Scythe, that's actually a huge break point for a key over those other teams.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see. And Lindormi, though, in the meantime, they did reset their 18 mists on the bottom left. And I tried to see why they reset, because it was only it was like a minute or 2 in. But they had 0 deaths on the board, I believe. So I wonder what happened there. Maybe they mispulled the start, didn't manage to get all the trash in that they wanted or something like that.
Missed an affix
Or
or
maybe somebody
maybe
just had the wrong talents or the wrong trinkets or I don't know, something like that.
didn't put an affix on a key.
Awesome.
Maybe it could be literally anything, right?
Yeah. But yeah, they're back in now in that 18. Lindormi decided to stay in the mists and not moving on to a different dungeon there. EC Gaming, of course, doing the same thing. Gaming being the number 1 seed coming in this weekend. And you know, I said earlier that a lot of the teams, like, they answered some of the questions that we had for them before the broadcast. And most teams, when asked which 2 teams will make it to the globals, they did say most of them did say Streamer Zone and EC Gaming, right?
Yeah.
But then there was 2 teams that said that it was Streamer Zone and Cinema that would make it, and it was Cinema and Streamer Zone. So very interesting to see that some teams did believe in Cinema here. But ESC Gaming, of course, being the number 1 seed and predicted to be making it really far, maybe even winning the whole thing. I do think they're going to be doing the 19 in this miss, right? And that's definitely their goal, because we know that is doable. So I think we're going to see the 18 here by EC Gaming and then probably following suit with that 19 afterwards. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that your projection on what the dungeon's going to be is spot on. I think that there's a 2 chest here that's on the table maybe for ESC Gaming, and then they could go to the 20.
Mm-hmm.
But
do you think the 20 is something that they would do today? Or would attempt to?
it really kind of comes down to how comfortable you feel about it during practice. I don't think you do it until like the last hour of the day. I think you're going to end up needing to spend more time in this necrotic wake just in general. I think that you come back to Mist of Tyrannus Scythe, and you kind of have to see where you're at with the other 2 remaining teams to figure out whether or not you should do the 19 or the 20. I think you can throw some honest attempts at the 20, but I don't think it's something that you do in the middle of the day. I think you do it like the final hour after you've put up the 20 necrotic wake, after you've put up the 18 stone vault.
Mm-hmm.
That's my gut reaction on it.
And it's actually interesting to think about the dungeons that we have today, because they're very similar to yesterday. Because we have the necrotic wake, which can go up to 20, we know. And then we have the stone vault, which the highest key we've seen in stone vault is an 18, which is similar to the Grim Battle from yesterday. And then we have the Mist of Tyrannus Scythe, which we know can go to 19, where the highest key we've seen so far is 19, which is the same as Dawnbreaker. So from the two chest perspective and from like the highest keys you can do and how much time you have to spend in each dungeon is actually incredibly similar to yesterday. So we might also see a lot of the teams spend a lot of time in Necrotic Wake thinking that is going to be the highest key that they can do and potentially not being able to execute it as quickly. I mean, I hope they can execute it quickly, but after yesterday, I'm just not quite sure.
Yeah. Talking narratively, you're talking about the differences between Cinema and ESC Gaming, talking about how Cinema and Streamer Zone actually think that they have a chance to making it to Global Finals. Oh my gosh. Hold that thought. Yeah, Nilbus having a tank death and then the Shaman actually dying on the side of Nilbus Academy. Ankh and Battle Res have been used. They're actually able to stabilize a little bit. I mean, that was a very scary death. I'm surprised that the tank death didn't end up resulting in a full team wipe there. That was very, very close for them.
Yeah, that was an impressive recovery, being able to get the rest out so quickly. Yeah, incredible. And somehow surviving, because I'm sure there was somebody that tanked the boss for a little while there. But yeah, what was your thought when you were saying you were comparing the teams?
Oh, yeah. I was talking about ESC Gaming. So ESC Gaming, that team, Yaunt and all of those guys actually have, they're the number 2 team in the West right now. And so I think this is a team that they haven't played together very long, but I think that they've actually been able to mesh together super well to the point where they're putting up very high keys on live. Obviously, the top team in the West for live right now is streamerzone.gg. So I'm kind of interested in seeing how those teams kind of are going to end up faring during this tournament. But I do think that this ESC Gaming team, like, you know, Streamer Zone and Cinema both think that Streamer Zone and Cinema are going to make it out. I don't think that you should overlook ESC Gaming at all. Like, that team is insane.
And definitely are, as we can see there now, in that last area here under plus 18 mist with still 0 deaths on the board, so incredibly clean. They're actually super good on the plus 2 timer. Obviously, the plus 3 is not going to be happening.
Yeah.
But also not really something that matters. Now, I'm not really sure if the plus 2 will matter. But I think if the plus 2 this dungeon, they should move on. And
I agree. Yeah.
Have to come back later. Because, yeah, the easy play potentially could be to say, hey, even if you plus 2 this, we just go and do the 19 to be safe to get the points on the board. But yeah, we'll see what they decide if they get the 2 chests in, as we did see a death here on Whippy for Cinema on Amarth, dying to that Flashcrafter Cleaver. Thankfully managed to get the priest back up immediately and recover from the death. But yeah, not ideal for Cinema, but still looking really, really good. Looking pretty good for the 2 chest timer as well.
Minus 50 million damage to the boss. And so that went into our priest. We're so sad. It's one of those things that, yeah, their 2 chest timers fine. The only thing that death actually ends up costing them is like a little bit of stability. Like, you know, they're going to have fewer of that battle res resource later on in case they needed it on, say, Nalthor. I think it's probably the most likely situation in which they would ever need it. But yeah, I mean, that death I don't think is going to cost them in the slightest. If you're Cinema and you 2 chests as 18, are you leaving the Necrotic Wake, or do you think that they should already just like start hammering the 20 because they're going to need it?
That is a very good question. Like, technically doing the 20 immediately would be good if they require it to be fresh in their minds. But then the 20 is something that we've just seen so many struggles with. So if you end up having to reset that key a few times, then it's just not... Like, having 2 other dungeons left to go to, it's going to be a bit difficult. Now, we did see a team go to Necrotic Wake first and pretty much one-shot all the way up to 20. I think it was mandatory, right? I think they did the 20 immediately, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So if Cinema can do the same thing, that obviously would be great for them. But it would also be a bit risky. So I would not be mad if they move on to a different dungeon and come back for the 20 later. But I would also love to see the 20 done immediately, just being so confident to say, hey, we're immediately just going to go to the 20. We can do this easy.
It looks like all these teams only have the highest Necrotic Wake they've actually done on live. Obviously, very different. The highest Necrotic Wake that's been done on live is actually 19. Oh my god, Humanity released and they didn't actually unlock the nut. Wait a second.
Exactly. Yeah, Lindorby had a death on their druid, and they spawned at the very start of the dungeon. That means that their healer cannot release either here.
All right,
they might
portal.
be...
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
they might be time portaling. Yeah, not getting that respawn point there from the nut after Mistcaller after Ingra. And it caused them to wipe here. Or I guess the Druid could have also waited for a battle rest. But I guess they didn't realize that they hadn't clicked on that and then just instantly released.
Kind of an unfortunate situation there for them. They're going to end up losing a little bit of time, but ultimately, most of the teams. How much time do you think that teams normally have in terms of wiggle room to make mistakes like that? Like per day.
I think it totally depends on the dungeons, right? Yesterday, we saw that you can wipe in a +20 necrotic wake for a long time and still make top 2, right?
So a long time is the call.
There we go. ESC Gaming now on Shadova and they're +18. I mean, this is such a smooth run for them. Earlier in the 16, they had 2 deaths. Didn't quite make the +3 timer that we have seen Mandator do last weekend. But still looking incredibly strong on this 18 here. 2 chests, a little bit less than 6 minutes, which will be fine. They still have to finish off the boss and then do 1 more trash pull. But yeah, they can for sure do that in 5 minutes 30.
Dude, there are evokers playing.
I guess it doesn't really matter, but yeah.
I'm looking at the build from the ESC Gaming evoker. This guy's playing some custom stuff. I actually don't know what he's doing. Like he's playing some atypical build. I'm gonna say it. All evoker talents are pseudoscience and completely made up as to how good or bad they are. Nobody really knows anything. I've never seen somebody play some talents like this before. It's actually kind of interesting what he's playing. It's all just completely made up anyway, so don't worry. But it's some of his talent choices are crazy. None of them make like that big of an impact, but it's a bunch of small talents that I haven't ever seen clicked before.
Well, as we were making fun of the Aug Evoker talents, we also did see speed go down. I mean, they did battle rest. So yeah, speed going down 3 times now. 3 out of 3 deaths.
How sick would we
about his Moonkin skills?
Yeah, I was gonna say, how sick would we rank his Moonkin on a scale of 1 to 10 right now? I'm feeling like a 4 maybe. Yeah. Actually 3, 1 for each death.
I mean, he is pressing his buttons quite well, though, I do have to say. It's maybe not the survivability ones. the one therefore button.
maybe we could give him some coaching after the TGP's over. I think ESC Gaming, if they actually get done, I think dungeons that are favorable for them is anything that speed can actually hop on that rogue on. Obviously, he can play Moonkin. His Moonkin's fine. We're kind of joking on him a little bit, but he's very capable of playing Moonkin. I do think he's quite literally one of the best rogues in the world, and any dungeon that he's able to flex into that rogue is an advantage for ESC Gaming.
Yeah, definitely is. Looking at time, it's getting a little bit closer now. We do have 3 minutes left, though, and the boss is going to go down in just a moment. So I still think they're going to be pretty fine on that timer. Yeah, you want to keep a little bit of an eye on that. Again, I don't think the 2 chests is necessarily very important here in this key, because the highest key we've seen so far is 19. I'm not saying that they wouldn't be able to do at 20, but maybe not really something that they want to be... that is even required for them to do. They will probably reassess this later. Maybe they even just move on now if they end up 2-chesting. Maybe they just move on and then return later. We'll see what their decision is. Or if they just do the 19 and leave it then.
Yeah, I mean, Mandatory tried the 20 last weekend. They wiped to the last pull of the dungeon. They were going to time it, but like... Yeah, it's a really good question as to whether or not the 20 is going to be required to actually make it to Sunday, because ultimately, you're not playing to put up the absolute highest keys today. You're playing to make it to tomorrow so you can make it to the global finals. And so you're just kind of playing for self-preservation, right? You're not necessarily playing to put up the absolute highest keys in that way.
Do you think the best course of action would be to just do the 19, even if you have the 20 available, and then move on to another dungeon? Or do you think you just leave it?
I think you leave. I think that like you were saying earlier, I would just get out of here. Look at this. ESC Gaming's actually playing into this dungeon a little bit safer than they otherwise would have. I think that there's a world where they could have gone for the double staghorn pull and played the very greedy pull towards the end. But they know that they have enough time to actually play this a little bit slower. They're still going to get the 2 chest. They're still within the 2 chest timer, and they can play it a bit safer. They don't have to go for the crazy strats where you're doing just double staghorn, opening yourself up to wiping to that acid nova, depleting your key in its entirety. Instead, they're guaranteeing the 2 chest here by playing it just a hair slower.
Good to see the teams not falling prey to the pot of greed move yet again, Tuttles. But, Tuttles, you know, we'll be saying goodbye to you for now. And coming back on the desk, we have Makes rejoining. So, Makes, as you kind of jump into the conversation here, what's your perspective on the start of day with the teams and their strategies?
Well, I think the first probably around 2 hours is where we will start to see some trends. I think this day specifically, people kind of had an expectation for Cinema and Escape Gaming to do really well. But as of right now, I'm seeing a lot of +2s, which is a good start for the teams that are coming in a little bit on lower expectations. And it's going to be really important for them moving forward that they get these +2s or even the +3s in some of these dungeons on the board to have as much time for our high dungeons. Notably, Myth and Necrotic Wake are both going to take a lot of time for them, I think.
Yeah, definitely will. We do see Cinema now on that 18, the only team that ended up going to Necrotic Wake, 2 chesting the 16, and now attempting this 18. Now, the 2 chest time are actually pretty important on the 18 here, because we do know 20 is possible, so they definitely want to get the 2 chests here, and it's a bit close, I want to say. It's not as easy on the timer as we've seen for some other teams here. They still very much can get the 2 chests here within the 340, but it's not going to be as easy. They are setting up their flashcrafter here, getting some resources in, and then they're going to be rooting it in the corner and making sure they're utilizing those cleavers to their advantage, probably also making sure that they get the shields done quickly with the cleavers as well, making sure to get the perfect timing on there to reduce the incoming damage onto the whole group from those shields.
Yeah, a big thing is going to be able to avoid getting downported. We've seen some tech with the Burnstones. We know the Wild Shark can work, doesn't always work, but for now it is the Bloodlust that's being used here, and the first Dark XL cast is coming in. Goes on Corona. Do they have the Burnstones set up so he can come back up? Has to be the bigger question here. At the same time, though, roots run out. Corona not with the team could lead to that fresh crafter running around a little bit. We do have one more stun coming in, making sure it stays in place while they are expecting Corona to hopefully be back in a little while.
Yeah, not using that spell warding. So the way you use the Wurnstone for this is, because, again, to explain the mechanic, when you get that exile, you get sent down unless you dodge the projectile somehow, which you can do with Wild Charge, with the Gateway, and with similar abilities like that. But if you dodge the exile, you still get the debuff on you, and that debuff actually means that you're going to die in 45 seconds unless you kill that at that is downstairs. And you can't kill the at if you didn't go down, therefore you will inevitably get one shot 45 seconds afterwards. Unless you immune the exile debuff somehow, which is actually doable through spell warding. So what we've seen some teams do is use spell warding on their Moonkins or on their Enhanced Shaman players, and then they would use Wurnstone to come back up, or use other abilities to dodge it. But Cinema not actually doing that strategy, it looks like. So far we haven't seen any forbearance on anyone else other than the tank, which means that we haven't seen any spell wardings go out here, and Krona just has to play the fight normally.
Yeah, it's taking him not very long to get on over there, but now DPSing our Siphoner down does take a little bit longer here. In the meantime, we do have Escape Gaming also enter that stone wall. Just a quick mention, they got through the first part of the dungeon unscathed. There is a lot of potential risk with those first couple of pulls, but all working out in Escape Gaming's favor. We're still on the 16s, but nonetheless, we've seen some issues with that. And in the meantime, Cinema, 1 minute to go. Nelter is down, finishing out the Flashcrafter before the NPC even spawns, and that is going to be a nice +2 on the 18 Necrotic Wake. Now, The big question is, do they want to save that 20 for later, or are they just going to go back to back in it to try and have this dungeon ticked off for the rest of the day?
So I think Cinema should do the 20. The reason why I think that is because it is 2 points on the board, and I think they will need the 20 anyway. Because there's some push keys in the other dungeons that maybe are not as easy to get to, and they also usually only give 1 point, because usually in the other dungeons the highest key is not something you go into by 2 chests in the previous key, it's by 1 chest in the previous key, or that the highest key is not as hard as we see in some other dungeons. But they're not going back to that 20 necrotic wake. Okay, so Cinema decides they're gonna play it safe. They're not gonna try to risk depleting that dungeon multiple times in a row, and they're just gonna play it safe and get to this. Okay, I respect the decision. Either way is fine. It's just a strategy call, and maybe also depends a little bit on your team's preference, right? Because some teams, they need dungeons to be fresh in their minds to execute them well on the higher key levels, and other teams, they don't need that at all. They can just go back later and they're gonna be playing as if they were in there all day.
Yeah, that's right. I do like what we saw from Streamer Zone yesterday, where they just went through the dungeons and then left the cap keys up until the end, and then came back for those, because that you kind of have time to gauge the competition and be like, oh, is anyone else going for that 20 necrotic wake, or are people spending more time in the mists, for example? So I like them leaving it open for now, but I agree with you. I think they're going to be going back there, as that is quite an important key point that they will need to get, and hopefully
is losing their tank. This is a full wipe for Nilbus. Oh no, this is actually so unfortunate for them, as they were already
20 minutes into the
21
key.
minutes in. Yeah, they lost their tank, and it's so difficult to recover a boss fight when you lose the tank there. They already had Skarmorak dead. They actually went to Skarmorak first, which is also not something we've seen very often. Usually we do see the Master Machinist first. But yeah, doing Skarmorak first, executing that boss fight, and then losing your tank, not being able to get the battle rush out in time, and just falling apart there. 20-minute loss for Nilbus, not great.
Yeah, especially if you're a team that's coming into this tournament with a little bit more to prove, like Nilbus, like Lindormi, who are lower seeded than the other two teams. You don't want to have this happen to you, right? Because you need all the time that you have in the day. You're probably already playing a little bit of catch up here, and 20 minutes lost is not going to be a great feeling for them. Hopefully, they have the strong enough mental and the strong enough support from their region behind them to just shrug it off and say, okay, we're going to go back. We'll figure it out. I'm seeing their tanks still offline. I'm a little bit worried that it might be a disconnect scenario.
Yeah, I hope not. Like, they're still dead, right? Which means, it's possible, I guess, that the tank does have some internet issues. Maybe that is why they did go down on that boss fight, which would be horrible. I do hope, if it is internet issues, then I hope they can resolve that as soon as possible. Unfortunately, we're not past the first hour of the tournament yet, so they cannot take their 10-minute break or their 20-minute break, which usually would be something they would be able to do in case there are certain issues going on. But yeah, they're not allowed to take that within that first hour. Looks like we did see it. Maybe they carried the comeback online.
Flicker. Yeah. Usually when the coolies, when they turn back into saturation, tells you that the character is probably back online, now offline. So definitely something going on there with the tank player on Nilbus. Unfortunately, they will need to tank the extra time on top of that deplete that they just had, for the reasons mentioned. 6 minutes to go until they could put a break in. So if this is going to take any longer, then at least we're not far away from that first hour. But in the meantime, we are going to be taking a look on the left-hand side as Lindormi are moving through this plus 18 mists. And honestly, I was really surprised that we have necrotic wake and mists in our dungeon category for today. And I'm really curious on how teams are going to be faring in this mist, as the necrotic wake seemed to be a bit of a problem for this group yesterday.
Yeah, the mist seemed good for both Lindormi and for Academy as well, as both of them did manage to get the +2 chest in, and it didn't seem like it was super close for them either. So 2 chests in 16 definitely something that we would also expect Cinema to do, which would be the last team that would have to do that, as they even are in that mist. So we'll see. We did also see mandatory 3 chests in mist actually on a 16 last weekend, and EC Gaming they were somewhat close to 3 chests, but ended up having a double death there at the very end, and I think they were like a minute over. So the last team that potentially could be 3 chesting that dungeon would be Cinema. So we'll see if they manage to do that on their side. But Lindormi now on at 18. I think the 2 chests is not really something that Lindormi has to worry about. Even though ESC Gaming managed to do the 2 chests, we don't even know if the 20 is really something that any of these teams can do. But as I say that, we do actually lose a player on ESC Gaming, as their Shaman does go down on one of those Skymarak trash balls that just do an insane amount of AoE damage whenever you fight them. You can see this might actually be wide for ESC Gaming. Ooh, this is not great. I mean, this is a 16 key. They're 10 minutes in, and that might be costing them the 2 chests. They're town portaling, yeah.
Yeah, they're saying we don't actually want to continue this, despite it only being a trash wipe that they're having here. Challenger's Peril kicking in might tell us that they're very confident in getting the +2, so they don't want to spend any other time in there. The highest we've seen a Stone Vault in general is a 19, so they kind of need to think about their path to that 19 and how it could look like. If you get the 16 + 2, then you have the 18 and have... Well, on live.
On live, you mean?
There's a 19. Yeah, in tournament it's only an 18 thus far, but there is a potential of it being doable in a world where a team does it. I'm not expecting it to go all the way, but I do think the +2 on the 16 for that reason is going to be very important.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that the resetting here, say, you know what, we really need this 2 chests, or we know we can get the 2 chests. I think it's a good decision, because if you end up finishing the dungeon, you have to spend another, because they were 10 minutes in, so they would have to at least spend another 10 to 15 minutes in there, and then they would have to do a full 17 run into a full 18 run. So losing out on quite a lot of time instead of just resetting, losing those 10 minutes, but getting the 2 chests here, being able to skip the 17 run. So I think I like this decision, but it also requires them to now one-shot this 2 chests, right? Because if they have another issue at some point here, and then they only get the 1 chest, then they resetted the dungeon for no reason earlier. So definitely have to get the 2 chests now for EC Gaming for this to be worth it.
Yeah, that would be really, really bad. Let's hope that that's not the case. We're seeing a couple of issues in these 16 Stone Vaults already. It is quite a lethal dungeon. And I'm also curious on the pathing of EC Gaming, because they also went to Skarmorex first, similar to what we saw in Nilbus. In Group A, we actually saw a team that went Master Machinists first, and I do still think that's the slower path on the overall, but I'm curious if maybe we're going to see a little bit of innovating from these teams here, or any derivations of those paths as more and more teams move into the Stone Vault throughout the day.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see. That's a dungeon where a lot of the teams just kind of disagreed on what the best strategy is in here, in the TGP, on live servers, and then also in the MDI that we had earlier this season. So most teams, even after the weekends, where usually teams at this first weekend, they all have kind of different strategies, because, they all practice in secret, so they come up with different strats. But then the second weekend, everyone kind of agrees, you know what, this was the best strategy, so we're going to do that. But in Stone Vault, that was not the case. In Stone Vault, even after a couple of weekends, teams still disagreed on what the best course of action would be here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see different strategies as well from these teams here.
Hey, I mean, there's still a chance, even though it is the end of the season, for a team to come out of the gates and give us something we haven't seen yet that works out crazy. I mean, it would be very astonishing, but there is a world where that happens. Taking a look at ESC Gaming now, they at least got through the first part of the dungeon already, and not notably one of the fights that does take a little bit longer, but we are going to be needing to keep our eyes on that double despoiler pull that did cause them issues prior, when they had to reset that dungeon in the top right corner. We're seeing Cinema move through their 16 mists. I believe the timer on Ingra is looking pretty good. in terms of the overall dungeon progression. This is a team, like you mentioned before, that could get the +3 here.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think ESC Gaming had an ingress split of 405 in their 16, and we know that ESC Gaming did not get the 3 chests, but they did have a double death on their Moonkin on a pool at the very end of the dungeon, which, in my opinion, cost them around like a minute 10 or something. And that's kind of the time that they were over the key timers. So I think Cinema is actually on pace for the 3 chests. I think they can do it if they don't have... But it really has to be a perfect run, because the 3 chests in that 16 is super difficult, super close. So they need to make sure they have 0 deaths and also have a very efficient run.
Well, we are getting word that Nobus is on break now, as the clock has hit the full hour. We're going to be seeing if hopefully they can resolve the issues that they had there. But in the meantime, I do think they should be on pace. Now, the big thing is, as you mentioned, they can't die. It was an incredibly hurtful death on the Druid for ESC Gaming because of the Spy Masters, because of where they were in the dungeon already and how it all kind of collapsed onto itself. With the consequences. So there are some deaths that are not as costly, but you are going to be getting the 15 seconds penalty either way. So if they can avoid it, it would be great news for Cinema, as they have moved on to Mistcaller and are making a great pace through this dungeon.
And definitely looking good for Cinema for sure. In the meantime, we do have Lindormi on the bottom right, and they're in their 18 mists. And their timer is also looking really good. Now, I don't think Lindormi necessarily has to look for a 2 chest here, because the 20 we haven't really seen on the tournament yet. We did see Mandatory attempt it, and they would have had enough time, but they still ended up depleting it, and so no other team has put a 20 on the board on the TGP this season yet. So I think for Lindormi, one chesting this, totally fine. The 9 is also going to be very hard to execute. So for the 1 chest, they're definitely on pace. Technically, they would even be on pace for a 2. Well, yeah, it will be a bit close. They would have to pull quite a lot of trash onto the boss here, and they don't have Bloodlust available, so I don't think
pot of
they want
great
to do
pulse.
that.
Let's not go there.
They should just go save and go for a +1, in my opinion.
I agree. Now, but you are bringing something up that's really interesting to me, because we have the Necrotic Wake, we have the Mists, we know both of those dungeons are technically doable on the 20. We've seen teams do it on live. We've seen teams attempt it, like you just mentioned, for Mandatory on the TGP before. Which of these 2 dungeons would you prefer? Is it the Necrotic Wake that teams should be prioritizing to get the 20 in?
It's an interesting question, because I think, in theory, I think the Necrotic Wake should be easier to get the +20 in, just because the timer is pretty lenient there. Right? So I think the 20 in Mist is a lot tighter, but I think the Mist is a lot less, like when it comes to the strategy and the execution, I think Mist might be easier than a Necrotic Wake. So even though the problem with Mist is I don't think you can really have many deaths, and you just kind of have to have this perfect run and execute it really well. Well, I do think for the Necrotic Wake, you can make some mistakes here and there. But the problem is, if you mess up with your cleavers, with your flash crafters, if you mess up your weapons, if you make any bigger mistakes, it's such a difficult dungeon when it comes to strategy and execution that I think the failure point of Necrotic Wake is higher, because throughout the whole dungeon you can have a full wipe that costs you loads of time, and at that point you can't even time the Necrotic Wake anymore, even if the timer is better and easier to hit than the Mist. I think the wipes that can happen in the Necrotic Wake are so catastrophic and cost you so much time that I think overall it's a bit hard. I don't know. What do you think?
So I would agree. I think Necrotic Wake is way more volatile, I think is the word that fits it for me. There is so much that can go cataclysmically wrong at any given point throughout the dungeon. But for the same reason that you mentioned, a little bit more freedom on the timer, a little bit more lenient when it comes to deaths. So I would argue it really depends on the team. I think there might be some teams that will fare much better in a Necrotic Wake 20 than in the Mist, and I think the vice versa is also true. If you have a team that's just really good at playing clean and playing it cleanly down, then I think the Mists might actually favor them because it doesn't have these kind of strategies with the weapons, with the Flashcrafter and so on, where you also have to take care of all of the extra stuff. So I'm kind of looking at ESC Gaming to see if they might be a candidate for the Mists. Now, of course, we have seen them in the 18 thus far. We haven't seen them in the Necrotic Wake just yet, but I could imagine that with their team history and what they told us, that the Mists 20 potentially could be on the table there.
I would love to see it. I would definitely love to see it from from one of the teams today. I do think that they're probably going to go for the Necrotic Wake rather than the Mists, in my opinion. Like, most teams will probably decide to do that. But like, if that is the case, then it just hinges on that 20 Necrotic Wake. Because honestly, if we get the 20 Necrotic Wake done pretty fast, for example, if Cinema goes back and does the 21 shot, then overall they haven't spent much time in Necrotic Wake at all, and they can attempt 20 and miss as well. To see a double 20 would obviously be great.
Yes. So that, like, the best case scenario, as we are enhancing a Lindormi fan club on their Tradova poll here, the best case scenario, Drexel does go down, will be a 20 Necrotic Wake, a 20 miss, and then, even though we haven't seen it in the tournament yet, we know that there is potential of a 19 Stonewall. Now, is there time in the day for all three of these? I think maybe not. Maybe we have to cut something out there. Maybe we'll have to be happy with just the 18 Stonewall. But ideally, in an ideal world with endless time, those would be the dungeon caps that we'd be looking at. But Lindormi fan club here getting really well through that fight, recovered from the death as well as Trudova goes down to the single digits. They still have a little bit of trash to do, but overall dungeon timer is looking pretty good for them.
I think there is a death time. I like this idea, Makes.
Yeah?
So here's the plan, right? All the teams have to do, and this is easy. All you do is 2 chests the 16 Necrotic Wake,
Okay.
2 chests the 18 Necrotic Wake, you one-shot the 20. You move on.
Easy.
You 2 chests the
perfect.
16 mists. You 2 chests the 18 mists, and then you one-shot the 20 mists, right? You move on.
Easy.
Then you do the 16 stone vault. You 2 chest it, get the 18. Do the 18 one shot, do the 19 one shot. There you go. Done. There's enough time in the day. If this is your course of action, not a single reset, you can do it. We even managed to fit in the 20-minute break. And yeah, that's it. Maybe you have to kill a little bit overtime, have to start the dungeon, a few minutes
Just do
before.
your 19 Stonewall one shot after hours.
Yeah, I mean, the team that can still do this is Cinema. ESC Gaming, unfortunately, did reset the dungeon after 10 minutes, so I think their timer for the perfect score here might be over. Cinema, they're still in it.
All right. Let's see if they can keep that going. We did have one more death there for Lindormi. Their Moonkin, unfortunately, going down in these big pulls towards the end here. There's a lot of lethality in these backhand pulls of the trash in the mist. You can see that they're even waiting with pulling these Reaver in until that Stackhorn is basically dead. Only a sliver of health is still remaining, and then they're going to be moving on and just drag these Reavers into the next pull. Ooh, there is some Reavers coming in, though I'm not sure if these were entirely... No, okay, we are planning to play these. All as well for the Lindormi fan club. 4 minutes to go. That bloodlust is even still running, and they will get great count from that.
Yeah, in the meantime, Cinema at top right, they are on... I mean, the 3 chest is definitely on the table for them. So 2 minutes 20 left. Tradova's on 27%. They still have to do trash afterwards. There's a Reaver that they're fighting right now that they're going to get some percentage from, and then they have to do one more pull. I think it's doable, but I think it's going to be really close.
See, you can't
Or
see it, but
Cinema
I'm
to get-
squinting. I'm not... 2 minutes? You sure that... They're still
think
like
it's
18% trash. Once that
It's
Reaver
one
dies,
pull,
maybe
it's okay.
like 15. Yeah, but we need to kill the big blob first. It's not... There's no bloodlust looking across the board.
The thing is, yeah, looking at the timers here on their cooldowns, right? Unfortunately, PI was just used, and they won't be able to get another one within that 3 chest window. Well, they will, but like 2 seconds or something. So they will still get a few sets of cooldowns here. That they're saving breath, it looks like, for the trash pull. And we're going to have an Incarn here from Krona up. So, and all cooldowns from RXs, obviously. So we're going to be seeing... But they can be melting this trash pack, but can they melt it in
Fast
a minute? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it also takes a little bit of time to move there. You can see that they didn't drag the boss all the way to the corner of the room. They're now setting it up. In comes that stack horn, and we're just going to run through it, get the second pack. Reavers are spawning in. This is a scary pull for them, but if they can finish it off in 50 seconds, there is a world where Cinema gets to +3, which would be really nice. However, I will point out, in our ideal world, they only need a +2, because then you have the 18, you get another +2, and you have the 20. So... not necessarily all that important to get the +3 here, but maybe insane for their mental if they can pull it off 30 seconds.
Okay, so I still think that the +20 miss is like cope, yeah? I think this +3 is actually really important, because the 19, in my opinion, is the highest key we'll see today, which means it would save them a whole dungeon run.
You're not a believer. I can't. Can I get new caster colleagues? This one is a doubt here. 10 seconds. We did have one of the regeneration casts go through quite long. Come on.
They got it. Wow. Damn. Okay, wow. This is incredibly impressive by Cinema getting that 3 chest after ESC Gaming was not able to execute it. Which means they can straight go into 19 if they want to. They did leave out the necrotic wake push key, like they didn't do the 20. It's possible that they're actually going to move on to Stonevault here and leave the 19 miss for later. But yeah, I think
I would not like that.
Being honest here, I think the 19 is the highest key we'll see probably. So getting that +3 is actually really good for them here.
We are getting a lot of breaks being called in the same time. Londormi, 5 minutes. We do have 10 minutes from Cinema after that great +316 you guys just witnessed. And to be honest, in my opinion, I think they should go into the 19 now, because they only have done 1 run in the mists. And I feel like you can just do it a second line. Yeah, come on, do that 19. Yeah. And then we go into the Stonevault, personally speaking, but maybe... they are using a different different characters for the Stonevault, so it would make sense to utilize the break for a swap like this. We're going to be seeing what their plan is once they come back, and in the meantime, we're going to get a view of ESC Gaming. We were correct, they are going Skarmourok first. This time around, made it through the spoilers, and are on their way to the Master Machinists.
And in case you're wondering why we're full screening ESC Gaming, it's not because they're doing something incredibly amazing now, which they of course are.
What do you mean?
Well, but it is because the other 3 teams are on break. So the Cinema is taking a 10-minute break, as Mix mentioned, to probably discuss what their plan is going to be here. And then Londorni is taking a 5-minute break, so they should be back somewhat soon. And then Nilbus is extending their break because they still have those issues with their tanks, unfortunately. Hopefully they can manage to get that resolved. But yeah, even if they're not playing right now, if they manage to resolve it before the 20-minute timer of their break runs out, then they didn't actually end up losing that much time, right? They did lose like 4 minutes because they ended up having the issues before the first hour of the tournament was over. Well, and I guess they also did have to reset the game ball. But there's still a chance for them.
21 minutes.
That's the important thing. If they manage to resolve it soon. So let's all put some love in the chat for Nilbus and hope they can resolve their tank issues here. We would love to see them come back and continue the competition.
Yeah, I agree. I do have one more request for chat. If you could all add Zyronic, because we're still missing our team's emotes in chat. So that is of utmost importance to me, and of course every chatter out there. I don't see them yet. Where are they? Okay. We're getting words that Zyro did his part, but I am nicely requesting, humbly even so, that maybe we can get our team emotes into chat. That would be great. We can get some support for all of our teams as we are looking at ESC Gaming that are currently dealing with the Master Machinist. And honestly, this is a boss that we have seen some tanks get shredded by in last cup. It is not as easy as you might think just looking at it.
Yeah, definitely is not. And one thing I did want to mention, looking at the timer now, looking at ESC Gaming now, about to finish off this boss, only having 20% trash left and void speaking Eric, I think like it was like what we said earlier was actually correct, because ESC Gaming did actually reset this key earlier as they had a trash wipe on a double despoiler pool, and we both think that they could have still timed the key, but they ended up resetting it. And I think what happened is that that one wipe caused them to not be able to hit that 2 chest anymore, because looking at the timer right now, if this is their strategy, if this is the best like time they can get in the 16, they clearly could have still timed the key even with the wipe, right? So it was definitely the 2 chest timer they were worried about.
Yeah, I think so too, and hopefully they will now not face any issues. You can see one more time they will have to dodge here, but 3 and 5% looks good enough for me to finish this one out. Now make sure you don't move too fast. There's still some orbs that are going to be there for a second, but they finish out the Master Machinist and will be on their way there. We should be getting some of the other teams back from a break in a little bit, and we are going to be seeing if they decide to pull anything else here. Doesn't look like it. Mindtooth does come out, and they're going to be using the cart to go back to the main area and then get that last remaining 20% trash. I'm curious on how they approach it. We've seen a couple of skips in the Stone Vault, because arguably the first 2 mobs that are now running out, the Honor Guards, you don't really want to deal with these guys. You try to just avoid them. But we've even seen some people avoid the next pack as well. So let's see what ESC Gaming are setting up to do. Looks like they definitely have some sort of plan.
And we do see the Shadow Melt come through by Speed. So it did mean Speed did pull that trash back to the side, used the Shadow Melt to drop the aggro, and then they pulled the rest of this trash. So yeah, very nicely done by EC Gaming. We also saw some teams skip the pack but fail the skip, because sometimes the aggro of them can be a little bit weird. They managed to execute it really nicely though on their side, and they're still looking very good for that +2 chest as well. So yeah, ESC Gaming looking really strong in this Stone Vault now on their second attempt. Now we also have Lindormi come back from their 5-minute break, which means that they still have to take another 15 minutes throughout the rest of the tournament. And yeah, Lindormi, honestly, I'm actually really impressed by their performance. Getting the 2 chests on the 16 and then getting that 18 one-shot. I mean, the 18 is not that easy, right, that I missed. That is something we've seen other teams struggle with. And then moving on to that Stone Vault here. Still really clean by Lindormi. We'll see how they can execute the Stone Vault. That one maybe a little bit on the harder side, considering that both teams that were in this dungeon so far had to reset their 16.
Yeah, a lot happening already in that first hour of our tournament day. Just a quick reminder, there is a little bit less than 4 more hours to go until teams have to be in their last dungeon of the day, which we will allow them to finish out. So still plenty on the minds of our players and on our tournament schedule. I am peeking, at Twitch chat, and I'm seeing a lot of words for Nilbus potentially being back, which would be amazing. So hopefully that works out and we get them back on our screens in a little bit. Maybe we can cheer them on a little bit more to get those spirits raised. It's always tough when something like that happens, especially if it's the first time competing. Nerves are already high, and you really want to show off and do well, and then something out of your control happens. Definitely a frustrating situation for them. So hopefully they can claw their way back there.
Yeah, hopefully they can. One interesting thing, of course, Nilbus is not a typical situation because they had the issues with their tank. But usually we don't see teams take breaks that early in the day, right? So I'm more thinking about Lindormi that took the 5 minutes and Cinema that is taking a 10-minute break. Now, we do think it's probably because they want to discuss something and see how they're going to continue, because we did see the 3 chests come through in the mist for Cinema. So maybe they're just discussing if they're going to go to 19, or maybe they just generally want to discuss what they do in Stone Vault. Maybe there's maybe that's a dungeon that they maybe didn't count with, or not sure what's going on with Cinema here. But yeah, really not super typical to see so many breaks taken at the start of the day. They'd rather use the breaks later on to discuss strategy, to compare their score to the other teams, see what the best course of action would be for the rest of the hours that they still have left.
Honestly, I like what Lindormi did. They took a really short break, which usually teams don't take 5 minutes breaks. We either get the full 20 or 10-10, but they can. So I really like the 5-minute break because they probably just, quickly touchdowns that, okay, what's our plan? What are we doing? Here's the route for today. Here's what we're going to do. Make sure you're all ready for that. Review, I don't know, maybe the Stone Vault. And just make sure everybody's on the same page there. I think that's a great break to take very early on, especially if maybe those dungeons are not the ones you were too excited to get. All of these teams have some dungeons they feel a little bit more confident in than in others. So who knows? I think it's for Lindormi at least, I can see why that would make sense. But Nilba's Academy, they're back in our lower left corner, and that is great news. I'm super excited to see that, and we'll see them attempt that Stone Vault one more time.
Yeah, and taking more breaks overall, like getting those 4 or 5 minute breaks in, means that you can get milk and cookies more often. So I do actually also like the 4-break approach, which is great. But yeah, super good to see Nilbas back and having their tank online as well, being able to recover their issues. Now, this obviously means that they're not going to be taking any more breaks. I mean, they can take breaks, but they don't have any more mandatory breaks for the rest of the day. So that means if they want to maximize their time here, they just have to play until the end. There's some time they have to catch up on here compared to their teams. So hopefully they manage to execute the Stone Vault now on their first attempt here, not have any more issues. So we all are rooting for Nilbas. In the meantime, ESC Gaming, top left side of the screen, did manage to finish off all the trash, and they're now down to 20% on the last boss. And they have 3 minutes left. So that means they will be getting the 2 chests here, unless something catastrophic happens here at the very end of this boss fight, which is exactly what they were looking for. And that's why they end up losing 10 minutes earlier on that reset, on that spoiler wipe. But now they can go back to do that 18 or choose to go to the necrotic wake first, because the 18 Stone Vault would kind of be the highest key that we have seen in the tournament so far. But then we also know that a 19 in theory is possible. So what do you think ESC Gaming is going to do?
So looking at where they left the mists, I think we will see the 18 probably come out, but something that is also happening on our screens is Cinema back from their break, and they're opting to run that 19 mist. And honestly, I'm very giddy about that because I'm still believing, in contrary to my colleague here, in that 20 mist stream. I know it's possible. Mandatory just barely missed out on it. They could have done it. They were great on time, then they had an oopsie. And Cinema is going to at least go through the 19 and will try to unlock the 20 for now. And then we'll see what they do. I would kind of suspect that they go into the Stone Vault after a completed 19 mists, but there's potential.
Okay, so I like this, right? I think you're right.
Oh, so now you like it.
Well, I mean, as I said earlier, I think whatever Cinema does, it's a fine decision to make, right? Because I'm not saying, I mean, I also like the 20, but I think what I said when I said I like it, I meant Cinema's decision to do the 19, right? Just because coming back, like only running the 16 and then immediately moving on, it's like you can at least run the dungeon twice, as you said earlier, right? To have it fresher in your mind. So attempting the 19 at least once, which could be difficult for them. But I still like the decision here from Cinema as they came back from their break. In the meantime, though, we do have Nilbas Academy also back after having some issues with their tank. They're now back. They are the group that play mage in all of their dungeons. At least that's what they said to us before the tournament. So presumably we're going to see that Frost Mage quite a lot from here on out. And they have to reset the Stone Vault after the tank issues on Master Machinist. Did lose out on 20 minutes in that dungeon, unfortunately. So we'll see if they can execute the 16 Stone Vault this time around.
Yeah, that would be really, really good for Nilbas, honestly. I love seeing them, and don't take this the wrong way, Chad, but I kind of want to see that 19 Mists as well production. Maybe we can get them back on the screen here, potentially.
This is now a Nilbas show makes, okay?
Okay, and honestly, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Oh, we actually did have a death for ESC Gaming right at the start in their 18 Stone Vault. They are going to go again.
Yeah, so Stone Vault definitely causing some issues here for ESC Gaming. And in general, right? I think Stonewall definitely one of the harder dungeons to do. That's why the highest key we've seen so far is also just an 18 in comparison to like 19s and 20s in most other dungeons. So Stonewall definitely no easy task, even for our number 1 seed coming into this Division 2 here, ESC Gaming. So they did do a quick reset, didn't lose out on too much time, of course, as it was on their first pool. So not going to be costing them too much, and then they're going to be going again. In the meantime, that 19 that we talked about, that Mist of Tenor on the bottom right, Cinema done with their first pull, getting their mind control into that Soul Cleaver. And now we'll see how well they're doing at 19 on Ingra.
Yeah, and that is a big question, because obviously we know on, well, I don't want to call it the lower, but the TGP lower levels of keys, there are several teams who are very well capable of getting the one phase onto Ingram Malok. Now, in 19 might be a different beast here, so I'm very curious how Cinema are going to fare as soon as they unlock that burst there. We do have a Soul Cleaver, okay, there we go. It's back dominant might and make sure that it is under control here and helping out the rest of the team. Bloodlust is obviously available as well, and looking across our cooldowns, PI is ready, and we should be getting most of them up for when the burn starts.
Yeah, they also are moving very nicely here. You can see they, of course, have that range camp that they build and the melee camp that they build, making sure that the petals are spawning pretty contained around their characters, making sure that the room is not getting filled up with those petals immediately and cutting people off whenever you get feared and other frontal abilities. That's something that whenever you're pugging, that's not quite the case that people stack up, and you might end up having no room left whatsoever. But no problem for Cinema as they execute this nicely, and they're now in that first burn phase. Bloodlust and all cooldowns are running, and the boss is melting for them. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're not going to be able to finish up the boss completely, but they might be able to... I don't know, 26% actually pretty high.
Yeah, I think they have to play one more round. I don't think you can just hard force it from here, unfortunately, for Cinema, but I still think that's a great push, and I think it is very hard to get the full one face. That's right. It's very hard to get the full one face on the 19. It is a different beast of a dungeon, this Miss 19, but of course it would have set them up for quite a good time around the overall if they were able to pull that off there.
Definitely would have been really good, but unfortunately not quite having the damage there. Not even sure if it's possible at all. That boss does have a lot of HP on a 19. Either way, still looking really good for Cinema. We'll see how the time is going to be looking like as we get closer to that Mistcolor boss as well. Maybe I can also pull up the timers that we've seen from Mandatory in their 19. Actually, there was 3 teams that end up getting the 19 done. So we can take a little bit of a look at the splits there and compare it to last weekend to see how they are in time. In the meantime, we have the other 3 teams in that Stone Vault. ESC Gaming is in the 18 after getting that 16-2 chest, and both Nilbas Academy in the bottom left and Lindormi in the top right are in that 16 run. Looking at the split, 5 minutes 46 and 5 minutes 45 for Edna, so both of them having a very, very similar split on that first boss. And now Lindormi is on Skarmorak.
Yeah, I'm staring at Nilbus because I'm trying to figure out in what way we're moving, but it looks like this is also the Skarmorak wing, so throughout our teams, not many differences in pathing thus far. Cinema could still change that. We haven't seen them in the Stone Vault just yet, but it looks like everybody is in agreement other than that, making sure that Skarmorak is the second boss here. It is open to you. You can do Machinist first. We saw this last weekend by one of our teams, Forma 1. I'm not convinced of the Master Machinist second, but I would love a team to convince me. So I'm eagerly waiting if maybe there is a chance, as Lindormi fan club are moving through the Skarmorak hole here, making great pace, 20% to go.
Yeah, looking very good. In the meantime, we did have Cinema lose Krona there, and almost again, actually. But yeah, did lose Krona on that pool. Did immediately release because they are right next to that respawn. They did click on the nut, compared to what we've seen. I think it was Lindormi that made a mistake earlier and had to reset the key because they forgot to click on that nut and did not get that respawn time. But for Cinema, not an issue, as Corona did release and come back, so they're still going to be good on time, very likely. But yeah, a 19 miss is definitely super difficult, and you cannot have many mistakes in that dungeon. That timer is not as lenient as something like a necrotic wake timer.
That's right. It is very, very hard. Notably, the maze every now and then giving a little bit of trouble, but specifically the tail end is where this dungeon goes really, really scary with the stack horns, with the reavers, with all of that potential lethality waiting at the end there. This is a dungeon where you can sink a lot of time, so hopefully not going to be the case for Cinema. We're taking a look at ESC Gaming here in their 18. That one redo in the 16. Hopefully that 18 Stone Vault is going to fare a little bit better. 14% to go on Etna. I don't see any world where something goes wrong on Etna from here on out. No way they wipe from here.
I can't believe you would be cursing EC Gaming like this. This is actually incredible.
It's not a curse. No. You misunderstand. I am using my powers for good.
Oh, so because you're supporting the other 3 teams?
Oh, we do have Arxis go down there. See, I didn't even talk about Cinema, and yet they had it up. Surely it can't be me.
All right, Meg. So, before you get too deep into cursing all of these poor teams, Nilbis, they just came back from that unexpected break. Everybody else has given it their all, but, we're going to have to cut you off there. We're going to have to say goodbye to you on the desk. We're going to have to get Zyronic on here, who I'm sure will not curse anyone. But
He'd never.
No, never. Not ever. but Zyro, ESC Gaming, they have a lot of very humble players who, subtly said earlier that they're all the absolute best at their classes, though we know supposedly that they can back that up. But one of our other top teams, StreamerZone GG, formerly Missed Count, said that Cinema was going to be a front runner. So as you come in, I want to hear your thoughts. Would you say that Cinema is setting the pace today? What would this 19 sort of mean for them?
They definitely are. They've had the best start to the day of the teams, although ESC is not very far behind, right? The major difference here is the fact that Cinema was able to get the 3 chests in the 16, which is something that we only saw out of Mandatory in the first weekend, and specifically Mists of Tyrannus Scythe. So, definitely a good start to the day for Cinema, but as we've seen, especially yesterday, these first runs aren't necessarily the thing that's going to set the pace for the day. It really comes down to whether or not these teams can capitalize on the 2 and 3 chests and go for those highest level keys. If you're able to get the 20s down, that's really going to be what's important. So Cinema, yeah, they got this 3 chest of the 19, but it's going to be about whether or not they can one-shot the 19 and then move on to also one-shot the 20, and then go back to the Necrotic Wake and also get the 20 they got there, because you'll notice they decided maybe we shouldn't start the day off by going right into the 20 Necrotic Wake. We don't want to find ourselves in that Fiki Night scenario where we're in that key for 3 hours trying to get it done and don't give ourselves any time to go to the Stone Vault.
Yeah, you're actually making a really interesting point. This is something that I think changed with the new format, but also the key level choice, right? I think previously at TGP with the old format, sometimes we had key levels that started I don't want to say it started super low, but it started in a key range where the teams ended up pushing the keys for quite a lot of the first day, and then only getting like maybe 1 push key done at the very end. But with the key level that we start this time around, these teams are going to be pushing keys for sure today, and all days actually, as Nilva's Academy, unfortunately, has some big issues on their Skarmorak run at the very end here. Looks like they lose out on 2 players. They have their healer dead.
Salvageable?
And we also have their shaman dead for that explosion. And we have a shield coming through as well. The fortified shell coming in. They have a battle rest available. They hopefully can get their shaman back up. I'm not sure if they can get the shield done without
they
their
just
shaman.
need to heal right now. They have the buff on their mage. Resing the shaman right now wouldn't do a whole lot because he wouldn't have any buffs and would likely instantly go down to the AoE here. But the mage with that buff, only 2 stacks of the buff, was able to do the majority of the damage to that shield, and they managed to salvage this. Even though it looked terrible for them there, they got through the shield. They had the presence of mind to realize, hey, we have the 2 battle reses to get through this, and Skarmorak will go down for them. Now, it's not all great, though. No battle reses left for the next 7 minutes of the key, but the fact that they were able to still pull a boss kill out of that scenario is impressive to see.
Yeah, for sure. Very good recovery. one thing that might be a bit difficult for them now is the potential 2 chest that we've seen EC Gaming put on the board in their 16 stone vault. In fact, they were so sure about the 2 chests that they ended up resetting a 16 run because they had a trash wipe, even though they definitely still could have timed it. So I would also like to see Nilva's Academy 2 chest the 16, and hopefully they still have enough time after this issue. But yeah, we're gonna have to keep a closer eye on the 2 chest timer for them. While in the meantime, we do have Lindormi fan club on the top right. They are now on the Machinists, and they're 18 minutes in. So I think technically they have the time. They would have to be pretty fast from here on out, though, because they still have to do Eirik, of course, after this boss fight, and they have to do quite a bit of trash. I think Lindormi might be a bit close for a 2 chest.
This is a pretty difficult dungeon 2-2 chest, but once they deal with Master Machinist here, there's not a lot of dungeon left, right? They only have really 2 trash pulls, and then the final boss, and on the 16, they can try to consolidate some of that. We might be hitting into like a sort of a pot of greed scenario if they try to go for that, and might end up accidentally throwing their key, but we'll have to see. I think they might just barely have enough time to 2 chest the 16 stone vault, but like you said, we'll have to keep an eye on that and actually see how long it takes them to get through the Master Machinist here. A good tell as to whether or not they think they can get the 2 chest off as well is when they send this Lust. It's going to come off cooldown probably when the bosses are at around 40% here, so I wouldn't expect them to resend that Lust on the boss here. It'd probably best be used on some bigger trash pull right afterward. So let's see what their plan is for when they use that.
I definitely have to keep an eye on that. In the meantime, ESC Gaming did pull Skarmorak and did immediately commit that Bloodlust and just came back up. So they are running that Skarmorak route as well because of Bloodlust timings on those higher key levels. But yeah, we did see other teams use their Bloodlust. In fact, it was Nilva's Academy. They just popped their Bloodlust at the very end of Skarmorak there once they had those issues with their Shaman, making sure it was even after the fortified shell was dealt with. They just wanted to make sure they can finish off this boss. So maybe they actually were missing out on a Bloodlust that they were supposed to save for the next trash pull. But they, even if that is the case, even if they were supposed to save it, they still managed to execute it without the Bloodlust. So Nilva's Academy is still looking good.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting it done. And the thing about Nilva's Academy is obviously they had issues with their tank BCing. But the good news for them is that they've taken all their breaks for the day now because of that. So they don't have to stop for the rest of the day. As long as everything stays consistent, they're going to stay connected. They can just play for the rest of the day. So there's some benefits to that. Obviously, you would have liked to choose when your breaks were, but just knowing that they don't have to worry about breaks for the rest of the day is something they can rest their laurels on. We'll have to see how they deal with the rest of the 16 Stone Vault. ESC Gaming still working on Skarmorak here. Like you said, they already pressed that second Lust instantly, going into the second fortified shell here, and you can see, similar to what we saw from the last time around when we saw Stone Vault, they're stacking a lot of those buffs onto one person, but Elbro has gone down with several of those stacks here, died to the second pulse of the Void Discharge, has the Ankh available, but going to wait to use it until after Speed deals with the shield. Speed did have the majority of the stacks, so that's why that looked a little bit safer than it otherwise would have. Now, the Ascendants and the Power Infusion are ready, but at 40% on the boss, I don't think that push is going to be enough for them to beat the next Fortified Shell. So it would not at all surprise me to see them save that just for safety on the next Fortified Shell. The problem is, if they do end up saving those buttons, it is going to just delay their cooldowns by another 40 seconds or so. So it looks like they are just committing to saving the cooldowns just for safety here.
Yeah, I think so as well. We also see them finishing off those shards, so obviously they are also thinking that they're going to be getting that fortified shell. It's coming up in just a moment. You can see the boss is out of energy now, so the fortified shell cast will come through. One more shard is going to go down. They leave that last one up that is marked with an X here, and we do see the cooldowns committed as well with that PI running on Elbro. So they should be able to get through that fortified shell. This time around a little bit smoother than that last time where they lost their shaman, unfortunately. In the meantime, Lindormi fan club on the top right, also in that stone vault, but under 16, and they have 5 minutes 30 left. They are now moving into the last boss area. We did say we would like to see them to justice, but as I say that they do lose their shaman, immediate Ankh is being used to be back with the group here. The timer definitely looking a little bit close for them. There's still some trash pulls they've left to do, plus the boss. We'll see though. Bloodlust is available for them.
The Bloodlust is a big deal here. That can help a lot, but I do think they are very quickly running out of time. I would want to allocate like maybe 3 minutes to the boss here on a 16, which means they need to be pulling the boss in the next minute and a half here. And once they get through this particular trash pack, they have, you know, a pack of 3 mobs at the top of the stairs that they can chain into one of the Rock Smashers. Then they have a second set of Rock Smasher plus, you know, 2 casters that they have to deal with. And unless they start chaining these right now, I don't think the 2 chest is on the table. You can see they are positioning, they're posturing to run ahead, Tank moving ahead to pull these next trash mobs, but I think they need to pull one of the Rock Smashers right now and also pop this Ascendance right away with the PI, otherwise they won't get 3 off for the rest of the key. Okay, I mean, they popped the Ascendance. I think the timing's just too tight. I don't think the 2 chests is on the table for them anymore.
I think so as well. Yeah, I think they would have needed to try to do some crazy pull here at the very end and try to save some time, but doesn't look like they want to risk it. Looks like they just want to make sure they time this key, because if they do some risky move now and they end up having a full wipe, they have to do the whole run again. So I think they're just deciding to play it safe for now. In the meantime, we did see ESC Gaming on the top left finish off Skarmorak as well, being able to get through that boss. And on an 18, this dungeon is so difficult. You can see a 15-minute 33 Skarmorak split, which is quite a bit slower compared to the 16 runs we see on Lindormi Fan Club and Nilbus. In the meantime, though, we haven't talked about Cinema for quite a while. Cinema on the bottom right, they did end up 3 chesting their 16, and they immediately were able to move on to the 19 after a 10-minute break they took before this 19, and their run is looking really good. They have the 2 deaths on the board, which I believe happened mainly in that the maze area and trash. They didn't have any like major deaths that cost them a lot of time. So yeah, they're looking good.
Yeah, and the main crux of the difficulty of this dungeon, once you get through the maze, once you've dealt with the Mistcaller, is every single one of these Gorgers, when they cast Acid Nova, every single Acid Nova needs to be dealt with. Does an insane amount of damage. You cannot live it without some sort of personal or external or damage reduction on the group. Sorry, the acid goals is what I meant to say. And, you know, if somebody has a debuff on them, they need to get extra attention. So we got to keep an eye on what the personal usage is going to be for every single one of these. You can see Rescue going on the Krona there, just to give him an extra bit of shield to live through the first Acid Nova. And you'd really like to kill off that Staghorn before the next Nova goes off. If they do get a second Nova, it's going to be another personal or AoE that they need to use to reduce the damage. I think they have Disc Barrier ready for the next one if it does go off. And it looks like they're not focusing it nearly hard enough without the cooldowns available in order to beat the next one. So, going to get one more Nova. There comes the barrier, just to make sure people don't die. Could have been really bad if that swirly went off in the middle of that Nova, because it was literally placed perfectly on top of the barrier, but they're able to deal with it. I don't think they have any personals left if they were to get a third Nova, so that Staghorn needs to go down instantly. Otherwise, it could be a full group wipe if that Nova goes off. Can they get this Staghorn down before the next one? Early interrupt on the Stimulate Resistance, which means the next Acid Nova is going to be a little bit earlier. Here comes the third Acid Nova cast. Do they have what it takes to live it? Just barely enough to live. But you can see every single one of these Staghorns incredibly difficult to live through. And that's not the last one of the dungeon. Obviously, they're going to go for Tredova next, and there's going to be 2 more afterwards. Yes. But in the meantime, ESC Gaming having issues on the trash after dealing with Skarmorak. They still think they can time this key, though. We're not resetting.
Wow, all right. So they actually think they can still time this. This is the 18. This is the highest Stonewall we've seen last weekend. So the fact that they think that they can have a full wipe here and still do the key is very impressive. Now, it's going to be close for sure, right? Because looking at the times, the boss splits that we've seen, these bosses on an 18 just take quite a bit longer than a 16, especially with Skarmorak, with those 45 shells that they have to go through on a higher key level. So we'll see if they can still execute this, but it's going to be pretty difficult for EC Gaming here.
They literally have no room for error now. I mean, this key is so difficult, and another death on the skip here from their healer into another death from Elbro, and these deaths are not time they can afford. There's going to be a full wipe. It's going to be another 7 deaths, and that's going to be all she wrote for this attempt. That's going to be a town portal. It goes to show you this Stone Vault. You can lose a ton of time if you have any mistakes, and it's going to be 20 minutes gone for ESC Gaming. Lindormi Fan Club on the full screen here as we see the 2 chest timer tick away. It's not meant to be for them, as they only have the boss at 50%. Good news is they'll still get the time on the board, they'll still get the +1, but I think this Stonevault Nagura is going to be the dungeon that poses probably the most challenge for the teams in terms of just overall difficulty pull to pull. It's kind of crazy to say considering we have the Necrotic Wake in the pool and we saw how dangerous that dungeon could be yesterday. But, there's so many timing issues that you get to when you think about, the different walls in this dungeon. Obviously, Skarmorak being the first one of them. If you ever have an untimely death during a fortified shell, you can end up adding an extra 1 or 2 cycles to the fight. When we talk about difficult Mythic Plus dungeon bosses, generally speaking, the bosses that prevent you from doing damage to their health bar, be it through having to kill off shields, or saving cooldowns for shields, or killing off adds, those are the most difficult ones. And Skarmorak has both of them. So you saw on this 18 Stonevault, that Skarmorak kill for ESC Gaming, it took him 5 minutes. And it was really probably just because of that one death. If that one death didn't happen on that shield halfway through the fight, they probably could have killed the boss off 45 seconds sooner. So the mistakes really add up on that boss, and as they get to the 18, as they get to the 19, we're going to have to see how teams end up dealing with that consistently.
Yeah, and this is really a problem, right? The dungeon pool today is just so difficult. You have the Necrotic Wake. We've seen so many teams yesterday struggle in the dungeon so much and not being able to get those 19s or 20s done in the Necrotic Wake. And now we have that dungeon again for these teams, plus the Stonevault that seems so volatile. On top of the Mist of Tyrannuside. I mean, even though the teams looked really clean in the Mist so far, Mist is a dungeon that these teams said might be the most difficult one for them. So this is a really tough dungeon pool for this division here today from Group B. And Lindormi, though, did manage to finish off this key on that 16. Didn't get the 2 chest, but that's okay. Just being able to get the Stonevault done is already good for them. And the first seed, ESC Gaming, they had to reset this Stonevault twice now. They lost quite a bit of time here, which honestly blows this wide open for the rest of the teams, right? It's such a good sign. If you're a Nilbas fan, a Cinema fan, a Lindormi fan, it is good news that their number 1 seed is struggling in a dungeon and losing quite a bit of time there, because that's all the time that they'll need to catch up here and potentially make it into the top 2.
Yeah, first major hiccup right there, obviously, from the top 2 teams, right? We're mostly looking at ESC Gaming and Cinema, because they are our 2 highest seeds coming into the day. If I'm not mistaken, across the board, overall of the top 16 teams that qualified from time trials, ESC Gaming and Cinema are 3rd and 6th, and Nobis Academy and Lindormi Fan Club are 11 and 15. So there's clear favorites here, but like we've seen, in every single one of our qualifying days back in Group A and yesterday in Group B, it can always come down to the last second with how high the starting key level is. As long as you're a consistent team and you're getting your keys done, you have a chance. So, and we've already seen ESC Gaming, the number 1 seed for the day, they lost 25 minutes there in that Stonevault. So, it's really up to Lindormi Fan Club and Nobis Academy to make this a close one. And Nobis Academy, in the bottom left, they're getting it done. This Stonevault will go down for them. Similar to Lindormi Fan Club, though. Not going to be a 2-chest. That 2-chest timer is only 30 seconds away, and I don't think they're going to get through 40% of the boss in that time.
Yeah, probably not getting that 2-chest for Nilvas either, unfortunately. Did want to take a closer look at Cinema now on the bottom right, as they are on that plus 19 Mist of Tyrannuside. Such a difficult dungeon, and they executed it so well so far. 5 minutes left, which is definitely enough. 10% left on the boss, plus this 1 trash pool they still have to do. Now, there's things that can go wrong in this trash pool. It is a very big pool that they're doing right after this dungeon, but I do think they got it in the bag here.
Don't speak too soon. We'll have to see if they take it easier, if they go for the pot of greed. This is the original pot of greed that we saw mandatory wiping to. Right after this boss, we were talking about this when I was explaining the Staghorn pull and how difficult those mobs are earlier on here. After we deal with Tredova, they're going to have to get 17% more trash count. Now, you can do it all in one pull. Problem is, if you do that, you need to pull 2 Staghorns together, and that's what we saw wipe mandatory at this exact same point in the dungeon, 30 minutes in, on the first day of our Group A weekend, about a week ago now. What is Cinema going to do? We have 0 cooldowns available for the next 45 seconds here, and the first trash pack is already taken. We've got 1 Staghorn in. They have the Bloodlust ready. No, that might be a proc. Never mind. These Augavokers are always going to just trick me.
No, they have it.
They do actually have it. Okay. That is actually a Bloodlust here, and we're going to burn this Staghorn down. First Acid Nova coming out. You can see Personals being applied across the board. Nature's Visual also popped there to help with the healing a little bit on the Boomkin. do we have the damage to burn this Saghorn off before the next Acid Nova? I don't think they do. I think this second Acid Nova is going to go off. You would really like to beat it, because it looks like the next pull they're posturing for is going to be yet another Staghorn. But yeah, here comes the Acid Nova. It's going to go off. You can see shields on every player of the group, and the Evoker's still dropping to 20% HP there. Very, very scary. They're actually not going for the right Staghorn. Oh, no, they are. They were kind of posturing towards that left pack, but here we go, into the second Staghorn. First one's down, we keep going. But here's the good thing. The cooldowns are back up here. They have the Ascendants, they have the PI, and they have the next set of Incarn available for the Boomkin here. So this Staghorn should get shredded a lot sooner, but still, every single Acid Nova does so much damage. You need to have your defensives ready for every single one of those casts.
And this is such a difficult back-to-back pull for Cinema. In the meantime, though, ESC Gaming might have to reset one more time, potentially, as they did lose one of their players. They had the Battle Loss available. Albro can ank back up, and it looks like they're going to be able to recover here. And the 2 deaths, I think the timer is going to be good enough for them to continue with the 2 deaths. So if they don't lose anyone else here, they should be able to move on in this dungeon and still potentially time this 18. Yeah, not a good sign for them to have some issues here at the very start. They don't have a Battle Loss for quite a while now, so if they continue, which I think they will after recovering here, then they have to be really careful to not make any further mistakes. Cinema, though, managing to finish off that 19 in a perfect 29-minute run. And they get those 3 points on the board. So definitely moving up to that number 1 spot now for Cinema. And I assume they would be moving on to the Stonewall now.
Yeah, well, I think it's probably the correct play based off of what they've already started doing today, doing 2 runs in Necrotic Wake. Now they've done 2 runs in Mist of Tyranid Scythe. I would be surprised if they didn't go to the Stone Vault as well. We'll have to see where they're going to now, taking almost no time in between dungeons, porting instantly. But where are they porting to in the bottom right-hand corner here? What's it going to be? That 19, though, even though they got it done in 1 shot, the timer wasn't fantastic. They were 2.5 minutes under. Usually the timer we're looking at for a team to be able to go up 1 level is 10% of the timer below. In the Mist of Tyranid Scythe, you'd want to see them like 3 minutes, 20 seconds below the timer, something like that. They were 2 minutes 30 below, so in order for them to time a 20, they would need to go a decent bit faster in the 20. That's not to mention with the added difficulty of the bosses having more HP, doing more damage, every single one of those Acid Novas in the last half of the dungeon, doing 10% more damage on top of what they were already doing in the 19. It's an interesting prospect for Cinema to see if they can actually get through that 20 later in the day, because that is going to be a stretch goal. We already saw the 20 done last weekend by mandatory, so it's known that it is doable, and we actually saw it in time trials a lot too, so it's known that it's doable. It's a question of if and when they're going to go do it.
I would absolutely love to see that from Cinema. I mean, so far they've had such a perfect run that, to me, it does seem possible for them to be able to execute it. But they haven't done Stone Vault yet, and most of the issues so far have been in Stone Vault. So we'll see if Cinema will face those same issues, or if they manage to do clean runs in that Stone Vault and get that done quickly if they decide to go there first. They still have the 20 Necrotic Wake that they could attempt. In the meantime, Lindormi did have to reset their Necrotic Wake run once, as they did have a wipe on that first pull. But an interesting point to actually talk about is that both Nilbus and Lindormi are going to that 16 Necrotic Wake and not continuing the Stone Vault. So both of them did one chest the 16, and we would assume that they're going to be doing the 17 or the 18 later, but to not immediately attempt it is very interesting.
Since you're both talking about this, I thought maybe we could jump in here and I could add on a little bit, right? So looking at sort of the teams, what they're doing with some of these dungeons, ESC felt that Mists and Stone Vault were going to be the hardest for them. And Stone Vault, I think, definitely is proving that it's difficult for a reason, right? Whereas Cinema and Nilbus said that Necrotic Wake was the hardest, which could affect something like that push for a plus 20, like we were talking about with Necrotic Wake, which we know is possible, but I think is going to be a big challenge for them. So, I mean, just kind of adding in Zyronic, you can absolutely run, but, you know, how are you feeling like these teams are handling this pool that features dungeons that would give them the most difficulty, and does that put pressure on their choices now and what they're going to pick?
I'm not really sure. I mean, when it comes to dungeons being difficult or more difficult, I don't think you're necessarily too worried as a team about choosing between them whenever they pop up. I mean, if all three of these dungeons are difficult, let's be honest, it really comes down to a preference play, and I can see specifically why some of these dungeons would be difficult picks for the teams. There's a lot more pressure on the healer specifically to play perfectly when you talk about specifically Necrotic Wake and the Mystic Scythe, because they have extra duties in those dungeons, especially in the TGP, compared to what they have to do in other keys, right? They're on that Dominate Mind duty for the majority of the dungeon. In the Necrotic Wake, you're controlling the Flesh Crafters a lot of the time. In the Mists, you're controlling the Soul Cleaver the majority of the time, helping your team do extra damage. So they have that extra duty on top of course, keeping everyone alive, which is usually hard enough on its own in these higher keys. The Stone Vault specifically, it's just a hard healer key in general, right? Each of these bosses, specifically the first two, Edna and Skarmorak, are just really tough burst healing checks throughout the fight. So, I mean, in general, I think these are just some of the more difficult keys in the dungeon pool, and the fact that we have all three of them on the same day is it's pretty mean, but it's also a good check for these teams to, you know, if the best teams that come out today are going to be in a good spot to compete against the other teams moving forward. So, yeah, we'll have to see how they deal with it for the rest of the day, but, you know, so far ESC Gaming and Cinema have been pretty lights out. Obviously, ESC had issues in their Stone Vault, but I fully expect them to come back and get it on this next attempt here. I mean, they've been pretty strong throughout the day already.
Yeah, definitely making some really, really good points here, as Nilvas, though, did lose their mage on Lightbone, did use the Battle Rest to get him back up. And that's something we did touch on this a little bit earlier, but Nilvas Academy is playing that Frost Mage in all of their dungeon runs, which means that they do not have that perma root from the Druid here on that Fleshcrafter, but they have a mage replacement, which is the #1 Fleshcrafter controller class that we've seen in the past in Shadowlands when this dungeon was coming out first. So I do think they should be able to still control the mages properly with the priest and the mage as a combo. But maybe it's going to be a little bit tougher for them, and it's possible that they end up using the Fleshcrafters slightly less compared to their teams, but that's something we're going to keep an eye on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the mage is an interesting pick in general. It's actually, like, kind of a secret pick. It was used for a lot of the world first highest keys from some of the Chinese teams, you know, a couple months ago. But it kind of has fallen to the wayside as people have sort of figured out that this support Boomkin pick is actually, like, really strong. So I don't think Frost Mage is at all necessarily a bad pick. It's just a little outside of the meta right now. So I don't think it's going to be something that's really going to cost them too much time. It just is going to add a little bit of extra, you know, added dangerousness to the group, because they're not going to have that damage reduction that the versatility from Mark of the Wild brings.
Yeah, not having the Mark of the Wild, definitely something that can be an issue, especially in the Necrotic Wake. Lindormi, though, on the top right, as they're also on Blightbone, did lose their Shaman. Ankh is being used, even though the boss is really low, so just decided to just get that on cooldown, making sure they don't lose out too much time here. But yeah, that's just a 15-second time on the board. Should be okay. The 2-chest timer, of course, in the 16, not as tight as some of these other dungeons. So still looking good. But I do definitely want to see a 2-chest from both Nilbas and Lindormi in this Necrotic Wake. Because we haven't seen the 2-chest, unfortunately, in that Stone Vault from either of the teams. And we also only saw... we did see the 2-chest in the mists for both of them. But yeah, I do want to see the 2-chest from both teams to get that 18 in. But Nilbas loses their tank, unfortunately, turning Necrotic Bolt. See if they can recover this one.
Who's going to get the res off, though, is the problem, right? They're going to have to use the bracers, engineering bracers, to get him up. He ends up just releasing here. If they can break the shield on that Marauder, they might be okay. Oh, they're going to lose their Shaman, though. They do end up getting the Marauder down, and they can continue this run. They have to wait for the tank to run back, but, you know, a couple early deaths, not the greatest, but not actually any reason to completely cancel this run right away. We'll have to see what the plan is for them. Yeah, they're just going to wait for the tank to get back. He's already back. He's already with the group. They're ready to go. Continue on with the run here. A second look at the 18 Skarmorak here for ESC Gaming in the top left, making much better progress this time around. 3 minutes on this boss here, and they've already got him below 25%. They actually should be able to beat this boss with just one more shield, and actually, if they had an extra set of cooldowns to push here, they might even be able to beat the next shield, but gonna have to play it safe, break out these extra crystals here, and prep for that one final shield. And we were talking about specifically at shield phase pushes on this boss. This is a big point that Tettles was bringing up last weekend, was that on Skarmorak you're pretty much trying to beat specific shield breaks. If you don't beat the shield, it adds an extra 30 to 40 seconds to the boss encounters because you have to commit so much to make sure you're breaking every single set of these shields. In their previous 18 Stone Vault, it took them over 5 minutes to get the boss down. Because they're beating that extra shield this time around, they're going to be able to deal with this boss about 45 seconds faster. Just a much better run all around from ESC Gaming this time around. Much better Skarmorak split, and once the shields goes down, they can just focus on the boss for the rest of the encounter. Don't have to cleave down any of the shields. Speed even taking a cheeky couple of steps towards the cart to get to the next side of the dungeon because he knows the fight's already over for them.
Yeah, this is looking much cleaner for them. They did, of course, have some issues there at the very start on Edna, but thankfully managed to recover those 2 deaths there, and now are looking better than their previous run. And they want to get done with the Stone Vault, right? The ESC Gaming have been spending quite a bit of time in the Stone Vault now, having to reset the dungeon twice. So they want to just do this 18, and they want to get out of here. They want to make sure that they're putting points from the Necrotic Wake on the board, because Necrotic Wake, of course, we talked about this before, is probably going to be a key where we see most teams spend the most time in, because it has the highest key level potential, and that would be the number one push key to choose to do if you consider the first tiebreaker being highest key level done. Of course, the 20 mist is also that's also an option for some of the teams to do, especially with the 2 chests that ESC Gaming has available to them in the mists. But yeah, we'll see what they decide on doing. It might just be a comfort thing. And yeah, Cinema in the meantime is also in the 16 Stone Vault now, and if they get this key done, that means that they have done all 3 dungeons, and they will get at least 16 points in all those dungeons. Same for Lindormi and Nilbus, that are now in that last Necrotic Wake that they haven't put any points on the board yet.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see 3 of the teams go for that strategy of just giving themselves a base in all of the dungeons. That's really not what we're used to seeing, right? We're used to seeing what ESC Gaming is doing, where they go to a dungeon and push it up a little bit before moving to another spot. Nova's Academy, though, more issues in the Necrotic Wake as this pull has gone south for them. A full wipe is very likely going to lead to a reset, or normally it would, but okay, it looks like they're discussing whether the town portal, yes, the town portals are going to be coming out for them here. It's going to be a reset. Little unfortunate, more time lost for the Academy here as they have issues, more issues in the Necrotic Wake. ESC Gaming doing a pull that we're not really used to seeing, actually, on the top left corner here. Usually this trash pack specifically is skipped, or we saw it skipped a lot last weekend. They skipped past this with Mind Soothe, plus just running around the edge of the room. Maybe they just didn't have time to do it based off the patrol, and they decided to pull it. The reason you usually skip this pack is because most of the mobs here are only worth 1 count, and they're not worth the difficulty of the trash pull. They stack up a debuff on your tank, which makes them more likely to die, but they just added the extra pull, which is not what we're used to seeing.
It is interesting. I wonder if this was potentially even accidental, because if I remember correctly, ESC Gaming did they had a wipe earlier in the 18, and then when they came back, like they released and did not town portal, and they walked back, and then they accidentally pulled this trash, I believe, that they're currently fighting, died to it, and then reset. So I think in their previous 18 they had skipped this, if I'm not completely mistaken, unless it was a different pack.
I looked behind them as they ran down. They had a different pack. CC.
Oh, then maybe that was the one that they pulled.
Maybe that was the one they pulled on accident. Okay. Maybe I'm mixing the packs up in my head. They did skip a pack, but it might not have been the pack that we're used to seeing. Either way, onto the section of the dungeon that they had their mistakes in their last 18. We'll see if they're able to keep it clean this time around. Getting this 18 on the board would be huge. And they would probably go to the Necrotic Wake after dealing with this 18, right?
I think so, yeah. Especially since they haven't done anything with mists either, right? So I think going to the Necrotic Wake for ESC Gaming would make sense if they manage to get points on the board, or maybe even taking like one of their breaks, right? I think ESC Gaming is the only team that hasn't done any of their breaks yet. So I think going on a break, 5 or 10 minutes, just to discuss what they should be doing, to see what the other teams have been doing, and reassess a little bit on what the rest of the plan should be for the day, I think would be a good decision for them. Yeah, we'll see what they do. Cinema on the top right, they just managed to finish off Skarmorak on their plus 16 key. We definitely want to see Cinema here 2-chest this, and I think if any team can 2-chest this 16 silver, it's going to be Cinema. After seeing their plus 3 in the mists, they're definitely going to be fast enough and they'll have the damage, as long as they don't have any major wipes. So we'll see how they're going to be doing in that dungeon. In the meantime, Lindormi in the bottom right is on a Marth on their 16, definitely having a pretty clean run in their Necrotic Wake. We did talk about the Necrotic Wake being a pretty difficult dungeon when it comes to execution, and we also see the double Flashcrafter setup, actually. Oh, never mind. That was just a shackle on one of the soldiers. So we do have the one Flashcrafter here for Lindormi on a Marth.
Yep, just the single one. I mean, we talked about this Necrotic Wake strategy that Mandatory kind of debuted last weekend, where they're dealing with 2 Fleshcrafters for the majority of the dungeon. It's extremely powerful, especially on the higher keys, to get access to that extra throw cleaver every 15 seconds or so. But it's also incredibly dangerous. You have to know geometry, which is a math subject, which is very scary for most WoW players, especially us casters. You have to be able to recognize where the throw cleaver is coming from of the 2 targets that it can come from, not just the one. Very scary. And, you know, obviously I'm joking a little bit, but just having that extra mental process that you have to go through every time one spawns, it can cause wipes. And, you know, the first time around that Mandatory dealt with the 20 Necrotic Wake, they had 12 deaths in the Necropolis because they were trying this double cleaver strat. It's difficult to deal with, and I'm not too surprised that not every team has decided to go for it yet, because, number one, it doesn't seem absolutely necessary to do it for the plus 20, especially on the lower keys, too, because the cleaver scales with key level, right? So it's less effective at lower key levels compared to your player's damage. But it's not necessary to time the 20. It just gives you a little extra barrier if you do have those issues in those wipes in the higher level keys. So it seems like it might just be easier for most teams to just use the one cleaver for the most of the dungeon and just make sure you're hitting your priority targets with them, rather than running around trying to figure out where your cleaver is actually coming from.
Yeah, and honestly, like, constantly having to think about your positioning when there's 2 cleavers, 2 Flashcrafters, is something that could also just cost you damage. Not just because you constantly have to think about it, which takes away your thinking capacity for your damage buttons, but on top of that, you also maybe have to move more than what you would have to do without the double Flashcrafter strats up, which means that, of course, for like the Moon Kid, for example, it would be a little bit of a bigger damage loss, and also for the Evoker as well. So yeah, maybe not necessarily something that every team wants to actually try and execute, and not to mention the amount of practice time it takes to practice that strategy before coming to the tournament. Practice is something that we don't talk about very often during the TGP, but I think the value of practice increased with the change of the affix system as well for these teams, because now we do actually see a death here on Lindormi. Did get the battle rest back up on their priest, so should be able to continue and recover. Actually, yeah, but yeah, I do think the change in affixes means that the practice for these teams for the tournament matters more, because what you're practicing is exactly what you're going to be doing in a tournament. While previously with affixes, they didn't know what affixes are going to be in each dungeon, so they had to practice with all different kinds of affix combinations, but it's not possible to practice every dungeon with every combination. So they just kind of practiced Tyrannical and Fortified, and they had like a plan B in case the dungeon had like a hard affix, like maybe Sanguine or something. And other than that, they just had like general ideas of routes, and they would adapt it on the tournament day, depending on the affix they get. But now with the changes, these teams, as I said, whatever they practice is exactly what they're going to be doing in a tournament. So practice matters quite a lot more for these teams, and how you spend your practice time is also going to be really important for them as well.
Exactly. I mean, you have to think about it as well. There is a scenario where we can give them Fortified, then Tyrannical. Or if we're feeling particularly devious, we can give them Tyrannical and then Fortified. It's the same thing. I was trying to make a joke, but it's not that funny. Sorry. Anyways,
Okay, maybe chat is laughing.
Hopefully they thought it was funny for a second. I don't know where I was going with that.
That's so funny, it's ironic.
It was funnier in my head.
I was laughing so hard.
All my jokes are funnier in my head.
Well, Nilbus Academy back into the 16 through the first boss. Hopefully we can keep it clean this time around, but that's not the main story we're looking at here. ESC Gaming is absolutely crushing this second attempt at their Stone Vault 18. They've gotten through the Master Machinists, have dealt with the first of the Rock Smashers in this final section of the dungeon, and are having no issues stepping forward, chaining the remaining honor guards into the 3 trash mobs at the top of the stairs here. Looks like this second attempt is going to be the timed key for them. As long as they can live through the AoE damage from the 2 Rock Smashers in the boss room here, they should be on good pace to finish this off with plenty of time to spare. Not even close to cresting the 2 chest timer at this point, so well over 8 minutes left in the key for them. Cinema in the top right, our second most favorite team based off seeding coming into the day here, are doing well in this 16 Stone Vault first time around, looking for the 2 chests here. Still 3.5 minutes on the 3 chest timer, so they're making great pace as they are just about to deal with the Master Machinists here.
Yeah, Cinema definitely looking very strong. Still 0 deaths on the board on this plus 16. So definitely looking to get that 2 chests in for their 16 Stone Vault here. EC Gaming also looking to get that 18 done. They've spent a lot of time in this dungeon. They want to move on. They want to see something else. They want to go into the necrotic wake. Well, I don't know if they want to, but I think they definitely want to, but they probably just want to see a different dungeon for now. In the meantime, Nilbus Academy did have to reset their 16 necrotic wake once before, unfortunately. So they had to go back in. They're now 8 minutes into the dungeon, and they are looking good on their side. Lindormi fan club on the bottom right is at the end tail of this dungeon on their 16 necrotic wake, and they're looking strong. They have the 3 deaths on the board, but we talked about this earlier. The timer in this dungeon not very tight on a 16 for the 2 chests. It's actually somewhat easy for these teams with that Flash Crafter strategy to get the 2 chests in here. So they're still looking very strong. But Stitch Flash and Nalthor can be really dangerous, especially with that cleaver strategy that we talk about all of the time. Positioning yourself properly for the cleavers, making sure, especially in Stitch Flash, when you have an extra at, when you have the creations, you also have to make sure that you're maybe not hitting the creation with the cleavers, unless that is your strategy, which we have seen other teams do as well. Making sure that the biggest danger of the boss fight is gone, because of course the creations do AoE damage, and it increases the longer they are alive. Some teams not deciding to keep the creation alive to get the boss back down immediately after he jumps away, but just finishing it off for safety, and then waiting for that second creation to get the boss back down.
Yeah, looks like we'll have to see what the plan is. I mean, Dranos and I were talking about that yesterday, whether or not it was smarter to use the cleaver on the boss just to get it lower, or just to finish off the creation just for safety. I think we've seen both strategies used to equal effectiveness, as long as the teams know that they have to put extra damage into the creation if they just use the throw cleaver on the boss. But I think it might just be the safer play. Even if you're overkilling the creation like crazy with the cleaver, the safety on the higher key levels, just to not have that extra AoE damage go off, is really useful. Did have a death from Nilbus Academy on the bottom left side of the screen there to this trash pole. That is their one and only battle res gone for the time being. Fortunately, a second one will become active here before the second boss, but they're going to need to actually keep their tank alive through that debuff. Barely able to top him off there. Was a scary moment for the squad there. But looks like they have stabilized the pull here. I mean, this is a ton of trash that they've pulled together on top of this Marauder here. Of course, every single one of those Gruesome Cleaves does a ton of damage to your tank, and if they happen to have that Necromancer debuff on them on top of that, could be a scary moment. But looks like they've gotten through it, and we'll be heading up to a Marth here very shortly.
Yeah, that was incredibly scary for Nilbus Academy. Thankfully, they did manage to recover and got through that pool. We did see some teams wipe on this pool yesterday as well, so not an easy pull at all in this dungeon, especially when you're doing the 16, your Bloodlust is not quite available just yet for that pull, which is not ideal either. It makes it a little bit harder for them as well, with the Cleaver also doing lower damage to the 16 compared to the higher key levels. In the meantime though, we do see both ESC Gaming and Cinema are at the end of their Stone Vault. ESC Gaming on that 18 key, 5 minutes left for 65% of the boss, which is for sure going to be enough if they don't have any major issues though, because this boss definitely can cause problems. You can see the room is already pretty filled with those puddles, and they're trying to get rid of their debuffs here. A speed on that Moonkin already moving in, but then also getting that frontal, the Unbridled Fury being aimed at him, so having to walk back into mid-range to dodge it out, but doing a really good job executing this. They also have 2 battle rests available in case something goes wrong here, but still, don't want to have anything go wrong. I do think Eirik, of all bosses here, probably the easiest one, which is hard to, like, that means a lot, right? Because Eirik is a hard boss. But if you compare it to Skarsgård and someone like Edna, this boss definitely a little bit on the easier side. But yeah, all bosses in this dungeon are just very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. It's of the bosses in this key, it's probably the most simple of the bosses. As long as you have your allocated personals for those void zones that you drop on the ground, you can see Speed even going bear form there just to live through the AoE damage there. Also, if you're unable to drop off your debuff before any of the potential AoEs, it could be a dangerous moment where you could easily get one shot off. But again, they have the battle reses in the back pocket, up to 3 now, as they tick over the 30-minute mark of the dungeon here. So they have the capacity to save a potential mistake, but cooldowns are active. They're pressing this Ascendant's PI on cooldown. They'll have the Bloodlust coming up in 45 seconds. This boss is not going to last that much longer. Only have to probably deal with a couple more debuffs and maybe a few more of the AoEs from the boss, but it looks like ESC Gaming on their second go-around will be getting this 18 Stone Vault down.
In the meantime, Nilbas unfortunately having some issues on their Marth run as their priest did go down. They had to use their battle rest to get the priest back up after they died to a throw cleaver. But then their Aug Evoker followed suit and they did not have a battle rest for the Aug Evoker. Now they also lose their mage and this is going to be a full wipe for Nilbas. Do you think they should continue?
No, there's no
they
time.
can still time the
Well, no, there is time.
but they can't get the +2, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like they're time portaling.
Yeah, looks like it. Unfortunate for Nilbus. Have to go again. In the meantime, in the top left, ESC with the cooldowns, with the Bloodlust, have gotten Void Speaker Eirik down to sub 10%, and it is going to be the 18 Stone Vault on the board for ESC Gaming. Good to get that done in the second attempt here. We'll likely see them move on to the third dungeon. They haven't started yet today. That Necrotic Wake going to be the final one for them to start working on. Dormy Fan Club also working on this Necrotic Wake that they've just started off here. 16 on the board, getting the 2 chest as well. That's huge for them. They'll be able to move on to the 18. So, good runs being completed across the board for our teams here.
Yeah, definitely looking very good. Cinema also on their last boss here in the +16, and they have 3 minutes left for the 2 chest timer. So definitely getting that on the board here. Incredibly fast in that stone board for Cinema, and they're going to be moving on and immediately follow with that 18. We'll see if they have issues as well, as we did see ESC Gaming have 2. Even though they got the 18 now, it did take them a little bit of time. But yeah, all teams across the board having some good performances, except that Amarth wipe that we saw, unfortunately, from Nilbus.
It looks like we're going to be doing a switch over here really quick, but Zyronic, we do have a replay for you. You know what? I think we're going to save it for Dratty. Or we'll roll it right now. Go for it. It's all you, Zyronic. This was the replay you were looking at earlier.
I'm not actually, I didn't call for a replay, but I'm not really.
Yeah.
Oh, this might have been from
look. What is it?
I like the production's
I'm
like,
not
here, I
really
have that
sure
helpful
what we're looking
replay you
at.
want.
Yeah, I'm also not sure what we're looking at, but
We're
Okay,
trying
great.
to see if they
Then
skipped the
we're
Dark
looking.
Exile. They didn't do anything to skip the Dark Exile.
got
Starmanity just went
Flesh
down.
they
Down.
did.
Fleshcrafter Tech is the focus of this one.
Okay.
Let's see. Is there anything interesting that they're doing here? I mean, yeah, this is just solid CC coming out of the Aug Evoker here. Although that Sleepwalk did get instantly broken, so the Fleshcrafter is just on top of the boss, which is not ideal, but it does get mind controlled and move back to the corner. So they were able to save a pretty scary moment just from a heads-up play from the priest there. And then, of course, once it's back in the corner, they can get a root on it pretty easily, as long as the druid actually presses the root button.
Well, we had a quick little glimpse back there as we get ready to roll people over, even as we had to kind of reset. I mean, those 3 clears going up on the board here for all of those teams. Rapid fire, there was a lot happening in those moments. So good to get a little look at that Fleshcrafter tech again. But Zyronic and Nagura, we will be saying goodbye to you. And Tettles and Dratos are going to be coming onto the desk here, sort of picking up where they left off. I mean, of course, we've seen all the teams start to get some bigger points on the board and start tackling some of these higher keys. But as we've watched them, I'm wondering, Tettles, could you highlight a few players that have sort of stood out for you from the teams? I know chat's been curious about who we've got in the teams this today.
Oh my god, some players that are standing out to me? Alright, I want to shout out all the tanks. Without you, your teams are completely worthless. Keep doing the Lord's work. Tanks are at a premium this season. Tanks are in short demand. I'd like to shout out each and every single one of you. This is International Tank Day. I'm declaring it International Tank Day. Shout out all the tanks.
I think the question may have been like, are there names people would recognize or players that people should know about? You know, that are famous for anything specific, such as okay, no, yeah,
Okay, great, good insights. All right, chat. We know nothing about the players. None of them have anything. No, I mean, just something to keep in mind. I mean, it's been great because a lot of these teams, I think, do have a lot of new faces, right? But we've seen some of them like ESC, who, you know, they've got folks that have been around for a long time, like Zone and things, but getting a little bit of a sense of how they're going to play here and what we can keep an eye on will definitely be important. But so too will these dungeons. So how are you feeling about how they've been tackling them so far today, Drados?
Yeah, I mean, it's been looking pretty good. I've been impressed with Lindormi Fan Club's ability to put these dungeons on the board in the way that they have been. Of course, not two-chesting that 16 stone vault that Cinema were able to do, but I think that's not that surprising. That's something that a lot of teams have struggled with. Last weekend, we had a stone vault in one of our days as well, and it was not a lot of teams were able to two-chest that key at that level, so it shouldn't be a huge thing for them. I mean, the challenge for Lindormi Fan Club and Nilbus Academy is that Escape Gaming and Cinema are both such good teams with such solid players, such solid histories, that they're going to be very, very difficult to contest for these two spots out of the group. But yeah, Lindormi Fan Club have been doing a pretty good job of it so far. I mean, in terms of time efficiency, they're definitely up there with Escape Gaming.
I think that Escape Gaming and Cinema, like as well, being newly formed teams, both of these teams have actually performed quite well so far during day one. With like these newly formed teams, with people who haven't necessarily competed in TGPs and MDIs before, you never necessarily know what you're going to get with just some of their performances. Like, you know, for Cinema, we've seen Chrono play before, but we haven't seen somebody like Stone or Whippy always like playing in like TGPs and stuff like that. Same with like Yaunt for ESC Gaming. That guy has always been like a live key warrior. El Broblio, kind of similar situation, live key phenomenon, a phenomenal player. And it's just like, you never necessarily know what you're going to get, but the fact that these teams are showing up and showing why they're so highly seeded, I think is actually a very important thing. And I think it's actually going to be very interesting for how they're going to perform on like a potential day 3.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an exciting one to watch, as we do have those timers for the Stone Vault that you can use to compare our teams down in the bottom left. And yeah, definitely a little bit of a gap between Cinema and Nilbus and Lindormi, I think, as we're kind of expecting. But given that it's only a 5-hour day, there's actually a large opportunity for a team like Lindormi Fan Club to be like, you know what? Yeah, maybe we're a little bit slower in these keys, but if we are efficient and if we get them done on our first try pretty often, there's not a lot of time in the day for the other teams to recover from a lost 30 minutes here or there. So I'm definitely going to be looking for that out of them. Then Nilbus that we have in the bottom right, they are a team that has already lost some of that time, right? They only have those 2 16s on the board. They're working on adding a third dungeon, but they definitely have already got some of that time. Some of that hourglass has expired for them.
I think you made the point last weekend, and I think it was like a really good point whenever you were talking about the fact that you actually don't have to win like this pool, right? You don't have to be the fastest team or like do the highest keys on every single dungeon.
Right.
You just have to be top 2, right? You're not trying to beat all of the teams. You're only trying to beat 3 of the teams.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to outrun the bear. You have to outrun the other campers.
Exactly. That's the analogy I was exactly going for.
Yeah. That's very much the spot that they're in here. The problem is there's almost 2 bears in this group, with Cinema and Escape Gaming both looking really, really solid on paper. So That is the big challenge here for Lindormi and Nilbus. But so far, Lindormi have been putting up a very good fight as they're in that 17 stone vault that we were seeing. Then we're kind of in this spot here where most of our teams are near the start of a run rather than the end of it. So we're going to be seeing these runs develop over the next 20 or so minutes. Cinema 18 stone vault. What are your expectations for where the day caps out here? Are we thinking like?
So I'm thinking like what 20 wake.
Yeah, I think 20 wake for Cinema and Escape Gaming in particular is something they should be aiming for.
Yeah, so it's like 20 wake, 18 stone vault, and then 19 mists is kind of what I'm thinking, just in terms of like, and then you have potential +1s, I think, on the mists. Or
okay, yeah.
So Cinema and ESC Gaming both put up a 20 mists during time trials, but I think that's been something that's a little bit out of reach for teams during group play, but I think there's a possibility if you can give it like an hour of attempts.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, if we look at the time left in the day, there's 2.5 hours, and Cinema already have that miss 19. They're working on that 18 stone vault now. If they one-shot this key, and then if they can put up the 20 wake in a reasonable amount of time, then they'll have an extra hour and a half at the end of the day to do with as they please. Probably it would be that 20 miss that they would go for next, right? So, yeah, I think that's pretty likely to be what they're gunning for.
So, I mean, 19 stone vault has been put up before, but I think that there's just like better dungeons for tiebreakers that you can realistically do.
Right, the 20 mist would be better for your tiebreakers than a 19 stone vault if it ever came down to that.
Yeah, I do think it comes down to maybe a little bit as well, like which one do you feel more comfortable in? Because you'd always rather guarantee that +1. So
right.
you could do that 19 stone vaults, and I think that like if you think that the 19 stone vault's a lot easier than doing the 20 mists, I think you just kind of go for it. But teams last weekend only put up 18 stone vault, and it was totally fine.
Yeah, exactly. Like the 18 stone vault will likely hold, but there's sort of this argument as well of which dungeons are you strong in, right? Like if you like stone vault, if you think you're good at it, and you can put the points up there most easily, then of course you go for that. But it's a little bit unfortunate, right? Because when we have two keys that go to 20 in our day, if your strong suit is the key that only goes to 19, you feel a little bit. It's a little bit worse for tiebreakers.
I feel like, yeah, I mean, you're seeing this on day 1 and day 2 pretty consistently. There are teams that are leaving points on the table pretty much multiple points on the
almost
table.
Always.
Exactly. There was how many points were left on the table yesterday? Like 2. But
yesterday the top team that came out of yesterday had pretty much everything done. But
so
the second
team,
place,
exactly,
was 2 points behind. Yeah, so. Definitely there's, and from that argument, there's a decent chance that just 18, 19, 20 across these 3 dungeons in order would hold, right? Like that's likely to be good enough to get you out of the day. Because the thing is, the 19 wake is hard, right? Like that can take teams can one-shot that, but I think in most cases teams are going to spend like an hour putting that on the board, and very realistically you could spend 2 hours and not put that on the board.
I mean, that's kind of why I'm thinking that ESC Gaming is looking like they're in such a good position, because they have this 18 stone vault. We think that this is a dungeon that they could hold for the rest of the day. They have the potential they have the potential to actually run that mists on a 20. I think that that's something that they can visit for the last like hour of their day. But I think that right now, on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you see ESC Gaming. They have gone to Necrotic Wake, and I think that the path for them is they just push until they do this dungeon on a 20. Once they get this on a 20, then they assess what they need for the Mist of Tyranny Scythe, whether it be that 19 or whether they should actually put attempts on that 20.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a dangerous spot to leave yourself in at the very end of the day, but again, they'll know what they have to do, right? There's a good chance that by the time they either get this 20 wake on the board or they fail to do that, then they'll know whether they need the 19 or the 20 in the mist. The challenge for Escape Gaming is if you get to the last hour of the day and you haven't got the 20 wake on the board yet, and you're sitting on 18 two-chest mists and 18 two-chest wake, then what do you do, right? Because I think at that point you should do one of them on 19, probably. Yeah. And maybe both on 19. Just get those points.
I think that ESC Gaming is probably a team that one of these dungeons on 20 should be in the cards for them. They were the overall 3 seed coming into the TGP. This is the second highest team in the West. I think that this team should have one, if not both, of the 20s in their bag today.
Yeah, this is a team that there have been some pretty big expectations surrounding, actually, not least from themselves. But they've definitely got some of the highest ranked players on the ladder of various specs. In particular, Elbro. I think Elbro is somebody that we should highlight here, because Elbro has been near the top of the Raider.io leaderboards on Shaman in many seasons where there were not a lot of Shamans on the top of the leaderboard. In fact, you'd hurt your mouse finger scrolling down to find the next Shaman after him in a lot of cases. But this is a season where, of course, Shaman is incredibly powerful, in many ways the main character of these runs. So it is a very good time to have Elbro on your team.
It's insane because a lot of enhanced play right now is like RNG mitigation. Like, you're going to have these really high spikes of RNG, but it's kind of making sure that you're going to average out to have an insanely good run just over the course of the entire dungeon, and making sure that you are able to control the variance. And Elbro, I think, is one of the best players at that. And for a specialization that can do between like a well-piloted and the best piloted version of a spec, 50% more damage, like an absolute insane amount more damage. Elbro is, like you're saying, just one of the, if not the best enhancement shaman that you're going to see played this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. So it should be exciting to see. I think a big opportunity for that team. And, there are other players on that team as well that we've seen in some high-end M+ action before, too. So definitely not just a one-person team by any stretch. But, of course, the shamans on most teams end up being kind of pivotal because they just do so much damage. It's such an important role to have there. Although, like you said, International Tank Day, the tank dies, doesn't matter how much damage your shaman's doing.
Exactly, your shaman, he's gonna have Earth Elemental, but not for long.
Yeah.
Dranos, I'd like
right.
to just, if I had the power, I want you to know that I'd give you so many channel points right now on the channel for highlighting a player, like I asked a few minutes ago. You did a really great job, and I just thought that was wonderful. So, great job, and Tettles, maybe you need to catch up a little bit. But, great job, Dranos. Love it. Love the work. Keep it up.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm currently still on 0 channel points. I haven't. I need to let me reopen the stream and start farming them again, because, after yesterday's incident, I'm out. I went all in, and it was not good.
What did you go all in on?
I went all in on Polish Mountain.
Oh,
making it out of the day.
You turned against the NA heroes?
Well, look, man, Polish Mountain. There was like a 3% odds at the time when I talked about it.
You thought you were getting good odds.
So then the odds went up, and then it was not good. Yeah, that's a void outburst from those despoilers. Actually, that's not even that much damage. That was just the killing blow there. It's the pulses, right? So that's a lot of damage over time.
Yeah.
The healer res has come out. The tank, though, is going to go down. And that's one of those bleed out situations where if your healer dies, your tank is just, they're in so much danger of bleeding out like that. Even if you then res the healer, your tank's just not stable. Ends up going down. Yeah, I've seen that story play out before. That section of the dungeon. Actually, it's very impressive whenever your tank isn't dead to Shadowclaw in that section, and instead it's the rest of your group that dies. So, well done there by Lindori Fan Club, at least avoiding that. Hopefully the next time they get there, they can get through that AoE damage.
Looks like ESC
That's bad news for them as well, because their big win condition out of the day was consistency, right?
Yeah.
This is a team that already kind of missed a key level in the Stone Vault. They're looking like, okay, maybe we're kind of on timer pace with ESC Gaming, but we're behind, a couple of 2 chests here or there, which, each of those 2 chests saves you 30 minutes if you convert on them. So yeah, it's tough for them. They definitely are now hoping that they don't have any more things like that happen. And also, they're hoping that things start going wrong for either Cinema or probably more realistically ESC Gaming, who have a lot more work to do on their scorecard than Cinema.
So ESC Gaming in the bottom left here had a 338 Blightbone split, which is actually insane. It was making me question whether or not the 3 chests could potentially be on the table for the 16. And then Speed died to accidentally body pulling a Brittlebone Mage, and they ended up having to waste, I would describe, 40 seconds plus the additional 15 seconds of death penalty to try to get him rezzed. That was a bit of a time loss that they paid there for such a good Blightbone split. I don't know if 3 chests is going to be in the cards now after looking at that.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen a lot of 3-chested Necrotic Wake 16s. It's one of those dungeons where, the 2-chest is doable up to a fairly high key level, right? We see the 18s getting 2-chested, but the 3-chest is quite tough because there's a lot of kind of forced slowing in this dungeon, right? Like you can only pull the gauntlet one pull at a time, no matter what you do.
Yeah, I don't know if it necessarily would end up mattering either. So it's like the difference between you just have to make sure you get the 18 2-chest versus the 19 1-chest. So it's just like not too much of a difference there. Maybe it could save you a key level. Ultimately, I think these teams are going to do the 20.
It would maybe be a blessing for ESC Gaming if they don't do that, because then they wouldn't have two difficult 2-chested 20s that they have access to on their scorecard, which is maybe their lose condition today. I do think the big danger for ESC Gaming is 18 2-chest missed, 18 2-chest wake, and then failing to convert on either of them in those 20s for an hour or two, and then all of a sudden you're out of time in the day. So
hubris being your ultimate downfall, I think, is a good problem to have. But
but I think that maybe like just getting one of them on the board as a 19 instead, and at least like putting that point in the bank, meaning you can then just focus entirely on the other keystone, unless you get it all the way up to 20, and then you could come back and 20 the other one. Might be an option for them. Of course, that's not something they'd have to do right away, but I think that's the kind of thing where teams are resistant to doing that until like 30 minutes after they should have made that call. And then it's kind of too late.
Yeah. Taking a pulse on where we're at with some of these teams. In the top left-hand corner of the screen, we have Cinema sitting in this 18 Stone Vault. We think the 18 Stone Vault's a dungeon that is likely to stand. There are teams that can do 19. I think these teams can do 19. It's more of a question of, are they going to have enough time? Do they realistically want to spend a bunch of time doing the 19 Stone Vault? We think that that's going to be a +1 that's probably less popular than going for like the 20 Necrotic Wake, for example. Potentially throwing attempts at the 20 Mists of Tyrna Scythe. But I mean, Cinema here, they're making great time in their Skarmorak split. Looking at Lindormi Fan Club in the top right here, they just reset in the Stone Vault on that Skarmorak room. They had a bit of a wipe. They 1-chested the 16 Stone Vault, so they are currently working on a 17. They're going to end up having to do this dungeon again and get to work on the 18. They also still have some more time that they're going to need to place in that Necrotic Wake, putting up potentially a 19, maybe even a 20. So we're halfway through the day, and they have a lot of dungeons still left to be run, but they need to be as time efficient as possible, especially with missing some of the crucial 2-chests that we've seen from them. Bottom right, we have Nilbus Academy. This team has used all of their break timers, fortunately enough for them, but unfortunately, kind of similar to Lindormi Fan Club, there's been some inefficient misses on 2-chests, potentially. A 16 2-chests on this Necrotic Wake is what we're hoping for them. That will allow them a great access to the 18 Necrotic Wake, which they're also going to need to be able to 2-chest. Those are the important runs for them. And then ESC Gaming, bottom left, kind of similar to Nilbus Academy. 2-chest 16 Necrotic Wake is what we're kind of looking for. Eventually 2-chest the 18 Necrotic Wake and get into that nice 20 that we saw go down yesterday for both the Fika Knights and StreamerZone.gg. We know the 20 should be on the table for a lot of these teams. It's more about being able to get a number of attempts on it.
Yeah, that's again, it's this tough trade-off between like execution and just even having the ability to do these keys at these various levels, which is a variable that it is like I would be surprised if Nilbus Academy and Lindormi Fan Club, for instance, would even be like favored to get a 20 wake done if they had a couple hours in it. But that's the kind of thing where their win condition likely rests on efficiency in the other dungeons, pushing them up to those levels, and having the other teams fail to put those 20s on the board.
Who do you think is currently in first and second right now? Whose position do you think is the best for the concluding 2.5 hours that we're going to see here?
I mean, Cinema, I think, are pretty clearly in the best spot, right? Once they put this 18 Stone Vault on the board, they're going to be sitting on 18 Stone Vault, 19 Mists, 18 2-chest Wake, right? Like, that's a really solid scorecard. ESC Gaming won't be far behind, right? They'll be on 18, maybe 18 2-chest, and 16 2-chest. Right, and that's like a little bit worse than Cinema's scorecard. And then Lindormi Fan Club are also not far behind either, right? 16, 16, 18, and one of those 16s is a 2-chest. They lost a little bit of time here in this 17 vault, but if they hadn't lost that time, I think they'd actually be tied even with Escape Gaming on placement in the day. And then Noble's Academy are definitely the team that's in the most danger right now. 32 points only with 2 16s. They're about to add another 16 to the board. And to their credit, it's going to be a 16 two-chested Wake. So, they're not going to actually be all that far behind, say, Lindormi Fan Club after this goes up on the board. But they will still be behind even after this goes on the board. They'll still be behind by 30 minutes of the day, which there's not a lot of 30 minutes left in the day to give.
Yeah.
Escape Gaming having a death there. Right at the end of a Marth. It's actually, again, shouldn't cost them too much unless we think they're going for the 3 chest, in which case every single death is brutal for them. But I think 8 minutes is just not enough time to do this Necropolis, even at the plus 16 level.
Again, I think if they didn't have that 40-second time penalty to Speed's death there and getting him back
9
up,
minutes I'd be thinking about it. But 8 seems a little sketchy to me.
Yeah. This area, you were calling it out earlier, with the forced trash pulling the limited... You can only pull so big in this area as well, because your tank's going to end up getting killed off by these Stitchworks. There's only so much trash you can do all at once here, and these pulls are just going to be pretty difficult. But the final 2 bosses are, combined probably about 3 minutes, which is great. But, again, the trash, I think, is going to end up holding you back there.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like the time gate of the gauntlet section is probably going to be prohibitive to getting this done in the 3 chest timer, but we'll have to see. There's always a possibility. It's something where I've been surprised by how quick teams are able to get through as well.
Nelbus bottom left here with that mage going to be able to 2 chest this Necrotic Wake 16, going to be able to move on to an 18 if they do so desire. They're going to go back to the Mystotyrant Scythe at some point. They're also going to have to go back into Stone Vault. They're unfortunately going to have to rerun basically all of these dungeons at some point. But I think that from here, after the 16, I think that the 18 is probably the most likely key for them. I think it makes the most sense for them to stay here.
Yeah, I think so as well, but of course the teams may have a different thing planned. There's also some benefit to just staying in the same key where you don't have to swap around your comp.
I agree.
But yeah, Noble's Academy just finishing off this crafter, and they'll be putting that on the board. We'll see where they head to next. In the meantime, we do have a little bit of tech here for how you can skip mobs while emceeing a flesh crafter so that the emceed mob doesn't pull extra stuff here. So this is the pillow fade, then mounting, so that he puts the Flesh Crafter on passive. Because the Flesh Crafter is, whenever you're mounted, any pets or summons or anything like that you control will enter sort of a... They won't pull threat on anything. They'll run through mobs and the mobs won't get bothered. So that's how you get past this section if you're ever trying to get through there with the Flesh Crafter. Because a lot of other ways that you could skip through, right? If you're not mounted and you did something like get rescued through or take a gateway through, your Flesh Crafter will run around the side and it might pull stuff. Same with hunter pets, anything like that. So mounting up is always good when you can, if you have something like that under your control.
So, something also that can help with doing stuff like that, especially if you're doing that specific run in Necrotic Wake, if you press the Oppressing Roar on the Dominate Mind right before that MC connects, you can change it from a 30-second MC to a 45-second MC, and that actually helps your priest with that Flesh Crafter a lot, especially that specific movement, if you're ever looking for a tip for that as well.
Yeah, it's some nice tech. Necrotic Wake is definitely a very tech-intensive dungeon, in particular, I'd say. This
dungeon, I think, has the most different texture for a high key from the average key. It's just whenever you're doing this dungeon in a pug on a 10, every group's gonna wipe to either a Marth or Surgeon Stitch Flesh, whether it be not having enough kicks for the kick rotation on a Marth, whether it be missing a hook on Surgeon Stitch Flesh, that way you have 3 creations up and you just inevitably wipe. Those are the kind of fail points for, if you're doing a weekly 10. For high keys, you're basically just trying to cleaver max. We're cleaver maxing, no missed cleavers. We're trying to do as much damage as possible, and it's this coordination check heavy thing where you have to make sure that all of your damage is going to be dealt with this throw cleaver. 60 million hits from this guy that's just native to the dungeon. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very coordination intensive, and the payoff is incredibly high, right? Getting those cleaver hits, really big deal. So something that we see teams focusing a lot of effort on is micromanagement of those Flesh Crafters. All right, so you were right, Nobis Academy in the bottom right,
Yeah, that
re-entering
makes sense.
this dungeon on the 18 key level. If they can time this key on their first attempt, that'll be really big for them kind of getting back into the game today. If they can two-chest this key on their first attempt, that will be huge for them. That's something where I think that would be a shock, in fact, from the team, because they're just, it would be unexpected given their seeding for them to be able to pull that off. But if they can, I think all of a sudden they're right back into being competitive for one of the top 2 spots today.
Speaking of other teams, we have Cinema top left here. Being able to get down Master Machinist in 23 minutes and 12 seconds. That's actually a great split for that boss. You generally need like a 26-minute Master Machinist split to be able to pace to time this key. So they are going to be minutes under the timer in this dungeon, which is...
That's one of those splits that makes you think, okay, the 19 is definitely possible, right? Like, if you have a run like this, you are on pace in a 19 as well.
Let me see if they've actually... Maybe they've timed this on a 19 on live. Let me pull up his character.
Yeah, the challenge, of course, is that... So as you go up to a 19, right, it's like, okay, we need 10% more time, right, to do all the same damage.
So,
but we also need to live all the mechanics, right? And maybe we're then spending more globals on defense, and then it slows us down even further, or we're getting extra phases on things, which in this dungeon, it's mostly Skarmorak that would add even more bonus time from an extra phase or 2, but that still adds up to a couple extra seconds here or there.
Both of these teams only have this dungeon on 18 on live right now. ESC Gaming and Cinema.
And Cinema?
Yeah.
I mean, it's very, very few teams have timed this on 19, right?
Yeah, something, I want to say like sub 20 maybe?
Yeah, so that's maybe the kind of thing that
6
teams have.
The only team that's present, it's a bunch of Chinese teams and Hira.
I see. Yeah.
And
Yeah, I mean-
on GG, basically.
But this is a zero death run that Cinema are putting up, and they're going to be well under the timer.
I think
If they play
can
like
do
this, they
on
could
an
definitely
19,
do the 19. But the thing is, they have 2 other keys that they could more easily improve after this that will probably take up most of the rest of their day.
Yeah, it kind of comes down to like whether I think the 20 Necrotic Wake is the next easiest.
Yeah, and that's plus 2 points as well,
Yeah,
which
exactly.
is nice.
I think the 20 Necrotic Wake is easy, and then you're kind of at a weird situation where you're 18, 19, 20. What is the next easiest plus one? And it kind of depends on how you feel about the volatility of that Mist of Tyrannus Scythe. There's a lot of weird stuff that can happen in the maze, and you can actually lose a lot of time there, depending on how you end up playing there. And so, yeah, I think it... But so I could see them kind of want to do the Stone Vault 19 if they feel more comfortable with that. Conventional wisdom would say that Stone Vault's a harder dungeon than Mist of Tyrannus Scythe.
Yeah.
I think that it's like kind of about how... It's more about how you feel about the dungeon in particular.
Yeah, I mean, again, putting up a zero death run like this, maybe it's somewhat lucky, right? Like maybe they hit, a 90th percentile run from them, but
Yeah.
definitely they've got a lot of skills in here to be able to pull this off at this key level on this attempt is very impressive.
Top right here, look at Lindormi Fan Club. They end up popping Bloodlust here. You see Starmanity on the damage meter there, only at 1.5 million DPS. He died the pull right before the boss gets pulled, losing a 40 stack of Spy Masters, losing basically 40,000 intellect during this Bloodlust. Huge damage loss. A very unfortunate situation for Lindormi Fan Club there. For the kill time of this boss, this is a boss that has really variable kill times based on how many of these void discharge shield phases you get. Typically the boss kill time is either like 3:30, 4:15, or 5 minutes. If you had a 5-minute kill time, we're shambled. I think that missing that Moonkin damage on pull, that sets you up in a weird position to probably have that 4:15 kill time as opposed to the 3:30 split that you so desperately desire.
Yeah, I mean, it is a plus 17 key level for Lindormi Fan Club. If they can keep a relatively clean run, I think even if they lose a minute or 2 here on this boss, it's probably fine.
Death too.
Yeah, Blightbone Death. It's going to cost them a res. They're still using that Frost Mage in here as well, which is very cool. This is one of those bosses where it feels great to have a Frost Mage if you can keep those worms kind of close to boss in those blizzards, in those frozen orbs. Feels very good.
The mage kind of is going to end up occupying the same role as like a balance root in here would normally. A lot of the teams love the Moonkin and Necrotic Wake just because they're able to root the cleaver and just do a lot. Just like rooting the cleaver is just a lot easier just to deal with. You don't have to break it out of CC and stuff like that. But realistically, polymorph just as effective versus those fleshcrafters. Assume that you can break the mob out of polymorph easily. And so yeah, it does have some additional spammable CC. It's just going to take a little bit more coordination. But I think that the mage in here, if it's well piloted, it can be just as good as the Moonkin. I mean, we saw a DK put up a 20 necrotic wake yesterday, which I think is way worse than mage and Moonkin in here.
Yeah, ranged player. Escape Gaming are going to put up that 16 2 chest, nearly a 3 chest, but a minute or two shy of that mark down in the bottom left. Moving up to 52 points, just 1 point behind Cinema, but Cinema are going to have something to say about that here in a second. They'll be advancing to 55 with this Stone Vault, and 55 is a big number because 55 was the amount of points that you needed yesterday to escape, to be one of the top 2 teams. So it would be huge for Cinema if they're going to be hitting that with more than 2 hours left in the day.
I mean, the good thing is, too, like, I think this 18 Stone Vault could stand, and that time that they're putting up in that 18 Stone
Yeah, this is
Vault,
going to be huge for time tie breaks. If it ever comes to that, they're going to be thrilled here, because I think most other teams are pretty likely to be slower than this in the Stone Vault, right? Like, it looks like they're close to the timer.
Here's
they're
Lust
only going to have
here.
3 minutes left on it, but yeah, they're about to hit Lust and just send this boss home.
Yeah, I think you're going to kind of wait a few seconds for that Ascendance. I think if you were like looking at the time tiebreaker, looking at where ESC Gaming were in the Stone Vault, where they were like 31-54, you would maybe have jammed it insta. But they're just like basically going to go for a perfect Ascendance Lust here. Now that they've ended up pressing it, they're pressing their Nature's Vigil as well. It was a few seconds out from the Ascendance here, but it's going to line up basically perfectly.
Yeah, the entire Ascendance is still going to be contained in the Bloodlust, and that's the important thing, right? Like or the boss will die before the Lust expires or the Ascendance expires,
Yeah.
in which case it doesn't matter. So those are the main things to look for whenever you're thinking about that. Ooh, they got both of the portals on the same spot. Rarely see that. Nice little thing for Cinema there. So they are going to stop the clock there at 31:45. So yeah, actually only 10 seconds faster than ESC Gaming in this dungeon, but still, they should be very happy with this run. That's an incredibly nice one that they've picked up there. Meanwhile, Lindormi Fan Club, Skarmarak has been in combat for 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
Oh my god.
Are they going to get it done?
So I was telling you, maybe if they had the
down it
damage,
goes.
They would have beaten that other shield and had the 330 split. But yeah, the 415, that's totally fine split. 15:37 on this boss is more than acceptable for timing this key. You normally want like under like a 17-minute Skarmarak to be able to time this key.
Yeah, so they are making their way through here. So yeah, let's take a look at the scoreboard here, and let's do a little bit of math to kind of figure out what's going to be going on. As Cinema are going to be taking one of their 10-minute breaks at this time. So Cinema at 55 points with the 2 chests. So kind of 56 points. Let's do this, and let's count all the 2 chests as 2 points, and let's assume that the teams will be able to convert on them, which is a big assumption, especially for the Mists in the Wake. But let's just look at it through that lens and see how much work the teams have to do here. So Cinema, if that's true, they would be at 56 points. ESC Gaming would be at 54. Lindormi would be at 51. And then Nilbus would be at 50. So definitely a big gap between these teams, whether or not we factor in the 2 chests or not. The biggest chances in particular for Lindormi are going to be trying to fight ESC Gaming and yoink that second place spot out from them. And the way they're going to try and do that, of course, on their end is just timing keys, but the big thing that they're hoping will happen to ESC Gaming is failed conversions on these 2 chests. I think that 18 Mists is one where there's a huge potential for that happening. Timing a 20 Mists is by no means a sure thing, right? Like, that's a pretty hard key. Mm-hmm. And same will be true if ESC Gaming put up a 2 chest in this Wake, is then they'll be looking at a 20 Wake as an option. But that's also something where we've seen teams lose hours trying to make a 20 Wake happen. So Lindormi Fan Club hoping that ESC Gaming gets stuck in that spot. They get stuck at 54 points with 2 chests, and Lindormi Fan Club can then catch up and overtake.
There's a high chance, I think, that 18, 19, 20 is an acceptable score to actually make it onto day 3.
Yeah, 18 Stone Vault, 19 Mists, 20 Wake.
Yeah.
I think so as well.
I think that's like a pretty good score to actually be able to make it to day 3. Oh my gosh, Nobus Academy, bottom right-hand corner of the screen. They actually end up body pulling an additional Necromancer. I didn't see exactly how it ended up getting pulled, but the Frostbolt volley ends up going off and wiping their entire group. I mean, that's That's really bad for Nobles Academy. We were talking about them needing to have basically a perfect end-of-day sequence to be able to catch up. They were playing from behind for the next 2 hours, and that right there is not what they needed. They cannot really afford to have many more of these 11-minute restarts.
Oh, so unfortunate to see. We're going back in. We can watch the replay here, Tuttles. You can maybe give us your insights, continue on, and I'll jump in after.
I can't see where it got pulled from.
Yeah, it looks like it's just behind them, so maybe that Necromancer they tried to skip got pulled. Yeah. I'm not sure how it got pulled, though.
Yeah.
That's tough.
It goes to show that, like we were saying, one thing goes wrong, or you just mishandle some of these packs, or whether it's the demands of healing or some of these like really rigorous tanking demands, things can spiral so fast. And like you said, they didn't want to see that here, but we've been looking at sort of the overall scheme of this weekend, how high the keys are being pushed, and there was a question in from chat that I wanted to also pass your way, Tuttles, although feel free to expand on it after Dratnos, about the Chinese groups. And you've been watching, you've been rebroadcasting yourself, but folks are wondering how the Chinese teams might measure up in the mix, since we know that they'll be joining for Global Finals.
So the Chinese region looks like it's a bit of a two-horse race right now. There's one team, they're called Stamps. Very, very good. They were a team that was rank 1 on the live ladder for like 4 weeks during the middle of November and December, so pretty early on, whenever everybody was pushing. They were a rank 1 team. They've been basically doing a ton of TR practice, and they look insane. Like, I think that their cap is maybe even potentially winning the TGP. They are on the record stating that they think that basically top 2 is their like, if they don't get top 2, basically that's a failure for them. They're very good. I think that their day 1 looked kind of similar to Mandatory's day 1, so I'm kind of interested in seeing how they look in the regional final in a few hours, maybe in like 12 hours or so. How they're going to look in the regional final. The second team, I don't know the anglicized translation of their team. They are 37-15 score on retail. I mean, this isn't final, but this is probably the team that's going to be making it out. They're 37-15 score. They looked pretty good. I think that they are similar skill to some of the top teams. I think that they're going to be battling for like the 5th or 6th place spot in global finals. That's my prediction. But they are quite good. There's a decent amount of upside depending on their cap of their dungeons is really high, but they were a little bit slow in some of like the 16s, and so it makes me wonder, like, are they going to, like, how well are they going to excel in the format specifically? It was one of those things that they only one chested a 16 Grim Batol, but they were able to very easily down an 18 Grim Batol, so they lost a lot of time by not two chesting that 16 and just like very easily did the 18. So I think that if they're able to actually two chest some of these 16s and two chest some of these lower keys, it will actually allow them to have a lot more time and maybe potentially have a bit more upside in that regard.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we don't think about it often, but the skill of, say, two chesting a 16, right? Or two chesting a 17, two chesting an 18 in some of these dungeons, three chesting a 16 where possible, those are valuable skills, especially in this format, but they're very rarely tested, right? Like, when would you ever learn to and focus on doing that, right? But yeah, because of our format updates where 4 teams are competing each day in 3 whole dungeons over 5 hours, right? Like, that's a lot of dungeons. So anytime you can secure a 2 chest, you're saving yourself 30 minutes, right? You're saving yourself. You basically have done 2 dungeon runs in the space of time that it only takes, or that it took to do 1, right? In fact, even faster than that, right? Because by definition, 2 chests are faster. So it's a very big game, but it is something that if you're mostly a high-key pushing team, you may not have, plans to scale up your strategy to try and go for those 2 chests in any of these dungeons. And in a lot of cases, you don't actually have to change your strategy to get them, right? Like, you just do the same strategy and it's fast enough that it works. But it is something to think about and sort of be aware of when you're going for the 2 chest and if you need to make any adaptations to make that happen.
That team also perma-ran DK. I'm kind of interested in your thoughts on this. I feel like DK has like a cap in a couple of dungeons. Like, what do you think about DPS Death Knight, particularly Frost?
Yeah, I think that it works out pretty well in some dungeons. Like, I like it. I actually really like it in the Wake. I think that's a really cool place that we saw it yesterday. What are the dungeons where you are less sold on it?
Mists. I think that Frost DK and Mist of Tyrannosaurus is actually pretty low damage.
So
and it's really bad at the first boss. It's so bad at the first boss.
It feels pretty bad in the maze to be playing Frost DK in my experience as well, where you kind of just don't. You have a lot of like medium-sized pulls, none of which feel particularly great to like press Breath of Sindragosa on, and then oftentimes you have this problem where like if your Breath of Sindragosa comes up even 10 seconds into a pull, you can't press it because it'll just expire with like more than half of its duration still up, and that feels really bad. And
it's really
it's tough.
It's really
you
weird
have to
for the
spend
first
like 10
boss.
seconds out of combat between every pull, right? Like that's the challenge in the maze is that you don't get to just chain pull and keep say breath rolling.
It's really weird for the first boss as well because you're synced with the enhancement shaman. Like your main phase, whenever the Droman's like out, is not 2 minutes, so you're actually not gonna have Breath of Sindragosa and like Ascendance up for the second burn. Most of the time, whenever you have the Moonkin, the Moonkin comps get the boss to like 40% HP during their first burn, and then they have it like about around 30 for their second burn, and the Moonkin has the Incarn because the variable CDR in the Incarn, and so they actually have some damage for that. Where the DK and the enhancement shaman just basically have nothing. Or like if you're playing like an Ellie shaman composition, the Ellie shaman and the enhancement shaman, they burn the boss to like 20% during their first burn, so they also don't run into that issue. Basically, the AUG can solo the second burn, so kind of a weird situation. I don't know. DK in there I think has like probably the biggest drawbacks, but it is really good in some other dungeons.
Yeah, it's cool to see the different comps we've seen. I've been liking to see this mage out of Nilbis Academy as well. I do think that mage is underrated this season, especially in this TGP. It's a class that has a lot of strengths, and the control that it brings in a dungeon like Necrotic Wake, and the amount of time as well in Necrotic Wake that you have one big target that you'd like to dump damage into, and a bunch of trash that can get blizzarded, is actually a lot of these, like, it's Blightbone, it's all the Necromancer pulls, right? It's even, Stitchflesh you get value, Amarth you get value. It's a really nice spec for this dungeon.
Dude, funnily enough, I've played a lot of Ellie Shaman Mage on retail, and that comp is nasty as well.
Tuddles, I know you've been like low-key advocating for Ellie Sham having a comeback, which I love. So, I mean, I think I'd love to see it. It's been great even just getting to see some of this mix-ups. Yeah, seeing that Mage, seeing how that affects things, or how DK or Rogue with some of our other kind of DPS variation have changed how these groups do their runs. But we will be continuing on here, coming into our last 2 hours. We're going to do a swap out. So we're going to have Zyronic coming back to the desk, and Dratnos, we'll see you later. Thanks for all the information, the wisdom, the math, and the great team insights. Appreciate it. And Zyronic, welcome back. So obviously last 2 hours. Today, I think, at least for me, has kind of come out in a way I wasn't expecting. Cinema really proving that they are huge contenders. ESC maybe struggling a little bit. So as we look at the last 2 hours of the day here for these teams to enter a dungeon, how are you feeling about how this is all kind of shaken out?
I'm feeling like we have a distinct lack of Ellie Shaman gameplay.
Amen.
We've got the Ellie Shaman Enjoyer duo desk coming up for this next 45 minutes here. I want to see Ellie Shaman and Miss. It's actually surprising that not a lot of other teams have brought it out here. We saw it actually have the #1 overall performance in time trials. I believe that was actually from our team yesterday, right? It was Yargi playing it for that squad. So I think it's really good in that dungeon. I think it's a good pocket pick, and that's an advantage that they have in that particular key. Maybe for the Global Finals if they're able to qualify tomorrow. But I think it's just in general overall pretty good. Again, the question with this comp is it's never going to replace the Enhanced Shaman. I don't think that's a little bit too powerful. And of course, we've talked about this before. Can it replace the Boomkin and other keys when we're able to bring that Mark of the Wild? It's just really valuable in a lot of these high key pushes. I think it's a great class, though.
Mm-hmm. I tend to agree. All right, so what were you seeing whenever you were off the desk? How are you feeling about all of these teams so far and their positions?
I think it's really more an extension of what we saw earlier. I mean, Cinema has continued to play lights out. They've been really, really strong throughout the entire day here, and they show no signs of stopping so far. I mean, they've been really, really solid. ESC Gaming, with that one hiccup in the Stonewall 18 the first time around, have gathered themselves together and been pretty clean since then, and they're looking like they're in a good spot to continue moving forward and compete with Cinema for that top spot. I think Dratnos made a really good point about Lindorme Fan Club, and that they haven't really hit all of the +2s they would want to in order to qualify, but they also haven't had too many like major mistakes. So as long as they're able to keep, steady on course here and get to the higher level keys, they could potentially upset for a top 2 spot. Yeah. I mean, Novus Academy, they look like they have the potential, but between a few mistakes, in addition to the power outage they suffered at the start of the day here, it looks like it's going to be pretty difficult to get back into the competition. But it's a little early still with 2 hours left, and they didn't count anyone out entirely yet.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations that it is definitely too early to count everybody out. The best thing that Lynn Dormy and Novus Academy can do is continue to time keys. Basically, they're assuming that they're able to continue to time keys. Any mistake from Cinema or ESC Gaming could absolutely cost them still. If they start fumbling the bag in this 20 Necrotic Wake, there's always opportunity to be able to come back. Like we saw at the end of the day yesterday, we saw from the Fika Knights, they were actually able to put up that 20 Necrotic Wake eventually. Assuming that Novus Academy and Lynn Dormy Fan Club, again, they're a little bit behind in terms of time just because of some of the efficiency on the 2 chests. But if you are able to have that max cap higher and you're able to put up some of the highest keys with better consistency, that's going to allow you the opportunity to be able to kind of squeak back in.
Let me pose a question that you posed to me yesterday. Looking at the keys that we have for the day here, at what point do we think the teams are more than likely to qualify through? What key levels for the 3 dungeons that you have available do you think is like the goal for the teams to hit?
I think 18, 20, 20 is guaranteed safe. I think 18, 19, 20 on Stone Vault, Mist of Tyranid Scythe, and Necrotic Wake is a nice number that is very, very likely to qualify both of the teams. I think if the top 2 teams put up 18, 19, 20, they're probably going to qualify. I would say 90% chance that you're safe there. But obviously not guaranteed. But if you put up like 18, 20, 20, I think that's almost like 100% guaranteed safe. So Cinema,
and do we think
1 key away from actually 18, 19, 20? So it's...
Yeah, they're looking really strong. Do we think that the 19 Stone Vault is a possible key? I heard you, Andrea, was talking about this earlier. Only 6 teams have done it on live, if I heard correctly, which is kind of crazy. Do we think that's a potential push key for today, or is that something that we would probably not see?
So both Cinema and ESC Gaming in the 18s, they're the only teams that have put up the 18. They're about 3 minutes under on the timer for that dungeon. I definitely think it's within their wheelhouse to be able to actually time that on a 19. I think it kind of comes down to whether or not they want to go put more attempts at the 20 Mist of Tyranid Scythe or the 19 Stone Vault. I think that's going to kind of come down to whichever you're more comfortable with. Of course, Mist of Tyranid Scythe, a much more favorable tiebreaker kind of key. But I think it kind of comes down to just like which one you're more comfortable with being able to get done within, let's say, an hour. Because you can probably allocate an hour to that. If you're both Cinema and ESC Gaming, those teams have both been pacing really well to have an additional hour to kind of do whatever you want to try with your +1. Assuming no major mistakes in the 20 Necrotic Wake, of course. That's a huge if. But yeah, I think it's possible. It's gonna those are the kind of the 2 options. It's like, is it 20 mists or is it 19 Stone Vault?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, obviously, we saw yesterday how volatile the 20 Necrotic Wake can be. And of course, we saw a week ago how difficult 20 mists can be as well, especially if you go for some questionable pulls at the end to try to make that timer work. Yeah, I don't think
oh my god, Novus Academy with fear go off
from our teams today. Oh yeah, they did have a fear go off. Enhanced Shaman just sitting the entire fear there. Of course, he would be the only person who could break himself out from that, so he didn't pre-trimmer it. Okay. It's not going to happen.
They got bailed out by Tank Heaven Bub there. That's I got very lucky. This pull is actually might be dicey with him. Like if he didn't need to press his bubble there, and he's a little bit light on defenses, this is actually a weird spot. They only have Rapture available. They have no more pain suppressions, and with the double Marauders alive, those gruesome cleaves can actually start dropping the Novus Academy tank lower and lower. You need to get these Marauders killed off quickly before that guy's in a lot of trouble.
This has been a pull that's been really difficult for Novus Academy to get through. They've actually almost wiped on this pull several different times. Even on the 16, they almost wiped this pull a couple times. So that's a big pull. I'm not sure if it's very efficient, but I mean, they're making it work somehow.
That's the default life pull. But the problem is, like in these key levels, especially with how much practice these teams have, you don't actually have Bloodlust available like on pull, and like your cooldowns are like synced in a weird. Okay, so you would be practicing this dungeon on a 20. Most of your practice time is going to be spent whenever you're doing the TR in this dungeon on a 20. you're going to have cooldowns and bloodlust for that pull in a 20, but now you're telling your tank in an 18, yeah, you're not going to have anything. You're not going to have cooldowns or lust for this pull. And so, yeah, it's a little bit of a weird spot.
You're going to look at Cinema going into the 20 Necrotic Wake here. Like you were talking about, this is the only key they have left to hit that theoretical 2019-18, which would almost certainly qualify them through. If they're able to get this done,
yeah,
they'd be in a fantastic position. But like we saw yesterday, this Necrotic Wake is a difficult key. We saw Viking Knights wiping in it for 2.5, 3 hours. So good first attempt from them here as they've gotten through the first boss onto the Naruto pull. Arcee's almost getting one shot by a Necrotic Bolt there, but just barely having a sliver of life to keep him alive. Very scary moment there.
They're kind of doing an interesting route adaptation. I've seen this route a couple of times where you have your players killing off that Necromancer with the Fleshcrafter. It allows you to actually skip that Marauder pack that you see they have hexed off to the side there to stop the patrol. So it creates a little bit of a... It's not a... I think it's a slightly faster pull that you can do with the Fleshcrafter throw cleaver as wine teams are doing it, so it's a little bit of a time save and a little bit of a safety gain because your tank's in way less danger doing that Necromancer pull than they are anything with a Marauder potentially.
Yeah, good tech there. Of course, major onus put on the Priest here with the Dominate Mind on the Fleshcrafters, as we've seen from our myriad of other Necrotic Wake runs, just making sure they're dealing with that the entire time. Mm-hmm. They don't want to let it out too early. They want to make sure they get the cleavers at a specific timer so that they can break one of the Marauder shields instantly, making their life that much easier on this particular pull. On the top right, ESC Gaming have gotten through the trash in the Necropolis areas of this 18, and they've also dealt with Surge and Stitch Flesh. 6 minutes left on the 2-chest timer in this key. They're going to have plenty of time to just sit here, wait for their cooldowns to come back up before they engage the boss. Do you think they're actually just going to sit for an entire minute here and wait for this Ascendance to come off cooldown just to make sure the boss is as safe as possible?
I mean, why not?
Yeah, they've got the time. Why not? Really?
I mean, why not? They have plenty of time. It's it's a little weird to do, but realistically, this fight's only 3 minutes in total. Your fail case is not being able to break the shield or having a really long kill time on the boss. If you pull the boss too fast as well, you end up in this weird situation where you're going to be waiting for Ascendance to come back up, and then if your Shaman is the first player that's targeted by the Dark Exile, then he's shambled, and I don't know. I think it's a weird situation where you definitely wait. I like that they're building resources on the Fleshcrafter. They're prepping the Tempests and stuff like that. They are pulling with 15 seconds remaining on that Ascendance, but that's going to allow it to be up before that first Dark Exile comes out. The first Dark Exile only comes out at the 40-second mark on the pull, and the Enhancement Shaman only needs about 20 seconds to dump their entire Ascendance. So I think it's totally fine to pull whenever they did here.
Is there actually value if you're Elbro here to hold the Ascendance until you see who the Dark Exile goes on, and if it goes on you can save the Ascendance for when you come back up and hit the boss with 100% crit buff? I think there might be, but obviously it went on the Druid there, so he's just going to send it instantly. There's no use waiting for the next Dark Exile.
Yeah,
I wonder if that's actually worth.
I mean, it looks like that's exactly what he did. I mean, it looks like you're right. I don't think you end up holding it past the. Well, I mean, they're Warnstoning back up as well. I don't think you're holding it past the first Dark Exile realistically, but I do think that you could hold it for that crit buff potentially.
Okay, interesting. Minor optimizations they're making to make sure this key goes down as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, so now they're going to be Warnstone juggling. So we saw Speed, Warnstone back up. Now Elbro on that Enhancement Shaman is going to actually have the Warnstone on him. And so the move of the Warnstone from the Augmentation Evoker has a CD on it, and the use of the Warnstone has a CD on it, but if you put it on a new player, you can actually just use that new activation on it. It actually looks like maybe they didn't go for the Warnstone juggle. Maybe Elbro's down there actually playing that phase like normal.
Maybe they're just keeping it on the... Well, they could juggle it every time, I guess, but I guess the idea is they don't want to have to commit a battle res to Elbro for no reason. Because, of course, they use the spell bop on the first one on Speed before he Warnstoned back up, so he wouldn't have to worry about dying off in 45 seconds. You can see Speed being Dark Exiled down now as well. Sure, gonna go position on the side for him to get Warnstoned back up. It looks like he's on the edge.
No,
I just see a long exile. I just saw the exile bolt fly again. What's going on with Speed? Can we get a POV on Speed? Okay,
What?
he
He's
came back up. Okay. He's back, but...
Hold on, wait. He got dropped back on the platform with the debuff. He actually didn't go all the way down. What just happened? That was weird. Wait a
What?
second. I'm smelling nonsense.
I've never seen that before. I saw his character, like, flying around on top of the platform, not going downstairs. What? Okay, and we have a death on Elbro here, which means the next Dark Exile is going to have a weird target if they're not able to get him up. Speed does go down to the debuff. We expected that to happen there. Quick battle res on him. Elbro takes the Ankh. They still have 2 battle reses. Unfortunately for them, the boss is low enough to where this shouldn't be an issue. They still have 1 minute 45 seconds on the 2 chest timer. A couple more throw cleavers will finish the job, and they'll have plenty of time to finish off the Fleshcrafter after the fact. So, weird occurrences here in this 18 necrotic wake, but they will get the 2 chest.
I just look over in our caster chat. Our producer goes, ESC still have 10 minutes to take on their break, I believe. And then Dranos just types, new win con for Lindormi just unlocked. Can you explain to the audience what he means by a new win con is unlocked here?
The new win con is that ESC Gaming does not take their break, and they end up taking the penalty for not taking all of your break timer, which is something like -5 points. It's some really bad thing that is just kind of forcing the teams to take the break timer we want them to take. Just give them some healthy options to make sure that they're not sitting in their chairs for 5 hours straight. I don't think ESC Gaming is going to forget to take their breaks, but yeah, Dranos is right.
Well,
if they don't take their breaks, Lindormi have a spot.
Look at the top right here. They're back in the necrotic wake, man.
All right. I mean, they have time for one more run, but remember, our teams do need to take all of their break timer, or at least start the remainder of the break timer before the final hour of the day, or they will incur that penalty. So we'll have to keep an eye on that for ESC Gaming. They'll get like 1 or 2 attempts at the start of this 20 necrotic wake before they have to eventually take those 10 minutes.
Yeah. So, they get, like, I would say 1 honest attempt at this dungeon on a 20 before they're forced to take their break.
That thing that happened to the Boomkin, that happened to Speed at the end of the dungeon there, that's happened in other dungeons. Remember, that was happening in Azure Vault when you took the book downstairs sometimes as a druid and you just infinitely flew.
Yeah. I've had it happen to me before, but it's always, like, dropped me into the void and killed me. It's always whenever you're trying to do some nonsense and bug it out to keep you on the platform. So you get punished. I've always been punished. I've never been rewarded by getting dropped back on the platform. But I don't know. That's fine. Like, even if Speed died there to trying to stay on the platform with his wild charge, he could have just got battle res, so it wasn't like the end of the world. The only worst case scenario is if he gets dropped into the void and his body doesn't get ported.
It's always weird to see something like that happen. Yeah, Cinnamon does have a death here on a Marth here. The timing is very weird. They get the battle res off. Fortunately, they're able to get it off before the trash bomb, so Krona can start getting some good damage out on them. Does Boomkin really lose a lot of value there at this point in the fight, dying right before the ads come out? Are they going to have issues killing this trash off at all, or no?
No, they're going to have issues killing the trash off, but he is going to lose the Spy Master stacks for the next pull. Like, you're Spy Master in this next pull, which is scary. And Whippy actually going down to the Frostbolt from the reanimated mage there. They're going to have to end up committing their next battle res, and they are out of B-reses for another 5 minutes.
Trash needs to die! They have to stun this mob, stun it! They got the stun.
That's
huge cap totem from Arxes there to save the team. Okay, it was the Crafter, that was a little scary, but they did have the cap totem out just in case. Oh, that could have been really bad.
I've been there, like, where you panic, especially if you take the bone carvers into the sky. You're like, oh, wait a second, the mobs are still up, and you're like, wait a second, this is bone carvers.
Okay, we're good.
So
that was a little scary.
I will say, though, by using those battle reses, it's going to make Nalthor a lot more dangerous. That's really what it does, is it forces you to have to do a lot more of those phases on the downstairs in Nalthor, and on a plus 20, those ads have a ton of HP. They're actually very difficult for the Moonkin to kill. And the Enhancement Shaman. I've seen Enhancement Shamans even die to those. If they low roll their RNG a bunch.
What do we think about the timer here? Obviously, like, if there are no mistakes in this 20 for Cinema, they should have time. But if they have a mandatory style wipe in this Necropolis here, will they still have time to complete this 20? I'm not sure. Those deaths on a Marth there might cost them if they do have any mistakes in this Necropolis. The other question is, are they going for the double Fleshcrafter strat? Looks like they do have 2 of them active right now. You can see one rooted on the far side of our camera here in the top left, and they also have one marked with a star in the middle of the group as well. So, okay, gonna get this on the corpse collector there. That's been hexed up by the shaman. It's really nice, actually, not having to deal with that extra blood splatter cast.
So to answer the question, I think they're pacing to be about like 3 minutes under on this dungeon. I don't think that's like we're in like one wipe territory. I don't think we can afford like a full wipe. But yeah, whenever you're doing double crafter stuff up here too, your time is just crazy. I actually like that corpse collector is left in that hex there, and they just use the flesh crafter to hit it the entire time. The throw flesh, especially on a +20, one shots your priest 100 to 0. It doesn't feel bad about it while it's doing it, and so I think that leaving that mob in the hex is actually a great tech.
A little bit of fleshcrafter on fleshcrafter violence there as they use one of the throw cleavers to finish off one of the 2 they had, and then they pull another one in the corner so they don't have 3 of them active at the same time.
Yeah.
Could you imagine trying to triangulate 3 throw cleavers at the same time?
The problem with 2 is like it's hard. Sometimes your brain just turns off and you don't realize which one's targeting you. And so you're just like, what? Like, which one is actually on me? I can't even imagine having a third one trying to figure out, wait, hold on, who's cleavering me? Wait, what's happening?
They're able to get it done with 2 here. This creation going down very quickly here. They do actually, once again, kill off one of the fleshcrafters with that throw cleaver. But, I mean, this is very efficient from Cinema. They've gotten through these 2 pulls very quickly.
I like what they're doing here. I feel like this is like the best version of this upstairs phase that we've seen from a team so far. And they're playing it like very safe. Like leaving mob CC'd. They're being very intentional with their cleavers in a section that I feel like is very difficult to be, again, intentional with what your cleavers are hitting. There's a bunch of like small mobs. There's like there's a bunch of just like a bunch of small mobs they can hit, like soldiers and whatnot. And the fact that they're actually getting the cleaver on the correct mob every single time and utilizing things such as the evoker pushback and whatnot, I think is a great. They're doing a great job here for Cinema.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons I was actually so worried for them on a Marth as well, right? When Chrono went down on a Marth, your Druid's the one that's CC, pretty much mostly on CCC duty for the Fleshcrafter, and that Fleshcrafter got in on top of the boss in the middle of all of their trash, so they weren't able to get cleavers on the boss. But they were able to deal with the trash and finish that off before the final Harvest cast, so it didn't amount to much. But it was like the first domino falling in what could have spelled disaster on a Marth. They were just able to barely get through it with that mistake. And, I mean, the trash was almost perfect here. Now they're just dealing with the RP trash that you have to get through before Surgeon Stitch Flesh spawns. In the meantime, our other teams starting new runs, finishing new runs. Nobles Academy in the 18 Necrotic Wake, brushing up against that 2-chest timer. Only a minute left on it. I don't know if they have enough time left here. This boss at 50% for them, and they also have to kill. Well, they don't have to kill the Fleshcrafter. They only have to kill the boss. They've got their trash count already, but that's a lot of HP to chew through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you here. I don't feel like a minute is good. Oh my gosh, their Auguvoker got sent down too. So he's going to have to sack himself. And they're going to commit a battle res, so that's another 15 seconds off the clock. Yeah, we were already worried about their 2-chest potential and him being a forced sack. They're basically... Oh my god! The double to the shaman. He onked and immediately died again. Okay.
Oh no, okay.
So good news is that we have 3 battle reses, so we can res the 2 people that we need to. Oh no, tank! Terrible news! A tank death is occurring. We're trying to use the cables on him. Now we are out of battle reses. There are no more battle reses available after our Auguvoker takes this res. We do still have 6 Man of the Year Fleshcrafter available, but we cannot be missing any of these cleavers.
I think
we have the res.
No, I mean they have a res. Can you res the Auguvoker? Don't you have to res? Should you have to res the mage?
I'm pretty sure you have to res the mage here. Yeah, I'm with you. So
okay, we have the res on the mage. Okay.
Good news is if you oh my god, we didn't get the.
Oh no! Oh no! That was really unfortunate. Getting the root and having the cleaver on you as well, and the boss got kited away from you.
Is the boss still?
I don't know if they have time. 340, no lust, no cooldowns. They have to go dominate mine the Fleshcrafter, get it ported upstairs, get it in the corner. Right. They're town portaling. That's 30 minutes gone for Nobles Academy. Just absolutely brutal, man.
I mean, the tank death, man. The tank death has cost many a team on the boss. I lost Astro Y and MDI, that boss.
It did, yeah, like at 2%. I remember that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was cinema.
I still can't believe he died to that boss years later. ESC Gaming, top right-hand corner of the screen here. racking up some deaths right after the Blightbone going down. A bit unfortunate here. At what point do you call it? At what point do you have too many deaths in this first area that you're like, not our best first area. One more.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, how do you feel about them dealing with his Gatekeeper after Blightbone? I feel like this is not the typical routing that we see.
I actually don't mind this because we're double cleavering him. Like, look at this. We're using double Fleshcrafter.
That's true.
So they're using double Fleshcrafter on Blightbone, and so they have to kill off this guy. Yeah, exactly. You see on screen right there. They have to kill off that Fleshcrafter prior to going into the next area. So they're just making a pit stop at the Gatekeeper, getting a bit more count. I don't think it's too bad. I'm not sure necessarily what it lets them skip. Probably one of the Marauder packs, if I had to guess. I think that there's like a Marauder pack that a bunch of teams do that they're actually able to skip. So it's, it's tank damage, it's tank survivability. It's going to be a little bit more consistent, lower opportunity to die. I think it's a good strat. You basically only have to get like 3 cleavers into those Gatekeepers in total to kill them off. So you're only getting 1 AoE.
Okay. Yeah, it seemed pretty efficient when they were doing it. I mean, it was like literally 3 cleavers, right? It just insta-dies, so...
So yeah, look at that. They're skipping that Gatekeeper, that Marauder pack that was off to the side in front of Narzuda. Yeah,
that's interesting.
So for Cinema, like you saw Cinema do the Necromancer instead of that Gatekeeper. That's basically the difference in the route.
And I mean, the difference obviously being you have the 2 Fleshcrafters for the Gatekeeper. You're only able to really take one of them up here to deal with this Marauder. So pretty big difference. Okay,
top right-hand corner of the screen here. Cinema have pulled Surgeon Stitchflesh. We saw this earlier whenever Nagura and I were casting. Cinema go for the safe strat on this boss. Basically, you just let the Fleshcrafter free cast permanently, and a lot of teams actually go for hitting Surgeon Stitchflesh every single time, but what Mandatory and Cinema do is they are totally fine with the cleavers hitting this creation. You don't have to kill... Like, they basically make sure the creation dies every single time. Because the big fail case on this boss is having multiple creations out at once, and they are basically eliminating any risk of that possibly happening for them, making sure that every single spot that it can possibly happen, they do have it killed off. They actually almost ended up pushing Surgeon Stitchflesh sub 5% and missing that escape cast, which would have been crazy to happen in a 20. But hey, Cinema, top right-hand corner of the screen here, one-shotting the 20?
Potentially. I mean, they have so much time. Look at their timer. 2 minutes left on the 2 chests. 8 minutes, essentially, to deal with this boss. They can sit here all day long, prep for the perfect pull on this boss and get it done. They are totally fine. Yeah, their tank's going to have to eat a few throw cleavers, but he's totally okay doing that to make sure that they're all prepped for this boss. One point, they do actually use the Bloodlust on Surgeon Stitchflesh. They save the 3rd press of it for that. So just to make sure that fight is as safe as possible.
Yeah.
I don't mind that at all. It makes sure that they phase it nicely and they're able to get that creation down if they accidentally put Cleaver into the boss instead of the creation. But looks like it's going well for them. And we know, I mean, the Fleshcrafter is the majority of the damage on the boss here. So have to see if they can pull it off. But like we just saw for Nobis Academy, this boss, it can cause some issues. So Cinema, can they get this done on their first attempt and put themselves on 57 points?
Nilbus bottom right actually bailing on the wake and actually going into the mists. Oh no.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, they're going to have to go back to the wake at some point.
Yeah, I mean, they're both +2s, so at the end of the day, as long as they get both of them done in a timely fashion, it doesn't matter which one they do first. A little unfortunate that wake didn't go their way, but, we'll see if they're able to get it later on today after they deal with this mists.
And here comes Cinema in the top right, making a movie. They basically are just going to be playing this fight as safe as possible, going for the consistent strategy, breaking out that Fleshcrafter out of CC every single time the shield's going to be applied to Nalthor the Rhinebinder. That's the only fail case here, is if that shield is up for too long, it puts a debuff on all of your players, doing way too much damage, and you see they get a perfectly timed cleaver. Now, that mob who's reeded off into the corner, he's going to be sleptwalked until the time is right, and that next shield is going to be applied to that mob. So you're basically playing a safe strat. Stone drop.
Oh my god.
Did he have Ardent Defender up? Whoa. That was crazy how low he dropped. I don't know if
he had no
AD
HP
up.
on my screen. He had no HP on my screen. I did not see any pink. That was scary.
That was very scary. Basically, we're trying to avoid a tank death. They only have 1 battle res available, so they can only sack 1 player at any given moment. It looks like that player who's going to be sacked himself is probably going to be Krona here. You see he got sent down. Moonkin sucks, honestly, at just killing the killing that mob downstairs. You do also see Arxes on that blue frame. He has that blue wind-looking debuff. That blue wind debuff is the debuff that drops the ground effect, but he got spell warding, so he doesn't have that green debuff that kills him, and so he was able to Wurnstone back up and continue to just basically hit the boss without dying. Looks like Chrona's actually playing the downstairs phase.
Yeah, he's playing it. Looks like he's actually attempting. I can see that astral power bar going up and down. He's attempting it right now. He's going for it. Up to 5 stacks now. Looks like it is. No, he's at 6 stacks now.
Oh,
Did he win?
He won. He won. The green debuff
he's on his way
expired.
back. All
He's
right.
He's gonna have a huge puddle. So yeah, he's fortunate enough, high enough HP that the first tick of the ground effect's not gonna kill him. Whippy able to get him pre-shielded as well. A nice wild charge on out of there to not take more than the initial tick of the puddle. And again, now we're just looking at the cleaver. This flesh crafter is our number one job, and Griwi doing an excellent job, honestly, without the help of Chrona's roots. Griwi doing a great job of keeping that flesh crafter dealt with. Now, unfortunately, Griwi gets punished going downstairs, and so now this is going to be Chrona's flesh crafter to deal with. You can do this while it's in melee. You only have to basically commit 1 CC to the Flesh Crafter, and it's going to line up perfectly for that shield. You saw it was Hodge, and now no CC on the Flesh Crafter, and now they get the perfectly timed cleaver. Griwi Wurnstones himself back up, so he'll get battle resed in 45-ish seconds, assuming that the key is still going on by then. But it looks like the Flesh Crafter, we're just playing this in melee. We're going to cleaver the boss down. Beautiful. We're going to kill the Flesh Crafter. And Cinema putting up the first 20 of day 2. Oh, wait, they miscount.
No, they're one off. Okay, they have to kill one mob.
Oh, they missed the bag.
It's going to be this Corpse Harvester. They've got 3.5 minutes to deal with this Corpse Harvester. Oh, no. Oh, that's the debuff. That's the debuff.
Dude.
Or no, it was a throw flesh. Okay. Okay. He's going to release, but he's not going to be anywhere near the team. He's going to be in the Necropolis.
This is a common thing that happens. So there's some blight bags at the back of this room that you're supposed to pull with Blightbone, and somebody always forgets them. I think that's more often than not. Most teams are just like, yeah, you're Evoker, you should pull those. And then occasionally your Evoker, for one reason or another, forgets. and then you miscount.
Imagine playing the entire key perfectly only to die to a throw flesh from the one mob you had to pull because you miscount. This looks like it's going to be all good.
This guy is ferocious. Like, your priest is pre-shielding himself. This guy's fading. This guy's melding. This guy's got nothing to do with your priest.
That's going to be the key time for Cinema as the Harvester goes down. A dominating performance today from Cinema. 3 hours and 30 minutes, and they're already on the score that we think is going to be enough for them to qualify. Question is, if you're Cinema, where do you go next? Your options aren't great for adding more score to your board, right? They've got the 20 miss, which is definitely difficult. Got the 19 Stonefall, which is arguably even more difficult. Mm-hmm. They could also go to a 21 Necrotic Quake. I mean, it could be cool to see someone attempt that. You never know. Looks like they've got this dungeon kind of on lock.
I'm really curious to see where they're going to end up. I mean, that plus 21 would be great. Cinema, for coming in and kind of being one that I think most teams sort of wrote off. Not entirely, right? They still placed pretty high with the time trials, but I don't think folks were expecting them to come in and just be dominant today like they have. But it is, as Chad has been saying, absolute Cinema. Amazing to see. But, you know, Cinema, they said themselves that they wanted to prove the doubters wrong and win it. And I think ESC, on the opposite side, had a lot of confidence coming in that a lot of people were kind of backing, and they really thought their top-tier gameplay was going to win it for them. And, you know, we have to give a quick shout-out because even though they're not in the top contenders, Nilbis, our first Brazilian team to qualify for a tournament like this. It's been amazing seeing them just keep going despite some technical issues going on earlier. So, got to give a big old shout-out and some love for Brazil as well.
Brazil mentioned back!
But going back to this sort of rivalry between Cinema and ESC, we just watched them both, I mean, obviously go through this plus 20 as ESC continues on it with a Necrotic Wake. So, you know, Zyra, what do you think about this run? Which strat do you think ultimately was more effective? What have you noticed? You pointed out some of the differences as you went through, but what do you think overall has been successful or unsuccessful for ESC and Cinema in this plus 20?
Well, I mean, nothing's been super unsuccessful as of yet for ESC Gaming, right? This is their first attempt at 20. I mean, the big discussion that we're talking about mostly in the Necrotic Wake is whether or not teams are able to, you know, perfectly recreate the potential of the double throw cleaver strat that we saw from Mandatory. Cinema did a fantastic job of using 2 cleavers. almost the entire time in the Necropolis. And we're going to have to see if ESC Gaming is going to be able to recreate that as they make their first foray into the Necropolis on the +20 here. And you can see the size of these pulls, the danger of these pulls is through the roof. As their dragon takes 70% of his HP from an errant throw flash, these corpse collectors need to go down incredibly quickly. And one of the things that I saw that we were pointing out from Cinema was that these corpse collectors, they kept CC'd the majority of the time. They would take their time to make sure they were hexed in a corner, not throwing flesh, and just leaving them down with flesh crafters. And it was really nice, really safe for them.
I think it's kind of interesting because for Cinema, this was, I think, the first team that I actually saw doing a bunch of really weird stuff on retail with their flesh crafters, because they have been playing basically, Chrona's been on Moonkin pretty much this entire expansion so far, and so they were doing a bunch of weird stuff with the flesh crafters and the throw cleavers at the very beginning of the expansion, and I think that's why they're actually excelling in this Necrotic Wake, is because they've had an entire season to practice, to prep, and to perfect these throw cleaver strats, and they know what the fail cases are, and they know that those corpse collectors are absolute menaces. And I mean, look at what ESC Gaming are doing. ESC Gaming, they're getting that corpse collector slightly outside of the pack. They're leaving it in a hodge, and they're making sure that flesh crafter is able to hit it as well. But sometimes those Patrick soldiers, that loyal creation, can just walk in like very slightly in front of it, and it can cause a problem. But yeah, those mobs are so insane. Like your priest has to be fading, melding. There has to be a DR press on your priest every single time that throw flesh is on them, because it does physical damage. And so yeah, anytime that you can get those mobs killed off as fast as possible, that is a huge deal.
And you can see they're also using like almost every single target CC that they have available to stun up that corpse collector when it's casting throw flushes, probably on the priest, just to make sure that they don't get one shot off by them. It's a huge strain on the team to make sure that those throw flushes don't go through.
Yeah.
But they're doing a good job of it. And you can just see how much more difficult it is for them to deal with it when it's not just CC'd off in the corner behind a flesh crafter. Looks like they're going to be able to get this one down. Maybe one final throw flush for the road, but they had a personal up, so it wasn't that big of a deal. And they've gotten through the danger of this particular pull, just now have to use those throw cleavers to finish off the creations. But so far, first attempt at the Necropolis here on the +20, going well for ESC Gaming. Meanwhile, Lindorme Fan Club has returned from their break and are making headway into their 18 Necrotic Wake. I believe that is the remainder of their breaks done for the day, so they have the next hour and a half or so to get some consistent clean runs in here and try to make a run for it.
So it's just ESC with the break time that's left for them, right?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
I think there's only been one very close break moment in MDI TGP history, and it involved mandatory last TGP. Hopefully, basically ESC Gaming just needs to declare that they're taking their break right after this run, and it's totally fine. The only thing that could maybe fault them is if they forget that they need to take a break or something.
Interesting statistic coming out here. Thank you, Sarah, for this one. Fastest Necrotic Wake 20 on live is at 29:43. Zenema just did theirs in 29:51, so only a few seconds off of that pace. Actually would have been much, much faster if they'd remembered to pull those bags at the start of the dungeon. They had to teleport back to the beginning and kill off the Corpse Harvester. That could have been the fastest run we've seen in that key ever, so just goes to show you the way Cinema's playing here is incredible. And they're not done yet. We're in the 20 Necrotic Wake, giving this key a chance, so see if they're able to get this one done and match mandatory from last week.
I mean, No Speaky last weekend put up a 20 in 28:53, so if we say they had the bags, they would have probably put up a similar time.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that timer that they put in the Necrotic Wake was a really, really good run from them.
They almost made it look easy. Like, they were very rarely in danger from the way they were playing that dungeon. Or, from what we could see. There might have been scenarios where they're like, oh, wait, miss CC, but, obviously we can't. We aren't tuned into their comms here. But, you guys could be watching the stream right now. All of our teams have players that are live on Twitch right now, so if you want to tune into any one of these teams, potentially listen to their comms, see what they're doing from their UIs, go check them out. Go to the Warcraft section on Twitch, scroll down. I'm sure a bunch of these players are live right now. If you want to tune into any one of the classes they're playing, you can get a better view into what the individual team comms are like.
That was a good plug. All right, look at the top right-hand corner of the screen. This is the most important run that's happening right here for Cinema. They are able to get Droman down to the 20% threshold. Moonkin composition on this boss, the amount of HP that you're looking to push Ingram Malik to is around the 40% threshold. A little bit lower than that is great, like 35% is money for being able to actually push the second burn. They had it to 38% coming out of that first burn. So the boss is going to be around the 28-ish% mark going into the second burn, which the Moonkin with the Incarn is going to be able to actually do the remainder of. And the bottom left-hand corner of the screen there, we had Lindormi Fan Club wiping on Amarth. It looked like maybe there's an ad still up. Is that exactly what happened? Maybe we can get a replay on that? I think that's what happened. It looked like all 5 players died at once.
If all 5 players died at once, it had to have been one of 2 things. Frostbolt Volley when they were already low from the pulsing damage, or a Final Harvest. I didn't see what the death message was, so hopefully we can get a replay for Lindormi Fan Club's wipe there. We'll have to see what happened to them. But in the meantime, let's take stock of where we are once again. ESC Gaming now on to Rot Spew, which means they'll be coming up to Surge and Stitch Flesh in a moment here, as long as they're able to get through this mob. These spew diseases, of course, very dangerous to deal with. You can see one of those casts doing 80% of Pillow's HP, no problem whatsoever. Probably had a shield on himself as well there, just in case. But looks like they're going to be able to get through it. I mean, the Necropolis has gone clean for them as well. This has been really, really solid gameplay from ESC Gaming.
Yeah. I mean, ESC Gaming, they're looking phenomenal. I think that them and Cinema have had absolute, like, almost perfect days, like very few mistakes on their entirety of their day. And the ESC Gaming, kind of similar to Cinema, going to be able to actually go to the Mist, assuming that ESC Gaming are going to be able to close out this run. But they have some of the hardest 5 minutes ahead of them here, Zyro, with the final 2 bosses of this dungeon.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think we have a replay for that Lindormi wipe so we can see what happened beforehand, though. Looks like it was a Final Harvest, though.
Oh, no.
Oh, that was so unfortunate timing. They tried the knock-up. I believe that was a Thunderstorm from their Enhanced Shaman, but the mobs hit the ground and weren't in CC right before the Final Harvest cast ended. That was fractions of a second, I think.
So the bounce doesn't count. It's only hard CC. So
the bounce doesn't count at all? I thought
exactly.
It counted. Okay.
It has to be a stun, or like a like a sleep or something like that can be applied to them as well.
Some hard CC.
Exactly. It could be like a Dragon's Breath. It can be an Incapacitate as well, but a knockup doesn't work.
Okay.
Which is a little bit weird.
Well, they tried. They were like, do we have suns? No. Okay, I'll try this. Nope, we're dead.
Ooh,
unfortunate.
Dude. Cinema, top right-hand corner of the screen, 650 first boss split, absolutely phenomenal. You want like a sub 7-minute first boss split, and with the way that they were doing the fight, like I was calling out earlier, they were able to maintain their ascendance here for this next pull, and they're doubling up this next pull. They're pulling the room that's in front of them, and basically they're going to be trying to focus down the Stalker. They're going to be trying to focus mostly the Stalker. They don't want a bunch of bites going off, and then they're going to be looking and putting all their focus into these defenders as well to be able to get those killed off rather quickly. But, I mean, Cinema here looking very automatic. They have the hardest part of the dungeon ahead of them, though, with the maze. They also have a very difficult pull at the very end of the dungeon, about 30 minutes in. There's been one other team that's attempted this dungeon on a 20 so far during the TGP. It was mandatory. They wiped to the last pull of the dungeon. They would have timed it otherwise. So Cinema has a lot of work ahead of them, but the 650 first boss split is looking great.
Okay, that's good to know. So when we get into this section of the dungeon, we've already covered how difficult the Stagcorns are in the third section of the dungeon with their Ask Nova casts. But in the middle section here, between the first and second boss, what specifically are the players looking out for? What are they using personals on? What are the potential one-shot scenarios that they're trying to prevent?
So, Defender's Expel cast is the biggest one. There's also this Mistveil Stalker that you see on the screen right here for Cinema. So, basically what Cinema's going to do is they're immediately going to Hodge the Stalker. That's going to let the first 2 Expel casts go off by the Defender, and then the Stalker's going to come out and press that Mistveil Bite. Everybody's going to press a defensive on themselves. You're going to, like, fade. You're going to, like, PS yourself. Potentially they could drop a Powered Barrier. I've seen that be a pretty common strat. They're also going to completely focus down that Stalker because they don't want a second one going off. That mob 100-0s you. So that mob is very scary. Then, yeah, like I was talking about earlier, it's just expel damage. You see Whippy gets both of the expels on himself, and he just immediately presses the PS. There's also this weird situation where teams do some aggro stuff in the maze, and they pull Gorge Gullet through the wall. You see that guy, that frog popping up here. So there's now this added effect for your enhancement shaman, where that guy is in purgatory. That guy is trying to dodge the pools on the ground. He's trying to dodge the frog frontal. He's trying to get any uptime, one melee of the mob, and then for some reason your Aug Evoker isn't standing in melee, and he's baiting the expels far away, and you're not actually able to hit the mob, so you're losing a ton of damage. That's why this maze is super hard. And then on top of that, your priest has to juggle this stupid mind control mob that comes out and melees him to death.
Oh, no.
And it's the dumbest thing ever. And so he doesn't want to play in melee, but then the defenders are just pushing him permanently. And for some reason, he just gets meleeed by the Soul Cleaver and costs you 15 seconds. And now the Soul Cleaver's beating on your tank, and your tank can potentially die. And so now he has to get PS, but you wanted the PS for yourself. So yeah, this maze is kind of...
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Everything happening as you talk about it. I love it. It's beautiful. But they're able to live through it. That's the thing. Yes, Whippy went down, but they didn't expend a battle res for it, right? They're playing really well. But in the meantime, while this is happening, we need to shift our focus to the top left-hand corner as ESC Gaming has gotten through Surge and Stitchflesh. They have Nelthor the Rhinebinder at 50% here. They still have 2 battle reses, and I think they have plenty of time here. 5 minutes left on the timer. It's just about keeping it clean. No deaths. Make sure you deal with that platform well. Make sure every cleaver goes into a shield.
Elbro's also got his offensive CDs available for him as well. Oh, wow. Is he pressing him on the downstairs?
Downstairs, yeah.
That's very interesting. You would never want to do this, but Elbro knows the fail condition isn't killing the boss, doing damage to the boss for him. He knows that the fail condition is actually him dying to that ad downstairs. Fully committing the Ascendance is a little bit weird because now you're desynced from your PI. You don't have the PI, so the PI is just probably ended up going on this Druid at some point. But the most important thing is getting that Fleshcrafter placed in a good spot. Elbro actually getting gripped out of that ground effect puddle that he ended up getting dropped on, and then Feral lunging back to the boss here. I think that was a very interesting play that not a lot of Enhancement Shamans would have made. And again, now they're saving. They still have those battle reses that you were talking about. Again, the Auguboker and the Balance Druid are the people who want to actually use those battle reses because it's really difficult for them to kill the ad sometimes. Speed hasn't committed the Javelin to the boss yet. Am I seeing that correctly?
No, yeah, there's definitely still a Javelin on his character here. Maybe they're just saving it just in case they don't line up a Throw Cleaver perfectly, but this one's into the shield and they're going to be good.
I'm hearing... I'm actually getting word from Speed. He's actually going to take it into the Mist of Tyrannus Scythe after this dungeon.
Okay. Well, there's one battle res there as their dragon does go down. Maybe he's saving it if he gets sent down and doesn't have a way to kill the ad.
Nah, he's just javeling the boss right now.
He's just javeling the boss. Okay. He's javeling the final shield of the dungeon.
Died.
Yacht has gone down, though. Yacht has gone down. Have to get the res. They have the one final battle res. Elbro's gone down. Yacht dies again! This is going to be a wipe!
Wait, hold on. They had the Throw Cleaver.
Yes, he gaming.
They had the Throw Cleaver. If they can get the Throw Cleaver on the boss.
The Cleaver doesn't do enough, though. The Cleaver does 5%.
Oh, he missed.
And they missed it.
He missed the Cleaver.
No!
Dude, and now they have to take a break. Oh, my God.
Oh, that is not what you want to see if you're an ESC Gaming. Shades of Astra Y in the Necrotic Wake here as they wipe in the final moments to Nalthor the Rhinebinder. A Cleaver might have been able to finish the job for them. Just an absolutely brutal wipe.
Oh my god.
Oh, ESC has to be feeling it. That is not what you want to have happen, especially right before you have to take this break and the last hour is coming up. We'll see how they're going to kind of figure things out moving forward with their straddle B, and Cinema as well having a little bit of difficulty, it looked like, there too. But we're going to have a bit of a swap here on the desk. We'll be saying goodbye to Tettles and Zyra. We're going to be getting Makes and Dratnos in so that we can go over some of what just happened. Now, Cinema's run also just concluded. Makes, did you manage to catch what went wrong for them there as we transitioned over?
Yeah, so they started the maze, but then unfortunately they did have a tank death there that just escalated into a full team wipe. They even went back to try and recover it, but to be honest, the timer in the 20 mists is very tight, and as soon as they had racked up 7 deaths, they were like, okay, let's just send it. In the meantime, here you can see the replay from ESC. Yeah, I mean, if that last cleaver would have hit Dratnos,
it would have been close.
There would have been a chance, but
yeah,
it's
usually does about 5%. So I think they would have still had a little bit of health and not a lot of players alive to do it, but maybe. But yeah, that's tough. Now they are going on break. Cinema getting ready to restart here. We do have Lindormi also restarting at 18 Wake. So Lindormi are afforded some opportunity by ESC Gaming having that late wipe in a 20 Wake, right? If Lindormi can get this on the board, they'll advance to 53 points. Now, that's still behind ESC Gaming at 54, but it's starting to get in range. I mean, it's so tough here for Lindormi because there's only an hour and 13 minutes left in our day, right? And that is not a lot of time. They're 3 points behind ESC Gaming So even if ESC Gaming don't add anything to their score, it's going to be tough for them, but it's definitely still possible, especially if ESC Gaming, they have to take that 10-minute break. If they come back and mess it up again, we can see Cinema in the top right, wiping in this 20 wake, right, or 20 miss right at the start. So they're going to have to restart again as well. Milbus down in the bottom right, restarting their key, it looks like. They were pretty deep into a mist last I saw, but it looks like they're restarting it. So
they poured it down after the penultimate boss, and then their tank died, and they already had 10 deaths.
I see.
So it might have been this is what breaks the camel's back, where they just decided that was enough now, and they would just go again. We're getting a little bit of a replay here from when we actually had Cinema finish out their necrotic wake, and they were really fast, given that they had to deal with this entire corpse harvester with a team of 4, notably as the Revoker unfortunately got annihilated by it and then had to walk all the way back from the necropolis to reach the team again. So something with the respawn not really working in their favor, but they managed to get that 20 on the board and are leading the pack.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Cinema are locked for making it out of the day. There's no way that the 2 other teams will be able to get to 57. So Cinema in great shape. They're looking to get to 58 here with this missed 20 if they can put that on the board, which would be huge for them. That's big. But, ESC Gaming, they talked a big game coming into this weekend, right? This is a team that was really expecting great things of themselves, and a lot of people were expecting great things of them, and they're 3 points behind Cinema. They're getting and they're in danger of being 4 points behind here. Even if they make it out of the day, this is probably not great for that confidence of being you always think maybe you're the best team here, but if they keep playing, if it plays out like today again tomorrow, they might not make it out of this group.
Okay, come on. Now you're starting to sound like Nagura. She's also a doubter. So if you're looking at the leaderboard here, you can see that ESC Gaming has access to 2 2-pointers. Both the 20 Mists as well as the 20 Necrotic Wake are open to them. It's just going to need one good run to get it on the board, and they could even overtake Cinema if Cinema continues to be unable to get their missed 20 on the board. So I wouldn't count them out just yet. We've seen, I believe, last weekend and also yesterday how crazy this format can go, especially in the last hours when there's only hard keys left over that teams have to work on. So this is kind of where the competition moves closer again. They can't keep up with that one shot kind of pace, and they run into more walls, which obviously allows everyone else to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate for them as well. Like, they definitely can do the 20 wake. They just wiped in the worst possible way. I mean, they wiped at 10% on the last boss, right? Like, that is such a tough spot to be in. So they lost so much time as a result of that, and now they have to take their last break as well. And they're taking their break after that had just happened to them too, so I can't be feeling great.
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
I don't hate that. Having a break now where you're already arguably probably a little bit tilted, shrugging it off, maybe, doing the Nagura way, getting a glass of milk and some cookies, and just, coming back stronger. It is about the mental fortitude. You cannot let this tilt you, and maybe that 10-minute break is coming in exactly where they would like it.
And the thing is, so they could go for those 2 chests upgrades in the Mists and the Wake, and they could try and be like, yeah, we're going to get more points than Cinema, or we're going to tie Cinema and get the tiebreaker on them, and we're going to show that we're the number 1 group team of today. But that actually is the biggest chance of them being eliminated today. It's not a high chance, but realistically, the only way they could get eliminated is if they don't put points on their scorecard right now, and Lindormi can put 3 on the board. So ESC Gaming, if they really want to maximize their chance of just making it to tomorrow, they probably should actually go into one of those 19s instead of the 20s and just put it on the board, move to 55 points. 55 is going to be very hard for Lindormi to get to.
Oh, don't... see, I know you're right, but I hate it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a decent chance they'll be safe even at 54, but it's not that comfortable, right? Like, if Lindormi can put this AT on the board, they'll be at 53. They'll be close.
No, I think at least one more run you sent into the 20 for sure. Especially with how close they were. I think that's definitely what you try to do now. You have a little bit over an hour. That is one run. When they come back, maybe it's just 2 runs. But ideally you would get another one in right at the end there. We know that the Necrotic Wake 20, if it's fast, is under 30 minutes. It might come down to the wire. Let me look at when they started that break. AI should be back in like 3 minutes. So if they're really fast, they can do 2 full runs of 30 minutes and then start another one, which would be absolute perfect time management. But of course, that hinges on the idea of them being able to one-shot the 20s.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's like I don't know. I mean, there's no way you don't make it to tomorrow if you go for the 19s right now, right? Like, I think that would be what the thinking I would have. But of course, there's some ego involved, right? And you don't want to be a couple points behind Cinema here. You want to be like, no, we're as good, we're better than you. We're gonna get those points on the board as well. But yeah, it looks like Necrotic Wake will probably be the next dungeon that they're going to activate. We'll see what level it'll be once this break finishes. I don't know. I do think the safe play is the 19 at this point. Even though it feels like you've got a lot of time left in your day, it's just there's no benefit to doing the 20s except for that pride. And you can get that pride back tomorrow, right? If you're one of the 2 teams to make it out of the group tomorrow, that's all that matters.
So here's what I would do as kind of an agreement between the 2 wolves that are currently arguing inside me. You go to the Miss 19. You finish that.
Sure.
That is a quicker dungeon.
And then you come back here to Wake.
And then you just slam the 20 Wake until you hopefully get it on the board. That way you have 120. That means you secure yourself for any tiebreaker situations in case anything should happen with that. And you get the extra point on the board as well to kind of double secure yourself. So I think that would probably be my preference. Now, they did just finish out the Necrotic Wake, so there might be a little bit of a bias of just staying in that same dungeon, but
it's so hard.
I think that's how I would approach it.
When you wipe in the last 5% of the last boss of a dungeon that you were on pace to time, it's so hard to go somewhere else. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's also so hard to lower the key level, right? Either of those things would be very difficult to do. But yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, realistically, ESC Gaming, they should be, as long as they put something on the board in the next hour, they should be safe. And even if they don't, there's a decent chance they'll be safe regardless, because Lindormi Fan Club are the team that is maybe threatening them. At this point, Nilbus Academy down in the bottom right, there's just no way they can put enough points on the board in the next hour to catch up, to fight for top 2. So it is the other 3 teams now that are in that spot. Cinema are already locked in. So I would say right now it's like ESC Gaming are still definitely the favorites to get that second spot out of this day, but Lindormi Fan Club, they are in this the fun position. They're the underdogs, right? They're hoping, and there's always a chance that things continue to go wrong for ESC Gaming, especially if ESC Gaming let their pride get the better of them and deploy the key at level 20. That's something that if you're Lindormi Fan Club, you are hoping that the key goes in at 20.
You're playing to win. You're playing to win,
all right,
and you will have to do 20s, and Escape Gaming says, yep, that is exactly how we feel.
I mean, this is good news for Lindormi Fan Club. This is your path to victory, right? You're
such a hate
No,
monster.
It's true. Like, if you think, okay, put yourself in Lindormi Fan Club's shoes. What are you hoping that ESC Gaming do, right? You're hoping they put in the 20, because if they put in the 19, you're dead. There's no way.
Well, they would still need to time the 19 as well. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Or let's not pretend the 19 is nothing. But I like it. I like seeing the 20, and I don't think it matters that much for Lindormi, because if ESC is unable to convert that 20 into points, then that's also good for you. So
right. That's the thing, right?
Either way, there is hope.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's much more hope if they put in the 20, right? Like, if they put in the 20, it's a much harder key to time, right? So that's what you're rooting for, although you can't die like this, Lindormi. No, the Shadow Well taking them down here 11 minutes into this run. That's going to be a reset on this Wake. Oh no, Lindormi Fan Club. And now, again, their path even to 54 is narrowing. They need to be able to put this 18 Wake on the board. That'll get them 53. And then they need to find another point somewhere, ideally in a 19 for tiebreakers, to get them to then 54. And again, they're hoping for ESC Gaming to not add anything to their scorecard.
Lindormi has this narrow pathway to tread through, but, I love it. It makes accused you a little hate watching, but I think you're love watching for Lindormi. I feel that, Dratnos. But, you know, we've got a lot of teams trying to put it on the line here, trying to find that path to victory, while Cinema is trying to kind of just, I think, prove something like they said they sort of set out to do right here with this plus 20. We know Mandatory tried for this plus 20, but due to some, you know, a little bit of goofery, didn't quite land it, although it seemed like it was within their reach. But Megs, if Cinema gets this on the board, it's not about points. Do you think that this sends a message to Mandatory that they're not just out to win groups, they're coming for them?
Oh, I think 100%. I mean, earlier in the day, I was kind of just theory crafting with Nagura a little bit, saying the best possible outcome for a team on today is 20-20-19, the 20s in the Mist and in the Necrotic Wake, and then the 19 in the Stonevault. Highest possible keys we've ever seen on live and in tournament realm. And I think if Cinema is able to get the 20 Mists here, they still have ample time to possibly even get that Stonevault 19 on the board. And I think that would be indeed living up to their name, Absolute Cinema.
Yeah. I mean, their Stonevault 18 looked really clean. It was a beautiful zero-death run. I think they could do it on 19. I mean, the problem is that even with that beautiful zero-death 18, the amount of time they had left meant that if they ran it exactly as cleanly on a 19, it would be like right at the timer. So that is going to be incredibly tight if they do go for it. But if they put this Mist on the board, the only other option would be to go do like a 21 Wake, which has never been timed. It's not impossible either in theory, but it is it's going to be tough. Lindormi, losing another couple minutes here at the start of this Wake. ESC Gaming actually nearly had that happen as well, but they were able to stabilize with some nice kiting from their tank and avoid that being a death.
If those are the wipes you have in the Necrotic Wake, I think it's okay, but eventually they will have to stop. You'd much rather wipe here than at Amarth, as we saw yesterday, or even at Nelthar, which we unfortunately also saw today. So that is ideally what Lindormi stops doing now. No more wipes, neither at the beginning, and nor in the middle, nor at the end, and hopefully they can get that point on the board. But like you're saying, ESC, for them, it's all or nothing, basically. They need to get this 20 on the board to lock themselves in here, and it might not be this run eventually. We've been seeing a lot of teams this weekend, especially, having problems with this Necrotic Wake.
Yeah, it's that nasty combination of a dungeon that goes up to a high level of keystone and is doable, but is very hard, right? Like, it's not one of these dungeons like, say, Stone Vault or Grim Batol, where you just look at it and you're like, yeah, we're going to leave this key at 18, we're good, right? It's one of those dungeons where you know you can do it at 19, at 20, right? But it's super deadly. There's so many different ways that you can lose your run. You have to play so cleanly for 30 minutes in order to actually put it on the board. So definitely a nasty one for us to throw at these teams. It's doubly nasty as well because
just came back.
Yeah, they're going out of there again.
They're having another
That's all
issue.
good. Yeah, it's again minus 1 minute, not a big deal.
I think it's chat, to be honest. I think chat has not been cheering enough for them just yet.
Yeah, the other thing that makes you have to do the Necrotic Wake as well is our tiebreaker system, right? Like, because this is the key that goes up to the highest level, not only are you getting more points from it, you're also getting better tiebreaker value as compared to, say, an equally difficult key that caps out at plus 18 or plus 19. So it's not surprising that teams have spent a lot of time here in the Wake. And we know that tomorrow is going to feature an Arakara, right? Because tomorrow we haven't seen Arakara today or yesterday, and we have the other ones tomorrow. So I think we'll see a similar thing where teams will have to get that Arakara up to, say, 20 in order to get out of this group tomorrow.
Yeah, it will definitely be a similar story today. I think out of all of the individual days that we had thus far, today to me feels like it's the hardest because of the potential of the Mist and the Necrotic Wake. At the same time, though, we're seeing what I was kind of mentioning earlier. If a lot of the teams are unable to get the 20s on the board, then suddenly it's not about the 20s anymore. Now, there is Cinema, who have already gotten one, and ESC Gaming are working hard on also getting that same point. But, you know, there is a world where you only have so much time in the day, and you're not able to work on those 20s, and instead it's about, you know, maybe getting the 19s, like, is a real possibility for ESC here.
Yeah, that's, again, ESC may have to lower their expectations. In particular, I think if this run doesn't work out, that's when you start thinking about putting the
Yeah.
19 on the board. Although, the good news for ESC Gaming is that Lindormi have also been having problems, right? So, ESC Gaming are actually also under less pressure because Lindormi Fan Club aren't improving their score, right? So, the more likely it is that 54 is safe, the more you can just go for these 20s as ESC Gaming. And right now, 54, it's not 100% safe, but if Lindormi lose another run here in this wake, it's starting to get close.
Well, for both teams, right? If ESC lose another run, then it's also starting to
Yeah,
get
but
close.
Lindormi
in case Lindormi
if nothing
is
happens
able
for either
to
team,
keep it going,
right? Then ESC Gaming are still 3 points ahead. So
Yeah, that's true.
every 30 minutes that pass with both teams not improving is good news for ESC Gaming.
Yeah, the thing is, Lindormi with this would have the 18. So let's talk about what they would do then. So that would give them the 18. Ideally, they would like a 19 to convert the tiebreaker.
Right.
But they also need to get the overall point. So
19 would
you
also
do the
work for
19
that.
necrotic wake then?
Yeah, so you either do 19 wake or miss, whichever you're more confident in, and then you get to 54 points, and you actually would have tiebreakers over ESC Gaming because... So if ESC Gaming improve absolutely
If
nothing...
ESC Gaming does nothing.
Yeah, then they're on 3 18s, and a 19 would beat them on that first tiebreaker, which is what's the highest key you've done. So yeah, Lindormi's path to victory is step 1, ESC Gaming wipe for the next hour.
Does nothing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Step 2,
No points.
you complete this 18 necrotic wake, and then step 3, you complete a 19 as your last run of the day. Now, in theory, you could maybe do another run on top of that. Like in absolute best case scenario, you could maybe get to 55 as Lindormi if if it's a perfect end of your day. But that is such a tough thing to do. I think realistically, 54 is probably their ceiling at this point. And yeah, you're just hoping that ESC Gaming lose the next hour. Now, is that possible? Absolutely, right? ESC Gaming lost 30 minutes to wiping on Nalthor in their last 20 wake. If that happens again, they'll only have 30 minutes left in their day. They'll probably make the call to go to a 19, but it's by no means guaranteed. And either way, they could just, 30 minutes is not a lot of time, as we do have a death coming out for Lindormi. It is their shaman, so it's just able to onk. Not going to cost them a battle res, at least, as they're working on Blightbone here. And yeah, it's a narrow path, but it's definitely still there.
With that path in mind, if they finish this run right now, I assume their 18 is going to be around like the 27-minute marker, seeing that their 16 also wasn't as fast as some of the others we've seen.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was even a bit
27,
slower.
28, yeah, is probably where I would nicely place it if it was a good run. And then they can start a 19, but I think that's the only thing they can do. So they can probably wipe a couple of times in the beginning of a 19, but then they will need to finish it out basically as last dungeon of the day, because they are going to get overtime limit. There is less than an hour for these teams to start their final run, and that's kind of where the time math starts to come in as well for teams like Lindormi, who have a lot ahead of them, as their shaman unfortunately goes down again. This time around will have to be the battle res is pending and accepted, as they are trying to get through Blightbone.
Yeah, so the rule is you can start a key up until the top of the hour, right? So 55 more minutes to start your last key, and then we do let you finish it. So even if you're only 10 seconds into the key, you can complete that keystone, which is very valuable. So yeah, in theory, Lindormi Fan Club could complete this key, complete another key, and then start a key right before the end of the hour. And if all of that works out, they could get to 55 points. But in practice, I just don't think there's that much of a likelihood of that happening. I think more realistically, if they can put 2 runs on the board, that would be good for them. That would be a great accomplishment with this last hour, and would require a lot less instantly going between the keys and timing the keys with a couple minutes to spare. So I think probably Lindormi Fan Club can get this run and one more, maybe one more on top of that. ESC Gaming, on the other hand, if they put this 20 wake on the board, they would definitely have time to do 2 more full runs, but they don't even have 2 more keys that they'd want to do, right? Like they just go into that mists and you spend the rest of your day kind of attempting it and restarting it if you want to, because even if you one-shot it, I guess then you could go 19 Stone Vault and one-shot that, but at that point we'd be talking about one-shotting from this point the 3 hardest keys left of the scorecard, right? And that is extremely unlikely. It's not impossible, but yeah, it's pretty unlikely from here.
So you think if ESC Gaming is able to get the 20 in the necrotic wake here, they're going to go over into Mist's 20 rather than Mist's 19?
Yeah, well, because if they put this 20 on the board, they lock themselves. They get to 56 points, right?
And it's for sure.
Yeah, so at that point, they could do whatever they wanted. It would be a question of what would make them feel best, and also what would be the most valuable practice. And the best thing, I think, on both of those counts would be go for the 20 Mists, right? And then you can tie or potentially overtake Cinema if Cinema are unable to get that on the board. So I think that would be what they would do. But yeah, we'd be reaching a point where it actually wouldn't matter for tournament purposes what they chose to do. They could log out at that point and still qualify.
Well, let's look at Cinema in the meantime, because they are working on their 20 Mists, which is exactly the dungeon that we were talking about. They're currently finishing out Mistcaller. Now, Dratnos, while I talk, if you would maybe pull up the mandatory split times from last group weekend, that would be really, really great, because then we can have an idea of where they are in terms of timing. Just looking at the timers right now, I think they should be fine. 0 deaths thus far. However, I'll also say the 20 Mists, not as lenient as the 20 Necrotic Wake when it comes to death and timing, so it can get very, very close there at the end. And of course, still half of the trash needs to be done for this team. Let's make sure the Soul Cleaver comes with us here for Whippy as they are putting down. Have you found them yet?
I have, yeah. So the split we're looking for on Mistcaller is 1908 for mandatory in their plus 20. So
very good.
That'll be a good thing to look at here, as of course Mistcaller went down at 1850 for Cinema. So they are ahead of mandatory split. Now mandatory failed to get that 20 on the board, but they did actually. Let's take a look here at ESC Gaming. This is important, as they have had a death here on a Marth. It looks like a recovery, but we do have a bunch of ads still left alive. They are going to maybe have trouble getting this crossbowman down before the harvest here, which is coming up right now. Looks like they're going to be okay.
It's not great to have those deaths. That one death did happen just now on a Marth. I'm trying to watch the replay and see who actually went down for them there. I believe it might have been... Hold on. Who died? Alright, I'll figure it out. But yeah, definitely a hard boss. Has cost many, many teams some issues and need to deal with everything that's going on right here. You can see that they are fearing in the background, making sure that that is done, as we do have another death coming on through on their Moonkin. Shu also dropping really, really low here. Will go down as well. 2 deaths. Now, we did say Necrotic Wake quite lenient with the death timers, but
yeah,
they are able to kill off a Marth.
The downside there as well is they lost their cheat death on their Evoker as well. That might come back to haunt them in this Necropolis section. We'll have to see, but their run is still continuing. And yeah, the Cinema Mist that we're looking at here, they are ahead of Mandatory's pace, which was on time. It was just they ended up wiping. But a 0 death run is unfolding here for Cinema. They are looking so clean today. I mean, this is... They were clean in their Wake. They were clean in the Stone Vault as well, and they're adding potentially here a clean 20 Mists as well, being not just the only team to get that key at that level, but also the cleanest as well. Very impressive from Cinema so far today. They are looking so strong.
They are, and I do want to bring something back that they actually said in our pre-tournament interview, because we always ask the teams on what their goal is, right? Of course, some of the newer teams often say stuff like, oh, we just wanted to qualify and we already exceeded expectations and so on. But Cinema came in and they said, we want to prove all the doubters wrong and win it all. So with that goal in mind, I think that's exactly what they are starting to do here with their tournament performance today. And I really, really hope that we're going to see them in the same shape once we get to tomorrow, when they go up against the other teams that have qualified, because I think it's going to go down between Fiki Nights, Streamer Zone, and Cinema. I think we're going to have a really crazy day 3.
Yeah, and ESC Gaming as well, potentially. ESC Gaming not locked just yet for that spot, but it's getting increasingly likely as while that was unfolding. We did have another wipe for Lindormi Fan Club. So Lindormi Fan Club will be reattempting that Wake again. They are still alive, but they now have a hard ceiling at 54. There's no way they can get to more than 54 points, so they will be trying to get this 18 wake on the board still, which again, this is just proven to be so difficult for them. And then they would need to add a 19 to their board, and they need ESC Gaming to wipe for the next hour. So that path has gotten so narrow for Lindormi Fan Club as ESC Gaming are marching through the necropolis here of this wake. This would secure them into tomorrow, which is, that sounds nice, but then, you're coming up against Cinema, Streamer Zone, and Fiki Knights. That's going to be really hard. That's only 2 teams from those 4 will make it to Global Finals. Cinema are having their first death
Arxis?
Of this 20 wake, or 20 mist, rather. It's going to be a B-res, it actually looks like, rather than an Ankh.
So I think because of where he died, he might have been in a puddle,
Makes
and
sense.
then that Ankh suddenly is not a good option anymore, unless you want your healer to yell at you. So taking that combat rest there does make sense to me. But of course, you need to be very careful with these. There is a lethal pull waiting after this boss as well. And we all know Tredova is a boss that can go awfully wrong, awfully quick as well. So hopefully Cinema are getting through this one as cleanly as they have been all throughout the dungeon before that. In the meantime, we'll need to kind of keep our eyes on everything, because ESC Gaming are now also in a very lethal part of that dungeon, the Necropolis. We've been having a lot of issues here during Stitch Flash, before Stitch Flash, after Stitch Flash. It's all just kind of haywire for some of these teams, so need to be very, very careful with where these crafter shells are going.
Yeah, it's a dangerous part of the dungeon. I mean, the whole dungeon is dangerous, but the Necropolis in particular, once you get to the boss fights, it's usually a little bit safer, but the trash pulls here are so deadly. And then, I mean, we've seen Stitch Flesh and Nowthor also wipe teams, so ESC Gaming hoping to avoid that, as Cinema nearing the middle part of Tredova has so much health here at plus 20. But look at their timer. They're actually not that far behind Nilbus Academy, and 2 key levels higher up at that plus 20. Cinema are making such good time in this dungeon.
Yeah, I'm honestly incredibly impressed with this team, because for those of you that don't know, this team has not competed in this constellation before, and something that we're seeing a lot with good players who group up together is that sometimes the constellation can be a problem. So it doesn't work always out with the team harmony, with who's the shot caller, who manages what. Does everybody put in the same ambition? Does everybody put in the same preparation? So for Cinema to find themselves in this group that seemingly works as well as it does is incredibly impressive, and super, super cool to see these kind of teams show up. Even though the players have been playing for a long time, finding themselves in a constellation like this one and suddenly stomp everyone.
Yeah, it's definitely, like you said, it matters not just how good the players are, but how well they mesh with each other. Also, just like how well your specs line up with which specs you have to play each season, right? There are some people that are kind of just incredible multi-classers on all the specs that they might want to play, and they're they can play all of them. But then there are a lot of players where it's like, okay, I can play any healer, but I'm really happy it's a preseason, or I'm really sad it's not a druid season, something like that, right? Like where you have something that you have a specialty in, and especially for newer teams, that can be really important their first few MDI or TGP tournaments. And then typically as people play more and more of these, they start to get really good at all of the other specs as well. That multi-classing talent usually gets increased.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just looking across their pre-team interview as well to give you a little bit more information on Cinema as a team, because we also asked them what the greatest challenges are that you as a team have overcome or that you're planning to overcome. And they said the biggest challenge they had to be the awful sleeping patterns from their tank. And they said if they can overcome that, they can overcome anything. So seemingly that was a big part of their practice. I don't know what Stone's up to, but definitely some stuff happening there for Cinema.
Yeah, I mean, the gamer hours sleep schedule, that can get you. You're trying to get 5 people coordinated, and if you're trying to practice for a substantial amount of hours per day, it can be pretty tough if there's some not great overlap between when you're all awake even. So, and then, if you're having somebody play while they're tired, that's not great either. So definitely a challenge. That's it's a joke answer sort of, but it's very real. It's very much something.
Kind of both.
Yeah, it's funny, but it's true. As Cinema have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. They do still have to get a bunch of trash here after this boss, so it's not locked in just yet, but they will have Lust for that pull. So I think they're doing pretty well here, but I mean, it's a very dangerous trash pull that is coming up for them. And at this point, each of these swirlies, there's so many of them that they have to dodge, but they're doing such a good job of just grouping up and moving together to minimize the danger from that ability.
I think they're also trying to slowly move in the direction where they want to grab that trash. It would be on the left-hand side from here on out, if I'm not totally confused. So they're trying to move in that direction, minimize walk time, because they know the time is actually super, super tight. What's going to matter for them now is finishing out Tredova, grouping everything up, sending that Bloodlust, and then, God forbid, have no deaths at all, because every single death costs them so much. They cannot have this happen to them. That's something they need to be very aware of, as we're under the 3-minute marker for Cinema in their 20 miss. We know the boss split timers were tight, and I think it is going to come down right to the wire as Tredova is on that last percent and does go down, and we're on our way to grab the remaining trash of the dungeon.
All right, Lindormi fan club are wiping down again in the bottom left, but let's take a look at Cinema here, because this would be huge. This would stamp their mark on this weekend and really on the whole tournament, right? This is something that Mandatory tried and failed to do on their first day of their group last weekend. Now, they weren't looking particularly good all across that day, and they really looked a lot better the second day we saw them play, so I wouldn't count them out just on the basis of this, but Cinema are looking so good here. If they can put this on the board, I mean, 58 points, such an incredible amount to get done here in 5 hours. And they would have time to even go get some more somewhere else, but they do have to get another 12% count. And in this area, all of the count is super deadly. These Reavers put huge poisons on people, and the pull that they're adding here has a Staghorn. The Staghorn casts an Acid Nova, in addition to 2 interrupts that need to be done on it, and that Acid Nova does so much damage as well. Whoever has the debuff is in so much danger of dying, even through defensives against that Acid Nova. You can see those defensives starting to get popped there. The Zephyr coming out to reduce the damage of the first Acid Nova. They're probably going to get one more cast of that, and as long as they can survive that, they should be okay here. Another set of those poisons will be... Actually, no, it looks like they've got more Reavers now coming in. There's a lot of Reavers here. This is dangerous.
Send them! Send the Reavers! Can they defend the dungeon from defeat? Cinema with the Bloodlust still running. All cooldowns are out. Barrier has been sent. Rapture has been used. There's not much left to keep them alive, but they need to kill the Staghorn. Regeneration is interrupted. It is down, and now it's all about the timer. 40 seconds to go for them to get it out, and they did it. 20 Mists of Tyrannocide.
Wow.
And Cinema are on their way to claim all of our capstone dungeons.
They did not want those 3 Reavers as well. That was accidental, I think, because they didn't need them for count, the ones that came in late on that pull, and they didn't have Poison Cleansing Totem anymore. That could have been pretty dangerous, but they did a good job of stopping the timer there with a little bit to spare as well. 58 points, incredibly impressive for them. They can add that up to 59 now if they want to, but this is potentially the last thing that ESC Gaming need to make it out of today and join Cinema guaranteed tomorrow. If ESC Gaming can kill Nalthor here, they will lock in second place for themselves. Actually, I guess in theory they could still go for the first as well, but they'll lock in top 2 if they can kill Nalthor here. Now, Nalthor is one of those bosses that we don't see teams wipe to that often. The last time we saw a team wipe to it, though, was 30 minutes ago when ESC Gaming did, so that can't be something that they repeat.
That's right. Don't do what ESC Gaming did. Instead, do what ESC Gaming does now.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
hopefully defeat this boss as they are making their way through it. Now, there's a couple of things that are very hard when it comes to this boss fight. As the entire dungeon is very, very technical, so is the final part here. You're going to see the moon can actually go down. We did see Speed reapply the roots right before that Dark Exile cast, making sure that if he was going to be the target, hopefully the Flashcrafter would stay in his thorny prison for as long as he is down, as that is one of the things that can go quite wrong quite quickly if that Flashcrafter starts running around and just throwing those javelins from anywhere, really. So really making sure that that's not an issue they run into, as Speed is now back with the group.
Yeah, dangerous boss for sure. That Fleshcrafter control is so important for them as well. kind of awkward here. They've got, I guess this is a good spot for that puddle to be, but it's such a big puddle as that cleaver now needs to get on the other side of the boss. Oh no, the Comet Storm.
Oh no.
It's going to take out, actually, was that maybe intentional? Was that a downstairs death? It may have been. I'm not sure. Because sometimes you'd rather die downstairs, although, yeah, there comes that B-res, the engineering res. It's okay, we still have one more battle res.
I don't love it, but I think you might be right that was the case here. Entangling Roots is reapplied, making sure the crafter is once again locked in. Shu, fortunately, not targeted here. One more time, that Dark Exile is going to come in. I'm not sure if Elbro had anything there or if he will need to play it out, but
he's going to intentionally die
as well. Okay. Same tactic, both of the battle rests. Oh, actually, we're using Ankh here, saving one more combat rest to repeat the magic that they just keep going here. Shu moving over to get that Flesh Crafter onto the boss. It is dropping lower and lower, 4%, which each of these cleaves, but it is going to be a little bit more for them to play it out here.
Yeah, I think that the thought process is that it takes so long and it actually requires you to spend some cooldowns to complete the downstairs phase in time at the plus 20 key level. So they'd rather just not waste any of that and just die, even though it costs 15 seconds and a B-res. ESC Gaming finish off that boss. The Flesh Crafter is all they need here for count. They're going to send that next cleaver into this Kyrian here to get it to help finish off the crafter with them. And that will stop their clock. Move them up to 56 points, an unassailable total at this point. That is going to eliminate Lindormi Fan Club effectively here as well. So ESC Gaming and Cinema will be our two teams that qualify out of today. But the question is, in which order? Who will be first and who will be second?
Right.
Because right now, Cinema are in first. They're going for a 19 Stone Vault. If they can get this 19 Stone Vault done, they will be first out of our day. But ESC Gaming now can go and try and be the second team to do a 20 Mists. If they can do that, they will move to time tiebreakers with Cinema. Now, the good news for ESC Gaming is they have the time tiebreakers right now. If you don't factor in the Mists, which they haven't done yet, they're 40 seconds faster in the Wake and 10 seconds slower in the Stone Vault. So they're 30 seconds faster than Cinema on the time tiebreakers. So pretty much as long as they can time the Mist with more than like 15 seconds left on the clock, they would actually get the time tiebreaker over Cinema, which could be pretty big for them. You know, it's good for morale to end the day in first rather than second, especially after how tough that 20 Wake was for ESC Gaming. Cinema, on the other hand, are looking to just put this Stone Vault on the board. Now, in theory,
yes,
ESC Gaming could do the Mist and do the Stone Vault as well.
I was going to say.
It's possible, but it's not realistic in my humble opinion. I don't think that's particularly likely. I think there's a good chance that if Cinema can put this 19 Vault on the board, they'll be first.
The thing is, you need around about a little bit more than 30 minutes for the Mist 20. And that's a big if, but if ESC is able to one-shot that Mist 20 and then move into a 19 Stone Vault and then also one-shot that, there is a world where they are taking ahead of Cinema if Cinema is unable to finish a 19 Stone Vault.
So that's the thing.
I do agree with you. That would be highly unlikely.
Even if Cinema
time given.
don't finish or do finish the Stone Vault, they would tie in that spot and it would again move to time tiebreakers.
They could tie, but they couldn't overtake.
Right, true.
Right?
Yeah.
They could only win on the tiebreakers. Mm-hmm. But if there is a world where Cinema is unable to do the 19th Stone Vault, and for some reason ESC is able to one-shot two very, very, very hard dungeons, then there is a world where they could overtake. But I have to be honest as well and say that I don't think it's
there's a
likely.
good chance that neither team adds any more points to their board over the rest of the day. Like, these are all super hard keys. But yeah, there is definitely possibilities for all of them. For some context here on the Stone Vault, 6 teams in the world have timed a 20 or a 19 Stone Vault. It is very, very, very difficult to do. And on the live servers, you have the benefit of extra avoidance as well, which you can't get on the tournament realm. So it's an extremely hard key. At best, you're going to be like a minute under the timer as well. So it is super, super deadly, super precise. It would be incredibly impressive for Cinema to be able to do it, but it does look like, they're going to be able to get through at least the starting gauntlet of this dungeon, which is one of the harder parts, actually, is even just the first few pulls, we see a lot of wipes in this section. This is an incredible... I mean, they're already at 58 points. most of our previous day 1 and day 2s, yesterday and last weekend, 58 points was more than any team got in most of those days, I believe. Like, we saw a lot of first place teams were 57 in those weekends.
Yep.
So, yeah, 58 is already an incredible achievement, but 59 would be something else.
Absolutely impressive what these teams are showing off today here, but ESC Gaming also on their way in the 20 mists. Now, I'm really curious on how their Ingra timeout is going to look like. We, of course, get the benefit to compare them with the 20 that Cinema has just put on the board, but I kind of want to look at the 19 Stonewall, because Edna is a boss that already as is does a lot of damage, and on the 19, you might be in for a very shaky time. So all of these players need to be very, very careful. Most and first and foremost of all of them, the Evoker. So squishy, that thing.
Yeah, it's the Evoker, especially. Yeah, if you see, like, for instance, on Cinema Novus Academy, look at the Evoker's raid frames. You see on the bottom left that debuff, that hourglass. That means that cheat death is down, and whenever that's true, you are fearing for your life on that Evoker.
Absolutely right, and that's not a good feeling to have. At the same time, though, you have the cheat death to proc it. Any rogue would tell you to as much as that. So I'm not surprised to see it procced as well here as the Cinema are moving through this boss fight. I do, once more, want to give a big shout out as we now have our top teams locked in. Both Nilbus Academy and Lindormi Fan Club absolutely showing up today. Both of them had a couple of issues all throughout the day, but it's been great to see a newer talent. It's been great to see a Brazilian team finally make it into the TGP, into the MDI as is, and I really, really hope we're going to see more from them.
And they're actually not done playing for today as well, right? Like, there's still the battle for 3rd and 4th between these two teams. If Nilbus Academy can put this 18 on the board, they'll actually advance ahead of Lindormi Fan Club, who have been failing to get this 18 on the board for the past hour and a half now. So still important gameplay on our bottom two screens, but yeah, they have both been eliminated from making it to tomorrow.
Do you know what a Europe is?
Yeah, that's what Zyro, he'll type Yerp sometimes, or yeah.
It's just an alternative way of yeah.
Yerp?
Yeah, there it is.
There he is.
Oh, and there is Zyronic. Zyronic, you ready to get on desk?
Yerp.
Well, we'll throw you into the action here as we come up on our last 30 minutes. Now, all of the teams have these last 30 minutes to enter a dungeon, and while we have a lot of these shaken out, we have an idea first, second, third, fourth, we don't know exactly where everybody is going to land within the top and bottom brackets, and of course there is prize money on the line. So Zyronic, as you hop on the desk, what's catching your eye?
I am loving that Cinema are going for probably one of the most difficult keys we've seen in the first 2 weekends here. Dranos already alluded to the difficulty of this key and that only 6 teams have timed it on live. I want to add to that mystique, because if you go into the numbers and look at those 6 timed keys on live for Stonevault 19, all 6 of them are underneath a minute and a half before the end of the dungeon. So it is an incredibly tight key, and I think only one Western team has actually gotten it done. The other 5 are timed by differing Chinese teams. So it was actually Streamer's own GG that did that 19 Stone Vault on live. And you have to remember as well, in addition to having extra avoidance on their gear, there's also that current controversy of extra little world buffs that you can bring into keys as well on live that teams are bringing in as well. So I think it's going to be very, very difficult on the tournament realm here, where you don't have those external buffs available, for them to get this 19 Stone Vault done. But of course, you know, you have the added advantage of being able to just continuously attempt this key where you don't have that ability on live.
Yeah, it means maybe you can go a little bit more aggressive with the first pull of the dungeon and kind of build a little bit of extra time into your route, whereas you don't want to risk that. Ooh, we have a death for ESC Gaming on Ingram Malik here. Druid going down. It's before the burn phase at least, but we are into... Oh, this is nasty. We still have so much damage to do on Droman, and the boss is pulsing in that darkness phase. A lot of damage on the group, but Disc Priest so well suited to healing off this kind of damage. They're nearly done pushing Droman here, and once they do this, they should be able to kill off Ingram Malik with this next burn phase. It's taking quite a bit of time for them, though, as they move into this barrier. and finally are able to push the boss. Okay, looks like this run's going to continue.
shoot.
Ooh, that's cheat
Oh,
death.
God. Well, that's what you have it for. We've just been over this, but Ingram Malog is now hopefully going to fall over as well. In the meantime, Cinema finishing out Edna, and if they are staying true to what we've been seeing in the previous levels, we're on our way to the Skarmorak area, and there are a lot of very, very dangerous mobs waiting on the path there.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have our 18 wakes that we're looking at in the bottom for Nilbis and Lindormi in the battle for third place. Nilbis are on a Marth, and it actually looks like it's going quite well for them as well. Good control of this Flesh Crafter. They're doing a nice work on this very dangerous boss. We have a mob shackled off to the side. It looks like we're going to be able to finish off all the other ones, so things going well for them. This is deeper into the dungeon than Lindormi Fan Club have usually been able to get to, and as I say that, Lindormi Fan Club are going to have a cleave take out their enhancement shaman. That's okay, that's an Ankh, but it's not great. I mean, Lindormi Fan Club have been struggling in this wake.
It's been difficult for them. What can you say about it? I mean, this Necrotic Wake has been volatile on every key level based off the throw cleavers, so it's definitely tough to get it together, and this particular pull has been one of the most dangerous ones. We've seen players, specifically tanks, drop incredibly low for Nova's Academy, for Lindormi Fan Club, even for our other two teams as well, so it's not too surprising to see them have some difficulties here, but hopefully they can get it done and put some more score on the board. Would love to see that out of them. But checking back in with Cinema, I mean, they're through the first boss, and this is their first attempt as well. It's been very clean so far. I think one of the major indicators of whether or not this key is going to be timeable is how clean the Skarmorak pull is for them. I mean, I don't know necessarily what the barrier of difficulty is in this 19 Stone Vault and why it's one of the more difficult keys. I think it really kind of comes down to time. On Skarmorak, we've been talking all day about how difficult that boss particularly is because it has both the shield that you have to save cooldowns for to burn through. In addition to that, you also have adds. And these are both two things that are taking your damage away from doing HP damage to the boss's HP. So this boss just becomes exponentially harder to deal with as you get into the higher and higher key levels. And, you know, what might have been a 5-minute kill on an 18 can easily turn into a 6+ minute kill on a 19. So how they're able to deal with this boss in the time it takes to deal with the boss is going to be a big indicator of whether or not this is timeable for them.
Yeah, I'm honestly so scared for them. We do have that Bloodlust coming up in 40 seconds for Cinema, so that should be available for the boss to try and get as much damage onto it as possible. In the meantime, though, we are having a little bit of trouble for Nilboss in the bottom right, as they do have the Corpse Collector wipe their entire team. On top left, ESC Gaming are working on getting through that maze. I'm a little bit worried for them already having 2 deaths on the board here in a dungeon that is as tight as the 20 Mist. I'm not sure how you feel about that, Zyro, but to me, it just always makes me nervous to see a dungeon start with like 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes on the board, and you have 2 deaths in there already.
Yeah, but like what we've seen in this Mist is that like as long as you're relatively clean and there's no major wipes, you do have a couple minutes of leeway. So if it's just the 2 deaths that don't cost you any extra time, I think I'm okay with it. But obviously, yeah, there's definitely less wiggle room for them to get through. So I think for ESC Gaming, we pretty much want to see maybe 1 or 2 more deaths max throughout the rest of the key for them to have a chance of timing this. Obviously, if a tank death happens, it's very likely going to lead to a full group wipe. So we're going to keep an eye on tank whenever there's defenders in this maze. This is going to be very dangerous for the tank. We'll have to see if they're able to keep it clean. Of course, we have the Gorge Gullet pulled through the wall on top of these 2 defenders here. Like we were talking about with Tettles earlier, there's a lot going on these pulls in the maze. In addition to all of the different mechanics they're having to deal with, the expels from the defenders, the anima debuffs that they have to heal through, your healer also is playing an extra minigame the entire time, every 30 seconds. Gotta recast a Dominate Mind on that Soul Cleaver, otherwise it might pop out, melee your healer in the head for their entire HP bar, and then things get really out of control. So very, very dangerous. There's a lot of stress on the entire group at any given point in these pulls. And, you know, the potential one-shots on this key level are insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Also just the time lost from that Gorge Gullet jumping away. can be very difficult to manage as well. If you need to kind of bait it well with your group, keeping it close, keeping it from leaping too far away, making sure that you're able to just not lose too much damage, because you want to be cleaving it down as much as possible. But in this last part of it, now you're fighting it by itself. So the more efficient you can be while the other mobs are still alive, keeping it in that AoE actually saves you a lot of time. So we do have a death coming in for Lindormi as they're on a Marth here. They have that Flesh Crafter now free. They do a good job of knocking and then controlling it. The Cleaver, it looks like, again, is going to go into a Marth for them. And that final harvest coming out, will they be able to land the CC? The Hammer of Justice comes out, the Deep Breath stun as well. Unfortunately, the final harvest AoE itself from those swirlies is going to take out their Shaman. Another Cleaver now for Lindormi Fan Club. Takes a Marth down to 8%. I think they're going to be able to get it done this time. Both them and Nilbus Academy.
Cinema on Skarmorak as well. Bloodlust has been sent right when they started that poll there. They need to make sure they get as little shells as possible. First one coming in for them right now, and they will try to burst it down, but you can just see the difference between an 18 and a 19. It takes them so long to get the shell bursted.
You can see they're really focusing those stacks onto their Shaman here. Arxie's having 6 of the stacks of that debuff, increasing his damage by a ton, but also increasing his damage taken from that debuff by a ton. Would be having to do a ton of overall healing there to make sure they stay alive. The next shield should be a little bit easier, as I believe the Ascendants will come off cooldown in the middle of it, and they probably will pop it instantly just to burn through that shield and then get some of the residual damage on the boss afterwards. We are having a wipe potentially from ESC here. They're only 2 defenders alive. They're going to be casting a ton of expels, though. They might be able to kite this out. Pillow goes down in the meantime. That's going to free the Soul Cleaver as well, and we do see the town portals coming out from ESC Gaming. They are going to go again.
Yeah, it's tough. So that removes the possibility of getting 2 more runs on the board, which means if Cinema can get this 19 Stone Vault, they will guarantee themselves first place here. They are working on that Skarmorak. We're now almost 2 minutes into this fight. Another huge shield goes up on this boss. And bosses like this that have shield phases scale super nastily with key level, right? Where each of those shields is also bigger and the base health bar is bigger. It can take a very long time to get this boss down. Something like that 5-minute mark wouldn't be surprising to me. Now, they did get a good lust at the start of this boss, right? We got the lust, we got all this Spy Master's value. You can actually see our Moonkin still ahead of our Shaman, which is rare outside of those circumstances, right? Soon it'll probably stop being true, but it goes to show the strength of that cooldown.
Look at that Crystal Shard spawn way in the back there. They actually haven't even multi-dotted it yet. Maybe they're just going to leave it there?
Yeah, that one's just going to blow up. Yeah, or not blow up, but like it's going to contribute to the shield.
Something the Boomkin is doing a lot on this fight, and I think Stove might have accidentally leaked a little bit when we were in comms with him last weekend, is that the Boomkin does a lot of prep on these Crystal Shards. When they spawn, they multi-dot them, and then they're focusing them down with Star Searches while their Shaman is really only cleaving down the ones on top of the boss. But look at the shield on the boss here, with 2 crystals up, almost a fifth of the health bar of the boss here. They do have the damage buff to help them chew through it, but there's no cooldowns available here. No Incar, no Ascendant, so it's just going to be raw damage breaking through this shield. Whippy having to heal up everyone's health bar to full from half every tick of the fortified shell, but able to get through it. And that was probably going to be the most difficult one of the encounter for them. There were no damage cooldowns there. For the next one, Chrono will have one of the charges of that Incarn back up, so should be a little bit easier for them to chew through.
Yeah,
not just
such
damage,
a good job.
Also healing. I mean, if you looked at that, there was nothing available for Whippy besides that paint sub. Everybody else was just pressing their own defenses, and Whippy had to raw heal that back up, which is incredibly hard with how fast the damage goes out there. Of course, also has some of the stacks for that exact reason to help with it, but still, it is incredible what they're pulling off.
They did such a good job as well of not overlapping their cooldowns, but sort of staggering them. We're going to see this next fortified shell coming out here in a second, so they're collecting, again, some more of these. You can see Krona getting 3 stacks and Whippy getting 3 stacks. 2 stacks on their Shaman, but those are going to expire now. Oh. Krona has 5, and Whippy only has 1, so Krona is hard carrying. And actually, look at that Nature's Vigil as well.
Ooh,
this is huge. He's appearing on those HPS meters now. He's actually overtaken their Evoker as 3rd top healer with a tremendous amount of healing from that Vigil.
Dude, with his Ascendants, if they send it here, they could pretty easily beat the next shield, too. Are they?
Yeah, they can. I think you do.
Maybe they think they don't need
everything.
to beat it.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Oh, well. So we're going to get the next spawn of crystals here in a second. 7% on the boss. This is going to be close. Do they have it? They're holding
This is like a
Ascendants.
pot of greed, man. I don't know if they beat it. This is going to be close.
Yeah, here comes that next set of crystal shards. About 7 seconds now until that cast will start of
They
the
got
fortified
it.
shell. Here comes
They
that
got it.
crash, and next is going to be the
on.
shell.
Please.
The cast is going to start.
They're in good
Okay,
shape.
it
It's
just
not even
barely
gonna
didn't start. Okay,
Bang.
okay.
Wow.
All right. I mean, those are the decisions you need to make in order to time this key. In the meantime, you have another 20 being started here from
replay?
Oh, yeah. Ooh,
Yeah.
okay. Start of the
That's
dungeon.
why it's a replay.
RS Essence casting. It's a replay. We go again. Not a big deal.
Arg.
See, but that's okay, because ESC Gaming, for now, that's your only goal, right? We have 17 minutes and 44 seconds to go, and all they want to do is put that 20 on the board to tie with Cinema as of right now, to show that maybe they can overtake on time tiebreakers. Now,
They probably will.
able to get the 19 stone vault. We'll see if that still holds true, but for ESC, they can basically start over as many times as they want now, because they can finish whatever run they're in once that timer is out.
Meanwhile, Milbus actually wiped to Nalthor here, but they have enough time left in their 18 to attempt it again. They won't if it goes wrong a second time, so they need to kill Nalthor on this attempt, as they are getting the boss pulled. Lindorme fan club in the bottom left also making their way through the Necropolis. 6 deaths on the board for them, but the timer is still feasible as well. So this is going to be important. Which of these teams is able to get this done will likely determine our 3rd and 4th place order, although both teams will be able to try one more key after this as well, so that could matter too.
Trying to look up to see if we have any more info on the 19 that was timed on live from a Western team. I want to see splits on their boss kills. I have found it. I found the Kira tank POV. So, on their live run of this dungeon, they killed Skarmorak at 16:43, and look at the time that they killed it at
Wow.
in this run, 16:45.
So we are
they
on
are
pace.
on pace to time this key. Important, and crazily enough, in their run on live, they actually had a death. So, I mean, they're perfect right now with 0. We could
Yeah, these are two
see this
different teams,
19
right?
stone
It was Streamer Zone, right? Not on live that did it, not Cinema.
It was Streamer Zone. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Streamer Zone that timed this.
So yeah,
So,
Cinema
Cinema's on
haven't
pace.
done this on live. What was the Edna split, if you don't mind me asking, from that run? Because that would maybe help me figure out if Cinema were able to go more aggressive at the start of the dungeon.
It was 7:23, so yeah, they definitely
yeah.
were able to go way more aggressive.
Okay, so Cinema then have lost a little bit of time on that Skarmorak split, relatively, but still on pace for sure, as they're now marching towards the Master Machinist, working through some very dangerous sections of trash, in particular for the tank. We've seen some teams skip through one of the patrols in this area. You can do a little Hex Mind Soothe action to do that, but it doesn't look like Cinema have bothered with that new change to the route. They're just running through the dungeon, fighting all
Old
the
school
enemies.
Dratnos.
Yeah, it's a cool. It's like a very cool Hex Mind Soothe thing that you can do.
Yeah, I like it, yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe Cinema is like, no, we've always done it like
Yeah.
this, so we will continue to.
It does change a little bit on where you can get the rest of your count as well. So Cinema are going to be able to grab that 10% versatility from this section here. That's a nice bonus that they'll have for the next 10 minutes, although it does fall off after that. But having it for Master Machinist in particular, I'm not sure if you, Zyra, what do you think? Do you think Master Machinist is the most lethal boss in here? I feel like it is, but maybe it's just the trickiest.
It has so many potential one-shots in it, but I mean, I feel like they should have the defensives and externals mapped out enough to where it shouldn't be that dangerous for them. We'll have to see. I mean, the versatility buff for the boss helps a ton.
That's true.
In regards to the split we're looking for the Master Machinist, we want to see sub 25. Sub 25 would be
Okay.
ideal. And I mean sub 25, like literally on 25. So that's what we're looking for here. I think they can barely hit it. Now, the timing of this dungeon, they're going to get 2 more lusts, but they're going to want to hit this lust coming off cooldown, like almost as close to cooldown as possible. And if you actually look at their cooldowns as well, like their ascendants, their encounter charges, they're actually like on pace to be able to hit the lust with the ascendants almost perfectly. So
Perfect,
things are
yeah,
lining
beautiful.
up really, really well
Wow.
for them here.
Coming back to what you were saying with the bosses in this dungeon, I feel like Master Machinist is the one boss where I see a lot of tank deaths. And obviously a tank death is always going to hurt your team more because then somebody else gets clapped if the tank is not rest up quick enough. So to me, that is the tank buster boss in this dungeon. for whatever reason, I don't know if it's the Paladin diff or if it's just the scaling on this boss that makes it so hard for the tanks here, but in this entire competition, it is always this boss where I'm fearing for the Paladins.
Yeah, some of the danger on this boss is you have to move around quite a bit. And if you ever take damage when you're not in your consecration, you are so squishy. It's like you're basically a rep pally if you're not in your consecration. So very important to be able to manage that, especially as those tank busters are coming out. Of course, incredibly good tanks on all of our teams, especially Cinema. So
Cinema.
They're pulling trash
onto machinists.
That's good. Bonus damage. That's nice. This trash is it's not that dangerous.
That's
and
true.
it actually is. It's nice to get the. I mean, you have free interrupts with all your Avenger shields with that Divine Toll, with the beam as you need it here. The Oppressive Roar into Deep Breath Stun comes out, and yeah, this is some good bonus for the rest of the team, and it's actually bonus survivability for your Paladin as well to have those extra targets as long as they're not hitting too hard, which these ones do. So it is more dangerous, but. Not that much more dangerous.
It's a plus-minus-0 equation, basically, for Stonepal. But the extra trash has died off. That Bloodlust is thankfully still running for a little bit as they are making way through that boss. 25 minutes, you said, Sarah, right?
Yep, sub 25 would be on pace. A little over, you're getting really close to the timer. Let's take a look at the potential one-shot here. The flame vents into this box exploding perfectly, living through that. Didn't even have to use that much, to be honest. So looks like they've got things planned out perfectly. Boss is already at about 50% here, so that Bloodlust on pull with the cooldowns did a lot of work for them, and they might just barely be on pace here with not that much dungeon left to go.
Right.
Look at the damage from the flame vents, though. This is so much damage that they have to heal through.
Yeah, one of the problems as well is you need to be able to kick the boss after each of those jumps, but you don't want to use your beam because that's a long cooldown, so you can't use that every time. Your evoker kick is short range. Your paladin avenger shield in theory works, but it's got some travel time, so it's kind of nasty. You're seeing that they're having to send their evoker over, but that can be a tough thing to do, especially as that ground gets more polluted later in the fight here. Here comes another one of those boxes. They've done a good job of hiding in that vent. Big hit of damage, though, regardless, is nearly going to take out their tank. Yeah, that's with barrier.
I would go as far as say that those are some ridiculous damage numbers that are being hit there, but Cinema doing a fantastic way at surviving thus far. Krona dropping really low here.
more tick.
Doesn't have
Okay.
a personal anymore. Only pain sub would be available from Whippy, but that is probably already accounted and planned for. You know, they always have all of these lined out previously. 16% on Derlitha, 22 on Brock, as they are trying to finish out the Master Ration, as they have around about 40 seconds to be sub 25 minutes, and they're looking to be exactly on that time.
One more combo here. One more Flame Vents into box combo. The Flame Vents go off. Everyone's top. Not shields quite on everyone yet. Okay, shields are on everyone now. And they live through it perfectly. And look at the timer here. Both bosses sub 10%. We're at 24:40. They are going to be on pace to potentially time this key as long as Stone can stay alive.
Stone!
Also, one more Flame Vent's going to come out here that they're going to have to heal through. A couple more ticks to live through. One final tick. They're going to be just okay. This is going to be so close, but Cinema, in their first attempt at this 19 Stone Vault, are on pace to potentially time one of the least timed keys in the world.
Very impressive. And meanwhile, down at the bottom right, we have Lindormi Fan Club actually having a death on their Nalthor with no B-Res available. This is going to be extremely close here, and they need to get this key on the board to fight for third place. If they can't get this on the board, it is not going to be possible for them to put a third place. I mean, I guess they could run it back, but they really want to get it done this time. 2 minutes left. They are down a druid here, a balanced druid, but they have a fleshcrafter, so they're kind of still even on DPS. It's a little bit harder to control the fleshcrafter, though, without that druid. And that fleshcrafter now, in so much danger there of auto-attacking. Just barely starts that throw cleaver in time. 22% on the boss. Less than 2 minutes to go here for Lindormi. 10 deaths on the board as well. This dungeon has been so unkind to them, but they might finally be able to do it here. Oh, another throw cleaver comes out, but they're going to MC this one because they want it for the next shield. You want that throw cleaver available to break through those shields so that you don't take too much damage, especially when you are down a DPS. We have a death coming out now. Oh no! The Siphoner.
That was always going to happen, right? It's the augmentation of Ogre going
Yeah.
downstairs. There's not a lot you can do about that. Everyone is downstairs right now. It's just the Fleshcrafter, the tank, and the healer upstairs trying to finish off this boss. And the crazy thing is, they could potentially still do it with just these people alive, as long as the shaman's able to make it back upstairs, but he's not. But of course, his body will teleport. His body will teleport. He can onk, but he dies again.
He died.
No.
No.
To the ice debuff.
And that's another 30 seconds now that have been lost from those 2 deaths of Death Timer. Meaning that there's
16
only,
seconds to finish this boss.
It's going to be so close, but I don't think they can do it. Yeah, they're going to need to kill the Crafter as well here, so the Cleaver goes into the boss, nearly kills the boss. The boss could maybe die in time, but I don't even think it will with all these deaths and with that shield going up on it. And I think this is going to be a tragedy for Lindormi Fan Club. They will get one more try at this dungeon to maybe secure 3rd place, but Nilbus Academy have actually overtaken them now and are looking to add to their scorecard with a 17 Stone Vault here. So that is an exciting battle happening for 3rd place. But of course, we should take a look at Cinema as they are now approaching the end of this Stone Vault, nearing that 2-chest timer. And they're in good shape here, right? They're going to get one more lust at the end of this last boss. Just 2 trash pulls and 1 boss to go for them. But these trash pulls are pretty deadly. You can't afford to double pull these rock smashers. They do so much damage. And actually, the debuff they leave on you persists for a while as well. So if they cast right before they die, you can't even pull the next rock smasher for a bit. You have to AFK a little while.
6 minutes left in the key. 6.5 minutes for Cinema to get this key down. And again, they're on pace. They have maybe 30 seconds of wiggle room. Any extra deaths here could be the end of this run for Cinema, so they have to play this absolutely safe. They cannot chain pull this second Rock Smasher at the wrong time. Like you mentioned, that debuff being extended could be the end for them. So the run is on a knife's edge. Can they get it done? We've already talked before about how this final boss, if you're able to get to it in time, should be the easiest of the dungeon, but still, every single one of those debuffs that you place Void Zones on the ground with does a ton of damage. If you ever mismanage that dot on the players, don't get into the portals in time, that could be a ton of extra damage that your healer won't be able to save you from. So they still have to play this perfectly here in the last few minutes of the dungeon.
Gentlemen, I believe we have the potential of a very funny scenario in front of us, because if Cinema times this key, they would still have time to start another run after that.
That's where we go for the 21 wake. Go for the 60-point day. They said it couldn't be done.
They're just going to give us some absolute Cinema. I mean, this dungeon already, if they were able to get it done, is just a statement piece. Going for the 21 necrotic wake, what would you even call that?
Flexing,
I don't know.
Probably. I mean, I'd love it, but let's keep our eyes on it. It worked out with the Rock Smashers for Cinema here. They're on their 2nd one, and we still have more minutes in the day. We're waiting for Lindormi to maybe send another try into the 18 necrotic wake in the bottom left. The top left, we have ESC Gaming working on that 20 miss. Both ESC Gaming and Cinema are locked in, but the order of the teams is not, so it could all move within the top 2 and the bottom 2 brackets. And for Cinema, it all hinges on the completion of a dungeon that has been done by only the fewest in the entire world, as they are going to pull Void Speaker Eirik right now.
4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. They will need all of that time to kill this boss, but they will have Bloodlust coming to save the day for that last minute of the fight. So this is going to be incredibly close. Cinema on a 0-death run, their first try at this 19 is going to have that. A beautiful rescue there as well. That's some nice tech you can use in your runs of this dungeon. If you have an Evoker, if they rescue somebody else into one of those portals, when you both have that Void Corruption, it'll clear it from both of you. So saves a lot of time and actually a lot of damage on the group if you can do that.
Nice tech if they're able to do it. You could do it for every other debuff, if I'm not mistaken, based off the
Yeah.
cooldown of rescue. So nice tech to make sure you can get rid of most of those debuffs as quickly as possible. The main damage they have to look out for is this Entropic Reckoning cast. These circles, when you drop these Void Zones off, tons of damage on the group. Arxie's almost getting one-shot by that ability there, but a shield keeping him a little bit safe as he's on that low HP bar. As long as they don't die, I think they have this Stone dropping
Whoa, Stone needs to drop his
incredibly
debuff.
low. He's holding that debuff. Yeah, needs to run off to drop his debuff. You can see he's running off to the portal now to drop it off. That debuff is gone, but still the boss doing so much damage on this key level. The Damage
Rapture's
values
out.
are insane. Another Reckoning dropping everyone low. Krona even going bear form just for a little bit of extra added safety, and then another debuff. The mechanic onslaught on this fight is just unrelenting. So far, so good. In 30 seconds, they'll get a huge reprieve as well as that Bloodlust comes off cooldown. They might save it for the next set of 2 minutes, though. We can see that Ascendant's coming up in 50 seconds as well. They'll probably line those up for a big burst of damage.
Yeah, I think they 100% should. We're also waiting on that PI as well. But, of course, with that Bloodlust, you're making your life a little bit easier. Healing becomes easier, damage becomes easier, but you want to get the full potential. They have the time. 2 minutes, 35 seconds to go. The boss is approaching the halfway point as we are getting closer to the 50%. Bloodlust would be ready now, but I think they are definitely going to sit it out until all of those coolies are available.
Yeah, this is one of those bosses where the lack of avoidance really starts to hurt you because the Entropic Reckoning deals 9.5 million damage at this key level. It is reduced by avoidance, but they don't have access to a bunch of avoidance pieces here on the Tournament Realm. You only get the enchants. So a very dangerous section here. We're going to have a barrier just for Whippy. Also
Personal
going to use personal barrier and personal pain suppression because there was an overlap there with the Reckoning and that Void Corruption dot, and he's the last person to clear of the squishy players.
Here's the Bloodlust, though, with the
Bloodlust is now
cooldowns.
running. Yeah, we have everything going into the boss here, and you can just see how he is melting right now for Cinema. Sub 2 minutes to go in this dungeon, and they are looking absolutely incredible here.
Every single one of these Entropic Reckonings needs to be personal, though. Any deaths could be the end. Only a minute and a half left on the timer. And as the Bloodlust and cooldown start to run out, their damage is going to slow down significantly. This last 18% is going to be brutal for them to get through. They'll have to live through probably at least 2 more debuffs and 2 more AoEs. If they can do that, I think they can time this. 1 more Entropic Reckoning coming out. Does everyone stay alive? Yes, they do. Get out of the Void Zones. Don't take any more damage as the next Void Corruptions go out. Drop those off as quickly as possible. No rescue available for this one, so everyone's going to have to drop them off natty. Whippy doing a great job of keeping everyone topped, though.
Yeah, this is going to be right down to the wire. 54 seconds, 8%. I think they're ahead of this check, but they're only like 20 seconds ahead. We can't afford to have any deaths here, and they're so low on defensives as this next Entropic Reckoning drops everybody super low. The Unbridled Void
Whippy.
on Whippy as well. Nice move, though, dodging out of the way there. Just 2% left, and with this run,
Commit.
Cinema won't even use the whole day here. They're going to kill the Void Seeker.
Wow.
30 seconds to spare. 59 points, and they didn't even need all 5 hours. Wow.
Woo! That will officially give them the highest score between all of our days thus far in the competition, 59. Absolutely incredible. They have become the 7th team in the world to time a plus 19 Stone Vault. Everybody in the chat, get some hype. Absolute cinema, a real blockbuster we just got to see here today. I mean, incredible to see, and only the 2nd time that this has been done by a team in the West. Now, comparing and thinking about that with the West, I don't know, Dranos, do you have any stats in front of you? Did they come in faster than Streamer Zone GG?
No, they did not. Streamer Zone GG. Actually, wait, let me check. I know they wasn't
For 30
the
seconds.
fastest. Yeah,
30 seconds faster.
30 seconds slower, right? Streamer Zone were faster. By
Streamer Zone was faster, yeah.
Yeah, when they ran this on live.
The 3 p.m.
But-
curse of Dr. Ratnos and Crochus.
Yeah, that's right. Here we go. 3 p.m. So are these runs? These runs are going to be final here in a moment.
I think that's the locked-in call.
Yeah,
I think that was the locked-in call.
I see. So yeah, here comes now this is the famous 3 p.m. curse where runs are looking smooth and then all 4 of our teams simultaneously wipe as soon as the keys lock in here. So Lindormi Fan Club actually just at the start of a run, they had several more mishaps happening in this necrotic wake, but Nilbus Academy working on a pretty dangerous section of their 17 Stone Vault. Let's see if any of our teams succumb to the curse of 3 p.m. Cinema, I think probably not enough time to start another, or maybe they have time to start this 21 miss. We'll see, and then
They have
and then
a
it'll be
couple
locked
more
in.
seconds. We are getting
15 seconds apparently.
Maybe they can start it. That would be
Okay,
great
so the curse
fun.
hasn't hit yet. That's why none of our
It
teams
was
have wiped just yet.
encroaching. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I see.
encroaching. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
The curse
Yeah,
is
it's
looming
coming.
over their
Oh,
heads.
there we go.
Key
You're
starts.
starting. Oh, it's just a 20. They want a better time. All right.
What?
All right.
Boring.
Way to let us down, Cinema.
Well, it's also practice,
Come
right?
on.
If you think about it. it's
Town
just-
Portal.
it's
Wait, they
nice-
meant to do a 21. They meant to do a 21.
Oh, maybe.
Reset, go again.
I mean, they've already lost 10 seconds here. If you're trying to improve your timer, yeah. All right, we'll see what they're up to. It strikes.
It strikes!
Apparently.
Oh,
The first victim of the
no.
curse was putting in the wrong key level, perhaps.
I fear it might be so. We'll see what the official ruling is here, but it looks like that might have been it as the team card goes up. However, let's focus in on ESC Gaming, because with that 20 miss, they can now no longer tie with
Right.
Cinema, but they can still put out a really impressive finish to a really impressive day. So hopefully they get that dungeon finished as well. I'm looking at their timers, and I think they should be okay.
Yeah, the timers are looking good for ESC Gaming. 0 deaths, always good news at this point in Mists, but there is a dangerous section still ahead here. That last boss and then the trash afterwards is by no means free. But yeah, ESC Gaming are looking really solid in here. If they can put this on the board, again, they won't be first out of the group, but 58 points is very impressive. And honestly, they might be looking better than the teams from yesterday.
Soul
but they're-
Cleaver's out!
The curse of 3 p.m. strikes! As we have that cleaver, the
does.
Soul Cleaver.
Battle Resses are out. We can recover this.
Yeah, the danger now is on the tank. The tank needs to not die, and Yant is doing a great job of kiting there.
the
That's
problem
what you
is
need to
they're
look out
going
for.
to get extra acid novas. Here's an acid nova coming out. Okay,
No.
they were topped just enough to live through it. They're going to get one more though. They're going to get more, like way more acid novas than they're intending to get here because of this mistake happening. As long as they can live through the next one. Look at this staghorn, the X marker here. As long as they can live through one final acid nova, I think they're going to be okay. They can potentially kill it off for the next cast. It still has a ton of HP though. It's going to be the next cast that it does. Can they finish it off before the nova goes off? I think it's going to go off.
Bang!
Okay, they lived through it just
Kill.
barely. Okay.
Yeah, Zephyr saving
Ooh.
them on that one. Nice work as they survive a healer death and more in that spot going wrong. 2 deaths on the board is 30 seconds less for them as well to work with, but they should still be okay on the timer here. It is going to be a little bit tighter as a result. And meanwhile, on the bottom, we have 2 teams playing for 3rd and 4th. If Nilbus Academy can put this 17 on the board, and the Lindormi Fan Club can put this 18 on the board, then we will go to time tiebreakers between our 2 teams. If not, then it will be Nilbus Academy that get that 3rd place spot. But we can take a look at the time tiebreaker. Right now, Nilbus are looking better in that Mist, which is the only key that they both have. And their Wake is pretty fast as well, so I suspect that Nilbus would be favored in a situation where we got to time tiebreakers, but it would depend on how fast this Stone Vault and this Wake are. Oh, a death for Lindormi. The Blood Gorge from that Carrion Worm. It's going to require them to spend their first battle res here.
Oh,
Humanity
we
lives
have it on the moon
wretch.
too. Yeah, barely.
Get the
Very,
res
very
off
close
though.
there. Looking at ESD Gaming, they're on to Tradova. Enough time in the day, but also substantial amounts of trash still missing. Some of it is into the boss, some of it will be afterwards. And in 2 minutes, they do have that Bloodlust. I'm squinting at the cooldowns, but I think that should line up nicely with the cooldowns from our players so that they can instantly send it as well, making sure that everything goes out at the same time and deals the most damage to Tradova that they can find. Despite their 2 deaths, I think we're okay on the timer here.
Yeah, I think so as well. They looked pretty quick in here. That Mistcaller split is also pretty impressive out of them, so they are making quick work of this dungeon, but they can't afford another couple of deaths, right? That would probably end it for them.
Yeah, for sure. Also, factoring they only have the 1 battle res available after that last pull went south for them, so yeah, a couple deaths here would mean they're without a player on the fight, unless, of course, one of the deaths is a shaman. We'll have that Ankh available. They do have the Bloodlust coming up here in 30 seconds, though, and it's a question of whether or not they want to use the Bloodlust on the boss here, or if they actually save it for one of those Staghorn pulls afterwards, because, we've seen how difficult those Staghorns are to live through, but, of course, boss has a lot of HP left as well. I think this timer might end up being a little bit closer than we suspect here. It's going to be about 6.5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, based off the timer from where we are right now, so they still have a lot of work to do. They still have a lot of count to go for afterwards. Remember, we have to do 2 packs of trash in addition to a couple Reavers, if I'm not mistaken. So, timer is going to be tight for ESC Gaming here after that mistake on the trash beforehand.
Bloodlust is available.
Yeah, they
Should be able to send it in a couple of seconds. PI is not ready just yet, but will be very soon.
We often see teams hold that Bloodlust even for the trash pull after this, so we'll see if that's what ESC Gaming are planning here as well. There's that Power Infusion and the Ascendant, so if they're not hitting Lust now, yeah, they're definitely going to be holding it for the trash, which is rare. Usually you'd see teams lusting a boss instead of trash, right? But in this dungeon in particular, that trash pull after this boss is so nasty that the Lust tends to get used there.
You really want to make sure you burn down those Staghorns. Beating extra Acid Nova casts helps your survivability a ton, especially when you consider they're going to have a ton of debuffs going out from the Acid Gullet as well as the Reavers. You can have Poison Cleansing Totem for a couple rounds of them, but once that's gone, it's really just all on your healer to keep the health bars topped, and it's difficult to do. So it makes sense that they're saving the Bloodlust here, but of course, having to chew through Tradova's health bar on this 20 without the added use of the Bloodlust, it's going to cost them a bunch of extra time here. Scary moment is going to be when the boss runs to the center here for the second intermission phase, and they have to break through this shield. A lot of damage going to be going out in the group. Have to watch their feet here. Don't want to get hit by any swirlies. Zephyr coming out to help with the healing. You can see Nature's Vigil and Personals being popped across the board just to help heal through this. Every single tick of this consumption, dropping health bars low. Pillow doing his best job to top people up, and they're able to get through that shield.
38% on the boss now, with less than 5 minutes on the clock. The boss will definitely die in time. The trash pull afterwards is where it's going to start being a little dangerous. I do think there's still maybe 30 seconds on the good side of this timer, but it's not much more than that, and it is going to depend on how cleanly they execute here. They're sort of doing one more loop around this room, and then the goal is going to be to try and finish the boss fight right by the exit so that you can go and start that trash pull right away. Can be a little bit hard to think that far ahead, though, at this point.
I'm sure they planned for that. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. You can see that they are turning that corner right now, and they have to, of course, take care with all of the patches that are already on the floor, but it is going to be a little while longer. Now, after that, we do the first Staghorn that's very close to, well, the exit/entrance, depending on how you want to see it. And then as soon as that's done, we go big. We get the Reavers, we get that second pull, and we send everything in there to try and finish it as quickly as possible. That has to be the game plan for ESC Gaming here right now. Need to be very careful though. Any death could be the very end of it. Not only because of the 15 seconds, but also because of the lost damage. I don't think they can afford that.
It's going to come down to the final seconds here. 3.5 minutes left on the keys. Still have HP to chew through on the boss. If you look at the cooldown usage across the board as well, they're only going to get one more use of the Ascendant's PI combo. That's really unfortunate when you look at it. That Ascendant's going to come off cooldown when there's exactly 2 minutes left in the key. So they're going to have to get one major use of that button with the Power Infusion. Probably pair it with the Lust at some point on the next trash pack here. And they really don't have time to sit around and wait for those cooldowns to come up for this trash pack. They have to go right in, which is very scary because it means the Staghorn's going to live longer than you expect it to, and it's going to get more Acid Nova casts off. So when you do chain it into the second pack, that next Staghorn is going to then get more casts off. So it's really going to come down to perfect play at the last second here. Do they have the cooldowns prepped in advance to live through these Acid Nova casts? Are they going to be able to even put out the damage in order to time this key? All going to come down to the last couple of minutes here for ESC Gaming.
All right, the boss does go down. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to get this done. So they head into that first pull. 85% is the count they have, so a little bit more than some teams. Sometimes these teams here with 83. I'm not sure that'll actually let them skip anything, though. As they start that first Staghorn pull, we do have some Reavers joining the party as well. That's going to be Lust. Yeah, we'll have Ascendance and Power Infusion lining up with the second half of this Lust, so all good there. Nature's Vigil will join a Celestial alignment as well. Or an in-card,
one
rather.
more Reaver is
Or
going
three
to
more Reavers.
join. Oh!
That's a lot of poisons.
Another Reaver pack
So you do have
coming
Poison
in.
Cleansing Totem. You actually have 2 Poison Cleansing Totems if you want here. That goes a long way, but if they're not dead by the time those are expired, then you're dead.
Acid Nova? Okay, most of the poisons were gone from the totem. That's huge.
A Staghorn is going to go down. This does get a tick of that Stimulate cast off. But they're going to be able to stop it
another one?
before that next one. Yeah, nice. And these last couple of Reavers should be the count they need. Last Reaver is 4 count. That's all they need. So once this Reaver goes down, a minute and 30 seconds to spare. A very fast miss 20 for ESC Gaming. Not enough, though, to overtake Cinema, who, of course, had that 19 Stone Vault that Escape Gaming just did not have time to even attempt.
Honestly, that makes ESC Gaming the second team that I think is surprising many here. They played TGP in the last season in Dragonflight as well. Didn't make it into the finals this time around. I think they really want it, and we're going to have both Cinema and ESC Gaming show up against our day one teams as well tomorrow. It is going to be super, super interesting.
Lindormi Fan Club have had another death that has required a battle res down in the bottom left just now, so they're going to be playing without a battle res as they make it to the Amarth and Necropolis section of this dungeon. Very bad news for the team, as they've often needed those resources to get through this part of the dungeon. Hopefully this will be the run where they're able to finally put it all together.
Remember, obviously, at this point, we've figured out who are two teams that are qualifying tomorrow, right? ESC Gaming, and of course, boys are getting through to the next round. But there's still third place to play for here for the Lindormi Fan Club. If they're able to get this time on the board, do they actually hold the time tiebreaker, or just any tiebreaker, to potentially finish third place today? I believe they do, right? This would be a +2, so they'd be at 53, whereas Noblis would be at 52. Also, Noblis could time their key and also get to 53, so it would come down to timebreakers once again. Do they have a chance here?
They do, yeah. If it moves that time tiebreaker spot, I do think Niblis are a little bit ahead. They have a better mist, but it'll depend on these runs that are currently underway. As Lindormi trying to break out that Fleshcrafter, re-dominate it, break it out of the root with that Penance, and then re-dominate it, take it into the boss here. And this is such a high execution check boss, such a dangerous boss to be pulling without a battle res as well. Hopefully this will be the one as they get an auto attack onto their priest. There's that cleaver. So far so good. Start of the fight, that bloody javelin's going to help amplify their damage further as well.
Yeah, that will be important. Lindormi Fan Club would, of course, love to finish out the day with finally getting that 18 on the board. They came so close in the previous run, but their Shaman does go down here. They will have them back up instantaneously, but of course, that is some damage that is being lost here. Bloodlust still running, and they need to be very, very careful with Amarth here. So many teams have fallen prey to the explosion of the ads. This time around, it's working in favor of the Lindormi Fan Club, but more is waiting in the last part of that dungeon as well. They're going to need to keep it clean.
How much of a fan of Lindormi do you think these guys actually are? I'm a huge fan, personally.
Oh, yeah?
Being able to lower my key level for my weekly keys is fantastic.
It is just a fantastic feature. Yeah, I remember back in the day, if you had back when there was way more key levels as well, if you had 27 key because you were pushing and then you wanted to lower it to 15, you'd actually run into the instance cap of resetting it the old way, which has happened to me before.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, so Lindormi, a lifesaver.
You love to see
next
it.
Final Harvest comes
honestly,
out. They don't have the CC! Oh! They don't have the CC!
No!
Oh, no! 2 mobs still alive means that Final Harvest is going to take out Lindormi Fan Club, and with that, they will be unfortunately relegated to 4th place. That is so tough for them because they were at 51 points, while Nilbus Academy were at 46, but Nilbus Academy have just been chugging along. They've been adding points to their scorecard, and they've moved up to 52. Whether or not they can complete this Stone Vault, they will be in 3rd place now, getting a little bit of extra prize money and glory over Lindormi Fan Club. We are hopeful to see Lindormi Fan Club again in a future weekend, though. Maybe one that doesn't feature Necrotic Wake, because that dungeon was tough for them.
It definitely was. It's been a tough day for Nilbus and Lindormi, but it would be great if they can get another dungeon on the board here, despite already being locked in for 3rd place. You always want to finish strong, especially if your start was so unfortunate as it was for Nilbus today, but I really hope this wasn't the last we've seen from them, and I really hope they can knock the 17 out of the park here now. First Rock Smasher has already gone down, second one is to follow in a little bit, and then hopefully they get through Iric as well. You're good on trash count, you are going to get that Bloodlust in 5 minutes, and it's all looking to come up Nilbus Academy's way.
Just gotta get through. Well, finish off the totem. Okay, it was a little long for my liking. That cast bar got a little too far, but they're able to get through these Stone Shapers. One last Rock Smasher to finish off their count, and they'll be able to chain in Iric here with plenty of time left on the board. A huge confidence booster to finish this off at the end of the day. And you have to remember, for Nilbus Academy, these guys, their day did not start off the way you would want a competition day to start off, right? Their tank lost power for, I don't know, 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Yeah,
that's just got to be an awful way to start the day. So the fact that these guys had the mental to just keep in there, keep running these dungeons, and they're able to finish off the day with a third place finish, pretty impressive.
Yeah, exactly. Getting third place doesn't normally feel good, but it's got to feel good given the position they were in 2 hours ago. That is nice for them, and I'm also hopeful to see this team again in future. This format we have is so brutal, right? You get eliminated on your first day of playing if you're not able to keep up with the very fastest teams in the world, right? Like, both of the two teams that are making it out of today have done it with so many points. It would be so hard for an upstart challenger team to compete with that.
It absolutely would, but honestly, I just hope we're going to see them again, and I hope the next time they come back stronger, similar to what we've seen from other teams in the past. That would be so cool. But Iric proven to be no problem for Nilbus, as they are getting him sub 50% in a little bit, and I don't even think they're going to need that Bloodlust at all. It's not going to come back in time either for them to actually use on this boss here, and they might just finish him out like this.
Yeah, no lust, no problem. That Frost Mage, a nice proc here of that Time Warp as well. Mages, you don't have lust, but your Evoker and your Mage are going to have lust for some of this fight, so it sort of counts whenever they randomly proc or they get it off of those Breaths of Eons.
I guess, maybe a little. They finish this off. They have all the time in the world. Just play it safe.
Yeah,
have a person
as long as they don't
for
wipe
the AoEs. Drop off your debuffs. No greeting. Don't make your healer's life any harder than it needs to be.
And this Frost Mage has been very cool to see out of Nilbus Academy as well today.
Okay. I get it. Frost Mage has been cool. It's been cool. It's a Frost Mage. I get it. Good one, Dratnos.
I was trying to ignore that horrible joke.
That was intentional, yeah. No, it's just been nice to see, though. It's been doing well, right? It's been sort of accomplishing a lot of the same things as Tettles was saying that the Moonkin can bring in these dungeons, which is nice because, of course, takes that slot in the group. But really a lot of similar kit as the Moonkin. And look at the single target here that it's providing on this last boss as well. Like, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That's true. And it's not a Moonkin, which in itself is already a bonus, to be honest.
Yeah, bonus points for sure.
I would have preferred the DK, but yeah, well.
Yeah, the Frost DKs have been
we know
nice
how that
as well.
Story ends. Yeah, it's honestly
This
it's
is
not
also
in
a
the
dungeon where you
greatest
can play
spot
it.
right now, but a couple of teams have been running it, much to my satisfaction. So
Hey, we'll have the DK back tomorrow, right, with Team Fiki Knights. So
Right.
get to see more of that gameplay.
Yeah, maybe some
Shadows
Rogue as
going.
well. We've been seeing a little bit of that. Mm-hmm. All right, but with this boss going down, they have all the count they need. That's going to stop the clock here for Nilbus Academy. The 17 is done. They are third place out of our day, so unfortunately they are eliminated, but it's been great to see them. And, GG's.
Yeah, GG's loved having Nilbus Academy, loved having some Brazilian teams finally break into the tournament here, so that was awesome to see for them. As it is, Cinema will be our champions today, but of course they have a bigger championship to look towards tomorrow with Group B Finals. ESC Gaming also qualifying through, and they will be moving on, but we are here right now with Arxes and Grui from Cinema. And I think we're all so excited to get to talk with you because today was just incredible. I mean, you said you wanted to just make people, make all the doubters just immediately have nothing but faith. And I think we all do. I mean, it was incredible. So, hey, welcome to both of you.
Hey, how we doing? Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Is my microphone working?
Yep.
Wait,
yep.
mic
Yes,
check,
you
mic
can
check.
hear
Loud
you.
and clear.
You're all good. I mean, you've had an amazing day. It was just one after another. We could not believe all of the dungeons you put up, and yet it was amazing to see. So, I mean, I'll start off with Arxes. I have to ask, were you confident you could do that plus 19? Or was it kind of like a YOLO moment, Arxes?
I would say it's kind of both, because we did manage to time it in practice without deaths as well. It was quite recently, I think, yesterday. So we just went in, like, we just threw in a Hail Mary. I was like, you know what? If we make it, we make it. If not, we'll go out with a bang. And we just did it. We just one-shot the key. It was incredible.
That's awesome.
So-
I mean, it was incredible. I loved seeing it. I have one other question for Gruey really quick. We all want to just ask you a million things, honestly. So, Gruey, the plus 19, that was incredible. I'm glad you went and you YOLO'd, that was great. But, you know, as I mentioned, you said that you wanted to prove the doubters wrong. So do you feel like you did that today? I mean, that plus 19 speaks for itself, but how do you feel?
Yeah, I feel like we accomplished that goal pretty well. I'm very happy about our performance tonight, and hopefully we'll be able to do the same tomorrow.
I believe
That's
you.
awesome.
I think you can.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, from me as well, huge congratulations. You guys have broken records in a multitude of ways today, but Arxes, we kind of need to talk about something, because at the very end, we realized after that 19 stone vault, there was time in the day to start one more run, and you had us all so excited to see a 21 miss. Please tell me what happened there.
Okay, well, listen, I won't name any names, but maybe one member of our group ported to City instead of Mist, and then used his ascendance after the key already started. So, like, I won't say who it was, but like, I'll just put it out there.
Your secret is
anyone.
safe with us. We won't talk about who used their ascendance. It's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so speaking of City, my question, I guess, we'll start with Gruey, but either of you can answer this as well, is tomorrow we think it should be City, Siege, and Arakara look like the dungeons we're going to have tomorrow, because we had all the other ones today and yesterday. How does that pool look for you guys? Is there anything you excited for that, or was today an especially good dungeon pool? How are you feeling about the dungeons?
I think the dungeon pool is pretty good for us overall. We did manage to time most of those keys pretty well during practice. Siege was especially a surprising one for us that it went kind of well during practice. Siege can
Surprising that it
be-
was good in practice? Yeah.
City can be a bit different though from run to run, since second boss daggers are a bit random, can cause some issues. But I think we will be able to perform.
Okay. Well, actually, Dranos caught me a little off guard, because I was actually going to ask that exact same question. So I'm going to go with my follow-up. Arxes, tomorrow we're fighting, the top two teams qualify through to Global Finals, and I think you guys are probably the favorites with the way you played today. So, any trash you want to talk to the other teams before our competition tomorrow?
Oh, I don't think so. No trash. I'm just gonna say I'm in the flow state right now. Like, I'm fully locked in. Tomorrow's gonna be a movie, so just tune in.
Cinema.
Well, it was honestly amazing to see the whole team compete. I mean, again, we just, over the course of the day, we were like, oh, they're doing pretty well. Oh my gosh, they're doing amazing. This is cinema. And we got to the point where I know even chat, we're just losing it. We were all so excited to see you go, and congrats on not just the first place, but also getting on that board for that plus 19. Really, really impressive. If any of our other casters, does anybody else have a final question? Are we all good?
I'll have one more. So, okay, how was the practice coordinating for you guys? I guess Arxes, I heard there was some trouble with getting everybody's sleep schedules lined up. How'd that go?
Yeah, don't ask about. Yeah, I won't say, like, our tank decides to wake up at different times throughout every single day, so kind of have to miss a match. I mean, like, as time went on, we kind of got a fixed schedule, and it was completely fine. But yeah, it was a bit shaky at the start, I have to say.
Well, I'm glad you
We're
were able to get the
stoned.
sleep issue sorted. but it can be
Yeah,
tricky.
Son is
But
one
good
sleepy
sleep,
boy.
good foundation. Sleepy boy.
Sleep is important. Listen, that's part of it.
It is. That is crucial. Yeah, I hope you all get good sleep tonight. I mean, you should. With what you did today, hopefully you'll be able to rest well and look ahead to tomorrow. If not, lots of coffee or other caffeinated beverages, perhaps. But we will ask both of you, I'll start with Arxes. Arxes, before we let you go get that rest, do you have anything you'd like to say, any final shout-outs?
It's hard to say. I just want to say, I'm extremely proud of my teammates. I feel like even though starting this practice we came in, extremely uncoordinated, I would say. We kind of put it together towards the end, and I'm glad we got to prove that we're actually one of the contestants that, are gonna win it all, hopefully, but we'll see. So, yeah, shout out to all my teammates.
Love it. Grui, how about you? We have any shout-outs?
Maybe ESC Gaming I would like to shout out, as I think because of the dungeon pool as well, they're gonna make it pretty interesting. Because of speed especially, he might play rogue in a few dungeons. At least I think so. Plus he's a guildie of mine, so shout out because of that also.
All right. Well, I love it. Shouting out the competition, shouting out your own team as well. It was great to see you play, and we cannot wait for tomorrow. It looks like it's going to be a really close and really exciting day for our teams. Again, Cinema here are winners for today. Moving on to our Group B finals tomorrow. They will be doing that alongside ESC Gaming. So we've got some great teams, we've got some great competition, and a lot to look forward to. Thank you. We'll let you go for tonight. And we'll sit and just yap a little bit as we wrap things up. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having us. It was lovely. See you guys.
And thank you for having us.
Whew. All right. We did it. I mean, this was incredible.
Very
Today was
wholesome.
amazing, honestly. It was so, wholesome. I love it. Oh, also, shout out to Stev's girlfriend. Just a quick little add-on at the end. My own we loved that with the interview last
so
week.
important.
But also a huge shout out to all four of our teams today. Cinema and Escape were really strong. And of course, Cinema became the 7th team in the world to time a +19 Stone Vault, alongside SZGG, our Streamer Zone GG, formerly Missed Count. But I'm curious, tomorrow they're going to have a showdown. All these teams will. It's ironic. How do you think it looks for everybody tomorrow with this level of competition?
Bro, the competition tomorrow is going to be insane. All four of these teams looked extremely impressive in their runs, in their group stages. I think any two of our four teams could make it through. I think after seeing today, though, I think Cinema is my current favorite, even over Streamer Zone, which is crazy to think coming into the weekend. Shout out to Stove, by the way. If you guys remember in our interview last weekend, he specifically called out Cinema as his pick for this weekend, and they proved why today. I mean, this team is insane, so you don't want to miss tomorrow. It's going to be some fantastic dungeon runs.
Yeah, I think it's going to be even closer than we expected. But, today had some incredible competition, as you highlighted. Cinema, I think for me, too, is probably the team that I'm going, I think they might do it. I think I'm a believer now. So, as we kind of think ahead even further beyond this weekend to next weekend, Dratnos, who are you feeling like after seeing both weekends might be some of our biggest competitors?
Yeah, Cinema, you gotta give them credit. That team looked incredibly good. Will they be able to compete with, say, Mandatory, right? Mandatory, I think, are the titans of the tournament, just based off of the pedigree that they're coming into this tournament with. But very excited to see how they all stack up, because Cinema looked really good today, but that was one day. We've got to see them perform again tomorrow, I think, before I start to bet on them against our teams from Group A.
Yeah, we've got those finals, like you said, here in our Group B that we need to see, and I think really when the pressure is on, the teams perform to incredible heights. We saw it last weekend with Group A, and honestly, this lineup, I think every single one of them is just going to be incredible. Even Fika Knights, who we thought was going to be, they were on the lower end of the seeding, but they just jumped up and had incredible performance yesterday. So I think all four of these are such strong contenders. And makes, as we wrap up Division 2 here in Group B, what are your capstone thoughts on the day?
Well, actually, I just looked at this graph there, And I realized that thanks to the TGP, all of you guys have a Valentine's Day. So mark your calendars. You're invited to our Twitch channel on the 14th of February. But you're also, of course, invited for tomorrow, as that is when competition is going to go down. We decide who we see again in February 14th. So I'm very excited for our little Valentine's Day here.
Oh, me too. We will definitely all be love watching that day. Or some of you can hate watch too.
That's
We're
right.
not going to cramp your style.
Not allowed.
But there will be a lot of love next weekend as our teams come together. But tomorrow, first and foremost, we need our Group B finals. So 4 teams will face off tomorrow to determine who will be our Group B Mythic Dungeon International The Great Push champions. Will it be Streamer Zone GG, Fika Knights, Cinema, or ESC Gaming? Be back on the Warcraft channels at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET to find out. Bye.